power of creativity and its unparalleled ability to inspire individuals and businesses to think differently, act boldly, and design a future that resonates with purpose and vision. To regard creativity merely as an artistic endeavor is to overlook and understate its immense potential. Creativity is the driving force behind the ingenious solutions to real-world challenges. It is that spark that fuels innovation, the invisible thread that weaves connections, and the essence that breathes life into ideas. Quite simply, it is the heartbeat of progress. Today, we gather here for the Storyboard18 Global Pioneers Summit to shine the spotlight on these creative impulses and to honor the pioneers who have propelled Indian businesses and brands onto the global stage. Their groundbreaking innovations, impactful storytelling, and bold strategies have not only redefined industries, but have also inspired a generation. So before we proceed, I would like to thank our partners, powered by SMFG, partnered by Integral Ad Science, insurance partner Kotak Life, our gaming partner Krafton India, snacking partner Lay's, beverage partner Pepsi, sustainability partner PepsiCo, and associate partner Reliance Industries Limited for making this summit possible. To commence the summit, we have a special message from Shri Jyotiraditya Scindia, Minister of Communications and Development of the Northeastern region. Take a look.
नमस्कार. आपण कसे आहात? माझ्या शुभेच्छा सगळ्यांना. इति चांगला कार्यक्रम मुंबईमध्ये आयोजित झाला. आपण सगळ्यांना फार फार शुभेच्छा. Greetings to all attending the Storyboard18 Global Pioneers Summit, a summit and a conference that probably could not have been more timely. Today we stand at a pivotal moment in history, on the cusp of a future where our country transitions from being a follower to a leader in the global economy. Viksit Bharat 2047 is no longer merely an aspiration, but under the leadership of our Prime Minister, visionary Prime Minister, Honorable Shri Narendra Modi ji, it has become the shared aspiration, commitment and laksh of 140 crore Indians. It also serves as a collective roadmap to transform our country into an economic superpower. The world's third largest economy by 2029, a $6 trillion economy by 2030, and a global hub for innovation. But to achieve this, our government is laying a strong foundation through bold economic reforms, massive infrastructure projects, and a widespread digital empowerment initiative. At the heart of this transformation lies a powerful force, the power of ideas. Right from startups that are revolutionizing industries to cultural exports shaping our global narratives, India's creative minds are driving the next generation economy. Our progress is evident in the Global Innovation Index, where India has advanced from the 81st position a decade ago to the 39th position today. The number of startups in our country has grown from an astonishing 1.5 lakhs from a mere 350 a decade ago, making our country the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. This particular journey of growth is driven by the principle of inclusivity. Entrepreneurship in India is acting as a catalyst, uplifting allied sectors and creating widespread opportunities. For example, a man running an organic manure production unit in my state, Madhya Pradesh, is today generating employment for youth and women in his community. Similarly, Ms. Adule Sape, a Kiwi farmer from Nagaland, is reaching customers across the globe through the Northeastern Region Agri-Commodity E-Connect platform, NIRES, developed by the Ministry of Donor, the development of the Northeastern region. These are just only but two examples of how startup ideas are emerging every minute across our country, transforming lives and industries. We're ensuring that ideas are not only born but also commercialized, scaled up, and globalized. Chandrayaan-3, a remarkable feat of engineering and research, accomplished at a cost of just $75 million, a fraction of what other space agencies spend across the world, exemplifies how in a world of limited resources, innovation becomes the true currency of progress. And India, ladies and gentlemen, is not just fostering innovation, it's ensuring that creativity translates into economic growth. A key driver of this transformation is the democratization of technology and telecom. Today, India offers the most affordable data services in the world at 11 cents a GB, enabling millions to connect, create, and innovate. Social media has become a launchpad for entrepreneurship, storytelling, and artistic expression, fueling the creative economy. Our record-breaking 5G rollout is bringing connectivity to every corner of the country, from the first village to the last. And at the same time, our indigenous 4G stack, developed by our Indian companies, headed by BSNL, reinforces the mission of Atmanirbhar Bharat. This is more than just technological progress. It marks a paradigm shift where our creative industries take center stage, shaping India's global economic and cultural footprint. And simultaneously, India is building a robust ecosystem to support innovators at every stage, from ideation to execution. The government is ensuring that every entrepreneur has access to the resources needed to turn their vision into reality. Public and private incubators serve as launchpads for groundbreaking ideas, while funds of funds provide crucial financial support. Additionally, the loan limit under the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana has increased from 10 lakhs to 20 lakh rupees, further empowering small businesses and entrepreneurs. This is the vision of Viksit Bharat, a vision where every spark of innovation becomes a beacon of progress. Before I conclude, I'd like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Hina Nagarajanji, MD of Diego, India, for being recognized by Network 18 as an exemplary leader of corporate India. India's time, ladies and gentlemen, is now. As Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji says, Yahi samay hai, sahi samay hai. From a services nation to a product nation, and now to an ideas nation, India is scripting a new global destiny. By blending traditional knowledge with modern technology, by combining environmental consciousness with entrepreneurial spirit, we're creating a unique value proposition for the world. I firmly believe that this is India's century, and therefore let's march forward with confidence, with innovation as our Brahmastra and Viksit Bharat as our Dharma. Because the future is not something we wait for. The future is something we build. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you very much for having me.
Well, thank you, sir, for those inspiring words, which have truly set the tone for an exciting day ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to kick off our first session with a powerful exploration of Viksit Bharat, a bold and transformative vision that aims to redefine India's global identity for the 21st century. To decode this ambitious blueprint, we are honored to have with us a trailblazing leader whose work embodies the very essence of innovation, sustainability, and inclusive growth. Her unwavering commitment to driving impact makes her a true champion of a progressive and resilient India. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Hina Nagarajan, Managing Director and CEO of Diageo India. And to steer this insightful conversation, I would like to call Dilshad Irani, Editor, Storyboard18, on stage. Dilshad, over to you.
Hello and good morning, everyone. Good morning, Hina. It's such a pleasure to have you here, especially after I heard that this could be your last speaking engagement in India before you're off.
I mean, wonderful to be here, I think, in this room of such accomplished leaders. And Dilshad, the pleasure to be able to speak to you before I head out a couple of weeks later.
And congratulations, of course, on your new role. It is fantastic. Again, you're off to the UK, lead the Africa business as president. In all my conversations with you, Hina, of course, the one thing that has really come out is that you've been able to really push some boundaries. You have, of course, broken the glass ceilings. Tell me, this journey of yours, leading the India market, and now you're headed to lead the Africa business based in the UK. What were some of the key lessons along the way that you've gathered that you're taking with you now?
Dilshad, there's been a lot of learning through my career, so I can't say it's just from this last job. I mean, I've had I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to work in very different industries. I've worked in paints, I've worked in cosmetics, now Alcobev, Nestle. I was just talking to Suresh. I mean, my first job was Nestle baby food. So, and, across geographies, right? So Malaysia, Singapore, China, Africa. And I think the first lesson for me is leading with purpose really works, right? And I think that has been sort of our win-win formula. I think leading with purpose creates a triple win for consumers, customers, for communities, and for the business. And that, I think, is a lesson I will carry with me, till as long as I'm working. I think the other one is, yes, pushing boundaries and, pushing the envelope. I was talking to a lovely lady from Nestle, and she said, I know you are pushing the envelope. I think you discover dimensions to yourself, and the team discovers dimensions that they never thought existed, right? The third lesson for me really is about, it's not important how much you climb the corporate ladder. It is about how many people you're taking with you. And if people can see work as a legacy, I think you get spectacular results, right? And last but not the least, I would say that I think it's very important to celebrate every day. I think this is the philosophy of Diageo, celebrating life every day, everywhere. And I think it's very important to celebrate small wins,
right,
and inspire yourself to do more every single day.
And that in turn inspires others, of course. Speaking about transformative journeys, let's zoom out and talk about India. Of course, we are on this journey toward Viksit Bharat. Yeah. If you could sum up, Hina, for me, what are the key pillars that will define this evolution for us?
I mean, I think we heard that, right? So I think India is on a historic transformation to Viksit Bharat. And I think, we heard in the opening address, the digital advancements, the infrastructure expansion, innovation that's happening, the thriving entrepreneurial ecosystem. I think this is all going to lead us to become a global powerhouse. We are on a decisive path to that by 2047. And this is not just about economic progress. This is really about a more sustainable, inclusive, and innovative future for us, right? There are so many ways that we as corporate leaders and business leaders can contribute and actually help shape this journey, right? If you look at the economic growth path, right? Investments in Make in India. This is something that we are focusing quite a bit on. I think it's been the focus for corporate sector for quite some time. And, the more we invest in domestic production, in, R&D, in supply chain logistics, the more we are able to become a globally competitive player, high quality jobs and economic resilience, right? If you look at innovation, I think we heard a lot about innovation. Corporate investments in R&D, in advanced technologies, right? I think public-private partnerships, right, with academia, government, and corporate can really lead to these disruptive and breakthrough solutions, right? The other thing that I personally am very passionate about is inclusive growth, right? So, I mean, we know that there is an untapped workforce, a large untapped workforce, whether it's women, people with, persons with disabilities, etc. And the more we can engage, right, with through partnerships in bringing these untapped resources into the workforce, I think is going to be quite important. And the last one I do want to talk about is, I think, the pillar of sustainability. Right? Climate change is, I mean, I'm sure all of you are experiencing this. It's become a daily conversation for all of us. I mean, all of us talk about how hot it's become, how cold it's become, how much rain we are having, etc. on a daily basis. unexpected, and it is reality. It's not, a tick in the box exercise, it's an imperative, right? So us focusing on really talking about how do we do water stewardship? How do we move to a low carbon world? How do we look at waste management? I think these are going to be the pillars that will help us drive the economic growth that we want to.
And that is how you align Diageo's vision, of course, to the vision of Viksit Bharat.
Absolutely. I think we are a committed partner to Viksit Bharat. We are absolutely aligned to responsible growth. I mean, if you look at the Viksit Bharat priorities, we are looking at all these priorities. We are looking at, Make in India agenda. We have more than $3.5 billion invested in over 35 manufacturing facilities in the country. And, we are investing in quality. Our brands, I won't name them, but, our Indian-made brands, right, are demonstration of this commitment, I would say, right? We export them to more than 35 countries in the world. Our artisanal Indian single malt is the most awarded global single malt last year, and it's exported now to several countries, including Australia, New Zealand, UK, US. So this is, showcasing the best of India to the world, right? We are very committed to creating jobs. We have created more than 1 million jobs and about 375,000 jobs in the hospitality sector, indirectly. We are a huge contributor to the state and national exchequer, federal exchequer. Last year alone, we have, in taxes and levies, sort of contributed more than $2.5 billion, right? If we look at our sustainability agenda, we are working on water stewardship. I think our ESG ratings as a company are, on parity, if not more, versus industry. Our Alwar distillery is the only distillery in Asia Pacific that is certified by the Alliance for Water Stewardship. We have replenished more than a cubic meters of water, 3 years ahead of our goals, right? And we focus on a lot of community impact for empowering, the underrepresented communities. We have, a partnership with the Skill Council for Persons with Disabilities, and, these people are being taught hospitality skills. 50% of the beneficiaries of these programs are women, and they are getting absorbed by the best names in hospitality in terms of employment opportunities. So we are extremely committed, and I think we are very much on a path to support the Viksit Bharat that our Prime Minister and government is envisaging.
Right. I'm just going to sort of draw on a couple of things that you said, Hina, especially on diversity, equity, and inclusion. You've, of course, been a very strong advocate of that from the very start. We are, however, seeing a bit of a backtracking on some of those goals at companies globally. How do you, within this scenario then, Hina, how do you kind of stay the course, and how do you make sure your employees and your other leaders are, of course, staying that course? How do you drown out the negative noise around DEI right now?
Dilshad, for us, I mean, diversity and inclusion is embedded in our strategy, and it is embedded in our philosophy of celebrating life every day, everywhere. Right? So irrespective of the noise that we see, I mean, at Diageo, we are fully committed to this. And I'll tell you that here are some of the things that have worked for us, right? I think the first thing is about having the commitment from the top. So leadership commitment and goals that are, rigorously monitored, right? And we do embed these goals into our leadership accountability. So our leadership has goals, and they are measured by this at the end of the year. I think the second thing that has worked for us is that we have absolutely rejigged our processes to be able to actually hire, retain, and develop diverse talent, right? And for us, this is not a moral imperative, right? I think it is a business imperative, right? It is about having your consumer group represented within your organization. It brings creativity, it brings perspective. So our processes have been changed, right? The third thing is about creating a culture of inclusion. we do this through many things. We do this through training. We do this through employee resource groups. And we also have taken big steps to launch progressive policies that support our intent of inclusion. I mean, we were one of the first companies to launch equal parental leave of 6 months, right, which went down really well with our employee group. We have medical insurance that, is given irrespective of, the sex of your partner, right? We have, you name it, we have the policies, policies for menopause, for people who've had miscarriages, policies for persons with disabilities, policies for people on the spectrum. And I think that is helping us create that inclusive environment that, we do want to. We do, make ourselves accountable for creating the most diverse and inclusive company there is to be. And the last one, which I think is a bit of a bugbear with me, I hear very often that, that lady is not ready or this person's not ready. But I do think that if we want to make this work, we have to have a very intentional mindset of taking bets on people, right? And actually making sure that we put people there and then we develop them for success. So, I have so many examples of, when I was trying to find a board, I would be told that, oh, but you haven't done board experience before, and you hardly see any women on the board. And my question always is, but if you don't give the woman the first chance, how is she ever going to get there, right? So that's what I mean by this intentional mindset, right? So I think it's worked for us. Our diversity used to be 7.5%. In 2017, it's come to almost 30% now. We have 50-50 representation on our executive committee, which is incredible, I have to tell you, for an Alcobev company. I mean, forget, broader FMCG. But we are very proud of that, but we still feel we've got a long way to go.
Long way to go. Because you mentioned, the intention has to be there. Who took a bet on you, Hina, in your career? Who are those people who, said that, you have it in you and took a bet on you?
Several of them. And I think I had a fantastic mentor at Nestle, first of all. And, he's no longer alive, unfortunately, but I mean, he's the one who one day asked me. I had actually taken a go slow approach when I had my babies. So I had requested for a change in role. The first thing he told me was, what a stupid woman you are. I mean, I never asked you whether you're going to travel, etc. Why are you coming and telling me you want to take this slower course in life? And I said, I can't. I mean, I want to do a fantastic job in the role you've given me, and I can't do it without traveling. So he put me in a slower role. And then about a year later, he met me in the passage and he said, will you stop being an old woman now, or do you want to come back into the real working world? And I said, no, I'm probably ready to come back into the real working world. And he gave me a huge role after that, right? So I have been blessed to have mentors like this who have taken bets on me. And, I think this is the gratitude I've embedded, and therefore I really want to keep passing it on, which is why I have this passion to be able to intentionally, give people opportunities and, take bets on them. Right?
Love that. Back to sort of, the position right now that India has as a global leader in various industries. And we were, of course, talking about Viksit Bharat and how your vision aligns with that as well. But if there are certain areas that we need to sort of work more on, certain challenges, what would they be for you?
I'll address this, Dilshad, in a way that is a little bit more generic, but also keeping my industry in mind, right? So I think the first area is that infrastructure investment must continue, right? We have progressed. If you look at the World Bank's Logistics Performance Index, I think we have progressed there. But I think there is still need for more investment in, infrastructure, ports, railways, roads. And this can only help us enhance the effectiveness of our supply chain, our logistics, because domestic manufacturing is such a big part of our Viksit Bharat vision, right? So I think continued investments to optimize our supply chains, enhance the quality of what we produce to keep us more and more globally competitive would be one. The second area is really the government has done a lot on ease of doing business, right? So we have in our industry also seen a lot of effort. However, and we know that India remains a top destination for investments. I mean, we are still amongst the top. And for continued capital investment in the country, I do think there is a need for a fresher approach to ease of doing business. There are still many industries where we need streamlining of policies, we need simplification of tax structures. I can tell you our industry really needs it, right? And also policy stability, right, for many of us. I think that if we can keep addressing that, I think that will really help us, right? The third area, and I think this is also very close to our heart in our industry, is the cost of compliance in our country is still quite high, right? So the burden of, regulatory compliance remains quite high. Just to give you an example, we have to re-register our labels every year on every single brand and SKU. And that is a 3 to 4 month process with a huge cost for us, right? So, I mean, if we can have far more easier solutions to address this, and honestly, India has the capability to do this with all the digital advancement that we have made. There is no reason why we can't address this, and quite simply, right? So I would say that these are some of the areas that can help us become better. Yeah.
Hina, one last question for you, and given, before you head off to the new role as well, if you had a message for emerging young leaders, people trying to make their own mark in this India's growth story, what would it be?
Nishad, I would think that the people who are really making a difference to India are the people who dare to think differently and challenge conventions. I mean, we heard about this whole innovation that's happening in our country. So I would say the first thing is that be bold, take risks. I mean, there is a lot of growth to be had out of stepping out of your comfort zone, right? That's the first message. The second message I would give is lead with purpose. The companies and the businesses that are doing really well today and will continue to do well tomorrow are the ones that are not only making financial progress, but are also making lasting impact. And honestly, the new generation of consumers wants that, right? So the people who work for us and the consumers all want that. So, you can align with any mission that, sort of appeals to you, resonates with you, whether it's sustainability, innovation, inclusion, it doesn't matter, right? The third thing I would say is that it's a very fast-changing world. So investing in yourself for continuous learning and upskilling is an imperative. Right, and I think it's very important for leaders to not get absorbed in the daily, operational stuff and forget about themselves, right? And last but not the least, I would say, be authentic, right? I think people want to see your strengths, and as a leader, they will depend on you to see your strengths and capabilities. But equally, I have learned that showing your vulnerability sometimes really connects very well with people and makes the team far more connected and responsible for performance. So those are my words.
Navri, what was the last thing you upskilled on, Nina?
Last thing I've upskilled?
Yeah.
I'm doing it every day. I mean, AI, digital. I mean, that's an area that I can't learn enough about. I think I'm still very backward on it, so I'm trying to invest some time.
Well, that's a great note to end our conversation on. Thank you so much again, Hina. It's a pleasure chatting with you.
Ms. Nagarajan and Dilshad for that wonderful conversation. Request you both to kindly stay back on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please give it up for Ms. Nagarajan, a transformational leader who epitomizes courage, innovation, and resilience. In 30-plus years of an illustrious career, she has built high-growth businesses across India, China, Southeast Asia, and Africa. Ma'am, we would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge your contribution. Can we please take a look at a short glimpse of your remarkable journey?
Hina Nagarajan, Managing Director and CEO of Diageo India, is a visionary leader who truly personifies courage, innovation, and resilience. With over 30 illustrious years in the FMCG sector, she shattered the glass ceiling by becoming the first woman to lead India's largest spirits company. A champion for inclusion and diversity, she has fostered a culture of equity and belonging. Her impactful career is marked by corporate excellence and social impact. Storyboard18 proudly recognizes Hina Nagarajan as a global pioneer.
I would also now like to invite Mr. Bodhisattva Ganguly, Group Consulting Editor, Network 18, to felicitate Ms. Nagarajan. Ladies and gentlemen, please hear it once again for Ms. Hina Nagarajan, a pioneer like no other. Thank you, Ms. Nagarajan. Thank you, Bodhi and Dilshad, for doing the honors. Moving to our next fireside chat, in a world where consumer expectations are evolving faster than ever, how do brands stay ahead, blending creativity with cutting-edge technology while staying true to their purpose? Colgate-Palmolive has been a household name for generations, but what keeps the brand relevant in an ever-changing market? From sustainability and accessibility to digital transformation and purpose-driven campaigns, the company has been at the forefront of innovation, and to tell us how, I have Prabha Narasimhan, Managing Director and CEO, Colgate-Palmolive India. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for her. Thank you so much, Ms. Narasimhan, for joining us here today at this event. Let me start, like I mentioned earlier, Colgate-Palmolive has been at the forefront of innovation. And in today's world, where we have a rapid evolving business landscape, how does Colgate-Palmolive stay agile? How does it stay adaptive to market shifts? And most importantly, for consumer expectations?
So firstly, Shruti, thank you very much for having me here. It's a privilege to be addressing an audience like this. And I always love the fact that there are so many women in this room. So a big shout out to all the women in this room particularly. So I think, firstly, I've been in this company just for 2 years, but obviously I've watched this brand through my entire life, having grown up with it. 87 years in this country. It,
wow.
I think, started as the leader in oral care. It built the oral care category, and it continues to be the leader in oral care. It's not an easy task given the level of churn that's happened. And I think before I get into answering the question of how do we stay current, I think maybe some few basic principles. I always think that FMCG is a relatively simple industry to work in.
Simple industry.
Indeed, because actually what all of us are looking for as consumers is, please give me a product that works and delivers to the promise that you're making at a price that delivers value in a place where I shop. And if you can get these 4 things right, and you can do them consistently, then by and large, consumers tend to reward you with their loyalty, with their money, quite often with their love, even if that love is not as overt as it is for some of the other categories. So I think it is a relatively simple industry. Having said that, obviously on each of these parameters, whether you talk about the quality of the product, whether you talk about where you make it available, whether you talk about what's the promise that you make and how do you live up to that promise, and of course the value that you deliver, everything has changed. And maybe I can spend just a few seconds on each of them. So as far as product is concerned, Colgate actually is built on a legacy of deep science. I don't think there is a oral care company on this planet that spends more money on understanding what's going on in your mouth and with your teeth and with your gums. And that deep science actually is brought to bear in the tech that comes into everyday products. And because the mission of the company is to improve the oral health of everybody, that tech is actually brought at all levels of the pyramid. So it's not that, the more expensive products get the oral care science and tech and the base ones don't deliver. So to give you an example, Colgate Strong Teeth, which is our flagship brand, also the market standard brand, actually incorporates arginine technology, which really helps in the strengthening of your teeth and the prevention of cavities. So just as an example. So that's, I think, the first one, which is how does a company make sure that they're constantly investing to understand science, understand new science, bring that into product. I think the second one, of course, is how do you make a promise to consumers? There's now so much more information out there. How do you make sure that you are delivering to what you're saying? keeping up with the benefits that consumers want. So when oral care first started in this country, it was all about prevent cavities. Make sure that my child doesn't have cavities, he or she is able to go to school pain-free. That was where it all started. It's built from there, and now if you take a look, consumers want fresher breath, whiter teeth, free of gum disease, no cavities, addressing of sensitivity issues, so on and so forth. And maybe I can pick up whitening as the example where oral care is now crossing over into the world of beauty. So I want teeth because first you notice somebody's eyes and then you notice someone's smile the first time you meet them. So your teeth play an integral role in that, and then you need to keep up. So as a company, we are constantly looking for trends on, how do we keep up. And then the third, which I'm sure we'll come to, is how do we reach them with the fragmentation of media channels? How do we make sure that we are where they are? And how are we making sure that the erstwhile monologue that was happening, where company talks to consumer, is now becoming a dialogue? I'm sorry, really long answer. I promise to be shorter with your next question.
Those were great insights, Prabha. But, picking up from what you just said, Colgate is a legacy brand with deep consumer trust. So how do you strike the balance, when we talk about modern innovation and traditional wisdom when developing new products? How are you doing that?
So I think the first principle that the company always follows is to rigorously test it. So, whatever it is that the company is offering is backed by clinical research. It's tested, N times over. We're making sure that when we say something does something, we are 100% confident that that is indeed happening. And I think the marriage, therefore, comes with saying the benefits that the consumers want evolve over time, but not as rapidly as the science that allows you to deliver to those benefits. So if you want, the traditional part of it is that as a mother, I still want my child to be cavity-free and go to school without pain. That hasn't changed. But, the way we can deliver to that benefit has changed, and I think that's where the juxtaposition comes in the company.
All right, okay. Now, emerging markets pose unique challenges. There's a challenge of affordability, of accessibility, and of course, environmental concerns as well. How does Colgate-Palmolive integrate sustainability into its business model, while at the same time ensuring that products remain relevant and they remain accessible?
I think the good thing about India is that firstly, it presents opportunities up and down, right? There is no averaging India is like averaging the depth of a river. And therefore, what we try to do is to make sure that we have consumer cohorts and that we have an offering for each of the cohorts. So at the top and the bottom of the pyramid, we have a 10 rupee toothpaste offering, which, like I told you, still has the best of science. It still is packaged in a recyclable tube because it doesn't matter whether you're paying 10 rupees or you're paying 400 rupees. The logic is absolutely the same. And at the top of the pyramid, we then offer benefits that consumer is looking for. Gum care, for example. So one is you do this stratification. The second is the base principles remain the same. So what we do as Colgate is that the environment is really critical to us, and therefore actually, and I'm going to, do a little bit of chest thumping on behalf of my company here for 30 seconds. Colgate actually pioneered the recyclable toothpaste tube technology and made it open source. Because it doesn't help if only Colgate tubes are recyclable. We need all toothpaste tubes to be recyclable for them to actually get recycled. And I think that's a great example of wanting to actually do the right thing and wanting to do the right thing for the right outcomes, not to do the right things just for a scorecard perspective.
Again, picking up from what you just said, purpose-driven brands like yours often face the challenge of balancing social impact with commercial success. How does Colgate-Palmolive navigate this equilibrium while driving long-term growth? Tell us how you managed to find that sweet spot.
So firstly, doing right by consumers and communities is good for business. I think Hina alluded to it. I'm a firm believer in it. Both the companies that I've worked for have espoused this, and both of them are actually, touch wood, quite successful. So I think that's the first thing. And the way Colgate does this is that we believe everybody has the right to better oral health. We've invested in this through the entire time that we've been in this country. One of our flagship programs, which is the Bright Smiles, Bright Future program, actually has been running in this country now for 5+ decades. It goes into schools, like a school at a time, teaching young children the right way to brush, how to use a toothpaste and a toothbrush, how to brush, ensuring that you brush twice a day, about nutrition, avoiding of substances like tobacco, pan, etc. And it does this a school at a time, child at a time. And over the 5 decades that this program has been in operation, over 180 plus million children have been reached. And I think the sweet spot comment, therefore, is for us to be consistent on living our mission and our values, but doing it knowing that as we build the oral care habit, the benefit of a better oral care is to the benefit of the company. So it's not just altruism.
Absolutely. So can you share a campaign or initiative that successfully combined a long-term strategy and had a strong social message with it?
So I think I've given you the Bright Smiles, Bright Future example, but if I was to look at something more recent, I'm not going to ask for a show of hands in the room, but only 1 in 5 urban consumers actually brush their teeth at night.
Really?
Yes, only 1 in 5. And like I said, I will not ask how many of you brushed your teeth last night. But having said that, a dentist will tell you that if you had to choose one time in the day to brush your teeth, you should actually brush your teeth at night because saliva activity in your mouth drops at night, and therefore your mouth becomes, a playground for bacteria if saliva activity has dropped. I'm sorry to be gross middle of the day, but it's true. And therefore, last year, what we realized was that instead of going to bed with toothpaste on your teeth, a lot of Indians are actually going to bed with sugar on their teeth because the last thing that they've eaten is actually dessert. And that's just compounding the problem that we have, and therefore it came up with this entire campaign of Brush Tonight, a beautiful campaign executed by Ogilvy, which actually had a whole lot of people brushing their teeth with kaju katlis and jalebis and various things before they went to sleep, just to bring home the fact that that's what we're doing to our teeth at night. And I think it was a very nice combination of a message that we wanted to land, which is that it's really important to brush at night, along with not the gross way in which I'm doing it.
You've made a great pitch there, but I want to ask, as a mother, how are you ensuring your kids are brushing at night as well?
I must confess, till I joined this company, I didn't know how important it was. Now I've just become dragon lady, so it is. Now that I know how important it is, I'm sorry, there is no carrot, there is only stick on this one.
Okay, wonderful. Let's talk about, you said, FMCG is a simple space, but it is a crowded one and a competitive one. What are the key ingredients for a purpose-driven campaign to truly resonate with consumers and, of course, build long-term brand loyalty? Because that's the goal.
So I think the first thing is that there has to be a marriage between what's good for the consumer and what's good for the brand, right? I can keep talking about purpose that matters to me, but if there isn't resonance or there isn't a value exchange, so to say, with the consumer, it's never going to land. So if we go back to this Brush at Night campaign, the value exchange is that for doing something that is just really simple and is already in your home and is already a habit and you already know how to do, so for the investment of 2 minutes a day, there is a proven actual benefit for you and your family. So that's the value exchange there. The second is that as a company, this is not the first time that we're talking about the right oral care habits, and therefore there is an authenticity to the conversation. So it's not like I've woken up one morning and thinking, oh, today come let me talk about better oral care habits. And so this has been consistently built over a period of time. So if I had to drill it down onto the 2 things that I would check when we're doing this kind of thing, is it 1, do you have the right to give that message? And 2, is it something that you've done over a period of time consistently? I think consumers realize and they're very, very
that
sharp.
Trust is built then.
Indeed.
All right. So also talk to us about some of the biggest challenges in localizing a global brand like Colgate-Palmolive, maintaining its core identity. How did you navigate those challenges, and what was the key to making this work successfully? Localizing your brand, localizing a global brand.
So I've worked in India for most of my life, and I think if you talk to my global team, one of the complaints that they would have about the India team is that we always talk about, but India is different. And I think one of the things that we have to balance as a global brand is that there is a lot of fantastic work that's being done in the globe. However, there are things about India that are different, and there are ways that we operate in this country that are different, and there are things about our consumers
so
that's
give
different.
us an example.
So for example, price point packs outside outside of maybe some parts of Africa and India, driving access even for your premium products. So it's not just the base products that need to be sold at an access price point. You do need to ensure that you're giving even your more premium products at an access price point. So that's one. Second is on the insight on things like whitening. Whitening toothpaste in other countries is a really easy sell because everybody realizes the need for whiter teeth and they want whiter teeth. And if you see any Hollywood movie, you will see the absolutely incredible
Shining white teeth
that all of them have a separate conversation on how they got it. But you can see that benefit already exists, and as a result, whitening in those countries is upwards of 20-25% of the market. In India, we have a whitening penetration that's sub 2%.
Sub 2%.
Sub 2%. And therefore, our job is to do the market development for it, which is a little bit different than operating in a market where it's 20%. So there are lots of these differences. I think what stays absolutely the same is, one, what is the core of the Colgate brand? Trust, oral care expertise, endorsed by dentists. That stays absolutely consistent. And the second is, of course, our commitment to ensuring that the best science goes into the product. It doesn't matter where in the world you are, that science doesn't change.
All right, so if you could also share some insights or lessons from the Indian market, perhaps, that you believe global markets could learn from.
So I think the agility in the Indian market is just exceptional. I mean, I'm privileged to have an exceptionally high-quality team that works in Colgate, and the speed with which they respond. So the most recent example, I know it's top of mind for everybody, is the rise of QuickCom. I mean, last year we didn't have QuickCom. This year, everybody everywhere is talking about QuickCom. The ability to respond quickly to say, who is the consumer who's shopping on QuickCom? What is it that they're looking for? And how, therefore, do we drive advantage for that? Has just pivoted like this. And, you know, it's been incredible. And the portfolio that we sell on QuickCom is distinct even from the portfolio that we sell in modern trade. And the speed with which the teams have responded to this opportunity, I think, is amazing. So agility, I think, is one thing to definitely learn from this country. The second one, I think, is frugality. The minister alluded to things like ISRO, which are, you know, at a national level where we managed to do outstanding things at very frugal cost. That is true of the company as well. We have an amazing program that keeps sucking out non-value added cost. It's the gift that keeps on giving every single year, and I'm sure that's true of many of the other companies that are sitting in this room. That's the second thing. And I think the third thing for me from an India context is a never say die attitude. It's always, life is never linear. Things go up and things go down, but then we're always up the next day and at it again.
Absolutely. So agility, frugality, and never say die attitude. You know, before I wrap up, Prabha, you know, I want to know, how has Colgate-Palmolive transformed your personal journey? If you can throw some light on that.
So, you know, it was an exceptionally difficult decision. I had worked for Unilever for 25 years, and a part of my heart always resides over there. I think the transformation has really been to come to a company. We often talk about, you know, equity, inclusion, that kind of thing. I must confess that having joined this company 2-3 months into the job, I felt truly included. I felt like I had been a Colgate person for much longer than the 2-3 months would indicate. And I think it's been for me a real lesson in what actual inclusion means.
And what was that? What was that made you feel like truly included?
I think the entire culture of the place is warm, it's welcoming, it gives you the space to operate while including you in what's happening. It's a difficult balance to do, but this company does it exceptionally well.
So, of course, talk to us about the company culture where creativity and technology are working in synergy. How are you doing that at Colgate-Palmolive?
My best example on this has to be the most recent oral health movement that we just launched. So, just to throw some numbers, because I like numbers, only 9% of India goes to a dentist. The majority of people go to a dentist only when they are in pain and not for the regular checkup that you should ideally go for. 1 out of 2 times that you go to a dentist, a tooth gets extracted, which is not a great outcome. And so what we wanted to do as part of our mission of bettering oral health is to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to assess the quality of their teeth and gum health. So we worked with a partner to create a WhatsApp-based bot, which allows you to take just 3 pictures of your mouth and will give you an assessment along with a set of few questions about your gum health, your staining or whiteness of your teeth, and your potential for cavities, and give you a personalized report. 4.5 roughly million Indians have taken this and now have a personalized AI-generated report. And then it links you, if you would like, to a dentist near you. And thanks to the IDA, we have about 50,000 plus dentists who have offered their time to do the checkup free. So you can go from there to the dentist, all entirely free. So the scanning is free, the checkup is free, and it's been an outstanding use of technology to put power in the hands of consumers.
Absolutely. And one final question. As a leader, how do you define success beyond financial performance? And what is the kind of legacy that you would like to leave behind in the FMCG space?
So I think from a beyond financial performance, it really is about people. Do people feel energized to come to work every day and give of their best? I think that for me is the indicator of a quality of the organization. And when they leave, because people will leave, what do they say about you? When they are no longer expecting a salary check at the end of the month, what do they say about your company? I think is a real indicator of the quality of your company. And the legacy I would love to leave is a quote from Maya Angelou. I love it. I use it all the time, which is, I think she said that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but they will never forget how you made them feel. And I hope that I will make them feel better today than they did yesterday.
Well, on that wonderful note, I'll have to wrap up this conversation. Thank you for your insight. It was an absolute honor speaking with you.
So much, Shruti. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of business and market news, one name stands unmatched: Money Control, India's #1 business news platform with 100 million plus monthly users, 3 billion plus page views, and 20 plus minutes per session. It's the go-to source for investors and decision makers. In fact, ComScore confirms Money Control's readership is over 2x that of its nearest competitor, setting the gold standard in market intelligence. For those who want an edge, Money Control Pro, Asia's #1 premium news subscription, offers exclusive research, expert portfolios, and daily stock picks. Global Pioneers Summit 2025 attendees get 1 year free subscription. So simply collect your code for the offer from the registration desk and unlock a world of market insights. Moving on, Indian leaders have proven their mettle on the global stage, renowned for their sharp acumen, resilience, and extraordinary leadership. So it's no surprise that global business giants increasingly turn to forward-thinking Indian visionaries to drive growth and deliver innovative solutions in a rapidly evolving world. To uncover what makes Indian leadership a global force, it is our privilege to invite an iconic trailblazer whose remarkable achievements have brought laurels to India on the world stage. The brilliant Suresh Narayanan, Chairman and Managing Director of Nestle India, for a special address. A legendary figure in the business world, Mr. Narayanan is celebrated for his transformative leadership, crisis management prowess, and unwavering commitment to excellence. Thank you, sir, for joining us here.
Use the mic, yeah? Thank you very much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Really grateful to Storyboard18 for inviting me today to, there are 2 kinds of talks that can be given. One kind of talk is the talk when you're making things happen, which is what Hina and Prabha talked about, making things happen. The other is about people who are reflecting on whether they made things happen or not, which is more me. So it's more of a reflective mood, and I chose to kind of turn the topic around on its head, because honestly, that Indian talent has arrived is a given statement. I mean, I don't need all the youngsters in this room to be told that, in the top 30 companies worldwide, the increase in the number of Indian origin CXOs is up by almost 89% in the last 5 years. I don't think, there are people here who have joined. Hina is joining the global board of Diageo as one of the Indian origin talents to have made it. So it's really, my job here is not really to tell you about how good Indian talent is, but what does it take us to be what we are. And I think that's more useful as a perspective to all the youngsters who are there in this room. And if I were to look at it, there are a couple of things that make us Indians special. And this is not a sort of pompous session where I'm going to be talking about how great Indians are, but there's something that's uniquely Indian to us that I think we need to celebrate once in a while. The first thing is that India, across centuries, has believed in leadership in thought. If you go back in our history, whether it is science, whether it is philosophy, whether it is psychology, whether it is chemistry, physics, maths, you name it, India has been the center of thinking. And sometimes it takes an author like Willem Dalrymple to come and tell you how good you are. Right? It's ironic that we keep bashing ourselves over the state of our streets and the state of our highways and state of various other things. But we don't reflect on the fact that many of the concepts that are today iconic in this world have been created by some great man or woman in this country. So thought leadership is one part of what makes us veritable leaders in the world. The second is that India still has a strong Guru-Shishya parampara. We call it by different names. We call it as universities and schools. But Guru-Shishya is still very much an intricate part of our society. And those of you who know me know my love for dohas. And today is an occasion when I will tell you a few dohas. If you get bored, shut your ears or go out for a coffee. But you can't stop me from giving you dohas which are relevant. And I trace it back. I talk about it because ye hamari virasat hai. This is what is in our hands that have been given to us not 1, 2, but 600, 700 years ago that makes it important. Kabir said beautifully, he said, Guru Gobind, Lord and the Guru, dono khade, kake lagu paye, whose feet should I touch? Bilhari Guru apno, Gobind diyo bataye. Fall at the feet of the Guru, because the Guru is the one who leads you to the Lord. So we've had this respect for Gurus and the respect for scholarship and the respect for the Guru-Shishya parampara for a long, long time. Even today, when we get upset at our Gurus, it is more not an admonition, but a beseech. That's how we are made, and that gives us a lot of strength in the world. The other strength that we have got is cultural diversity. I mean, which country can have a festival every 5 days where there are 21 distinct cuisines? Ask me, being Nestle, we work with a number of these cuisines. And really for me, innovation is a never-ending saga of new products, new tastes, new experiences. I don't have to struggle with a 2% whitening penetration that my friend Prabha does. Because taste and nutrition and different varieties define what India is. And this cultural diversity gives us a huge amount of immunity against bigotism or against a unidimensional thinking. The fourth element that makes us special is the fact that we can live in contradictions. There can be the finite and the infinite. There is Nirgun Nirakar and Sagun Sakar. Nirgun Nirakar as in a Lord whom you cannot see, and a Sagun Sakar, which is a Lord that you can see. We can balance both these thoughts in our head, and that gives us a huge amount of strength. And this strength helps us in adversity, because contradictions is what defines the way the world is today. And today, if you look around the world, I think contradictions, inhibitions, warping of minds and thoughts has become so much a part of us that any unidimensional, non-thought-provoking person or idea doesn't work. And that's what makes us as a species truly great. That gives us the immunity to do what we do. And if you look at some of the features that have made us great as a country in terms of leadership, number one is the focus on goals. We've always set a goal for ourselves right from when we were school students. You had a goal, depending on the part of the country, if you're like a South Indian like me, then the goal was always getting 100%, which you never satisfied your dad at because you never got 100% in every subject. In some societies, it was just passing was good enough. But you had some goal that you set for yourself. And I think this is important to understand, that goal is an important attribute. Now, goal doesn't have to be harsh. Goal doesn't have to be compelling. But that goal is translated in our lives into what both Prabha and Hina talked about, which is purpose. And I think those organizations and those companies and those people who are driven by a certain sense of purpose tend to achieve not success, not necessarily monetary rewards, not necessarily a whole amount of claim and name and fame, but they achieve what we all seek as human beings, which we don't articulate well enough, which is happiness. Purpose gives rise to happiness. The sense of satisfaction that you have as a leader, as a teacher, as a guru, as a shishya, lies in the fact that you have been happy in achieving the purpose that you set yourself out to do. And those purpose are set on values which again in the Indian ethos is taught very well to do. Whether it is the value of speech, today we forget it. Today we have forgotten it. Today speech can be as harsh as it can, and it shows a sign, it is seen to be a sign of power. But Kabir said this beautifully. He said, "Aisi bani boliye, man ka apa khoye, auran ko sheetal kare, apu sheetal hoye." We have forgotten the value of respect and dignity in speech. Aisi bani boliye, speak that it not only brings softness and peace to your mind, it also brings that to the listener. And that is seen with another value, virtue which is built in us as leadership, which is built in organizations. Not only should you be respectful, but you should also be introspective. Again, Kabir said this, "Bura jo dekhan main chala, bura na biliya koi, jo dil khoja apna, mujhsa bura na koi." I think as Indians we have this, that we go out into this world to seek who was bad, who was evil. We look at ourselves and we realize there's no one worse than us. That is a huge strength, my young friends, as a country. There are very few societies where introspection is an innate part of living. Now, whether you meditate or whether you chant or whether you even pray is a different matter altogether. That's your call. But that you introspect on where you are and what you're doing is an important aspect of becoming a leader. A lot of us go through difficult moments. I've had a long career, more than 40 years in the industry. And I can tell you I'm a little bit of an albatross. I always land up into a crisis or create a crisis. I'm one of those, either of these things have been happening to me ever so often. And I realize, what is it that pulls me through? What pulls me through are two things. One is I don't take myself too seriously, which helps, because if you don't take yourself too seriously, then you do things in a little bit more of an easier, more casual manner. Not casual in the sense of doing it badly, but you do it in a manner that is more peaceful with yourself. And the second reason is because I introspect. I see what is it that is there in me that is inhibiting someone from doing something. So introspection is an important part of what we do as leaders. The third element of leadership, which unfortunately doesn't appear on your balance sheet, doesn't appear in your P&L, but is an extremely important aspect of leadership that we need to build. And unfortunately, again here, this is something where we have the innate skills, but we don't exploit it well enough, is creating a culture. Today, if there is one truth that pervades all across the corporate world, is the fact that seldom companies fail because of poor strategies. Seldom. They do, but seldom do they fail because of poor strategies. They invariably fail because of rotten leadership and culture. Environments are toxic. Environments are divisive. Environments are dog eat dog. Environments are called competitive. And that competitive means that bludgeon the other guy down or the other lady down. Or it takes the manifestation of what Hina talked about, which is pull down diversity and say, but this person is not ready. This person is not good enough. This woman doesn't deserve a seat at the table. These are all signs of creating a culture that is not inclusive, that is not diverse, and that doesn't take into account the one reason why somebody should be at the table, which is merit and competence. Tulsi said this beautifully. He said, Avat here, harshe nahi, nainan nahi saneh. Where you go into a place where there is no one smiling and the eyes don't exhibit warmth, Tulsi taha na jaiye, kanchan barse megh. Don't go there, says Tulsi Das, even if the clouds are pouring money on you. This is long before corporate culture was even discussed as a topic. Goswami Tulsi Das talks about this as an example of how you choose your environment. So as young leaders, you need to nurture culture. You need to have a passion for people which doesn't appear on your balance sheet either. It appears on your P&L as a cost line, right? And all of us vexate on the percentage of manpower costs to total costs and see how we can reduce that over a period of time. You don't realize that each individual person is unique and can bring skills to the table that only they can. Managing people, managing difficult moments. Many of us have had to deal with what happened a few years ago, COVID. We all know at that point in time, what mattered was how you treated your family rather than how you managed your balance sheet. That was most important. That is a call of leadership. That is a call of conscience. That is a call of looking at what you can do in order to alleviate mankind, alleviate your people. You don't have to have necessarily a huge amount of nobility in terms of the CSR that you do or the manifest contributions that you publicize. If you can save a few people, if you can make an impact on them, the rest is history. But unfortunately, taking care of people doesn't necessarily get you higher profits. Doesn't necessarily, even though I believe the contrary is true. Taking good care of people, if your culture is right, if your business model is right, if your respect, dignity, and trust is right within an organization, results will follow 100%. 100%. This is something that we can't really accept as professionals because we believe that a more harsher way of doing things is going to make us greater leaders and make the world more fond of us as corporate leaders. I've said this once before, that the three things that have been my learnings from a long corporate career have been ibadat, insaniyat, and inayat. Inayat meaning decency, ibadat meaning prayer, and insaniyat being human. I may not have been the greatest strategist, I may not have been the greatest leader, but when I leave my office every day and I come back every morning, I feel enthused to meet the people who make the difference to this world. There is huge opportunity for leadership in this country. Many of our leaders have become great because of three characteristics apart from what I've talked about. They are agile, they are adaptable, and they anticipate. In India, you have to anticipate everything. What does the guy do on the road? What is the cow thinking of when crossing the road is also part of the lexicon that you develop as Indian leaders, as Indians, right? Agility, I think we talked about it. Technology is becoming now more and more agile. The challenge for us as human beings and as corporate leaders, with all this talk about artificial intelligence, is let's remember one simple thing. Artificial intelligence is not meant to become human, and humans are not meant to become artificial intelligence. Let's keep this in mind, and let's keep the finiteness of what technology can do. The greatest challenge that we have as leaders as we go forward is the ability to inspire, the ability to make the right connections, the ability to be better humans is even more important than being the best technologist on the planet, because you'll find people. As corporate leaders, as those of you who aspire for corporate roles, you'll find the best marketeer, the best supply chain guy, the best AI expert, the best digital expert, the best human resources professional. You'll find them. And they will all be better than you. I mean, I always tell my team that you are all the lions and I have been only called upon to give the roar. I can be dispensable when everything else comes together. My indispensability is because everything else doesn't come together. That's why leadership counts. So, in closing, all I would like to tell you is that one of the single most underleveraged parts of corporate life is people, culture, purpose, values, and perspective. We simply don't give enough attention to these areas. And those companies large and small, who have been on that seemingly boring path, have been extremely successful. And those which have veered off and tried to do things that they are incapable of doing become dismal failures or become tombstones in history that you have forgotten. Leadership, people, strategy, execution, and results are relatively simple things to achieve in this world, provided you follow the idiom of Mirza Ghalib. उम्र भर गालिब एक ही भूल करता रहा, धूल चेहरे पे थी और आईना साफ करता रहा. We somehow seem to focus on the inessential falsehoods and stop looking at the innate truth. Thank you all very much for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Narayan, for that inspiring and insightful address. Request you to kindly take your seat for a special conversation, sir. And to join him on stage for the next conversation, we are honored to have with us a true creative genius, a celebrated poet, lyricist, and advertising maestro whose brilliance shines through iconic campaigns for Nestle, Perfetti, Coca-Cola, MasterCard, Reliance, and films like Rang De Basanti and Bhag Milkha Bhag. A Padma Shri awardee, he has been honored at Cannes Lions and the World Economic Forum, capturing the imagination of India with his powerful storytelling. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Prasoon Joshi. And to steer this insightful session, I'd like to call back Dilshad Irani. Dilshad, over to you.
Thank you, Prasoon. Thank you, Suresh, for that very meaningful chat. And I know that a lot of young people in this room that you were referring to will go back with a lot of insight and something to chew on. So this was something that we wanted to do for a very long time, which is get the two of you together. And I know, of course, of your love for dohas and poetry, Prasoon, and the creative pursuits, the arts, culture. And that's the whole idea. That's the theme, creativity. We are redefining the idea of what creativity means. And here we want to talk a little bit about how creativity, your creative pursuits, have shaped you as leaders. And have you made better business decisions because of kind of the inspiration that you might have got from those pursuits? Let me start with you, Suresh. You shared a few with us here as well. But how do you see it? How do you see that aspect of you influence your leadership and your work as a corporate leader?
Thank you very much. And it's truly an honor for me to be sitting on this discussion with Prasoon. Prasoon is, in my view, one of the most creative geniuses that this country has produced. So, ये सूरज है, मैं केवल एक दिया हूँ. So there is no question of comparing the diya with the sun. But I can only tell you that in my own case, I think my little bit of interest and sensitivity have been nurtured thanks to going to, and I'm making a pitch for my school, one of the finest schools on this planet. It's a school called Rishi Valley. It's down south, near Bangalore. And I think the transformative influence which that school had on me has defined my existence even today. And a month ago, we had, my classmates and I, 34 of us, out of a batch of 36, assembled at Rishi Valley, which is the beautiful 150-acre of valley, to reminisce the old times. And if there was one thing we all missed, was that magical value system that today a lot of kids outside don't get, but that is imparted in their school. And that gave me that sensitivity. It made me, as my mother said, very uncompetitive, right? Because she said, you don't know how to go and stand in a queue and budge the queue and go and take it. You're very polite. You're very polite and you're allowing people to do, but you'll pay the price for this. But anyway, God bless her soul. I haven't done too badly either. But I think, that's that and the environment and the fact that I got exposed to a lot of very creative people at that stage of my childhood has influenced me.
Prasoon, the journey that a lot of Nestle brands have had, we spoke about it briefly when we spoke earlier, which is, how there was poetry that you recited at one point in time when you were working with Suresh on the brands. Tell us a little bit more about that experience.
No, first of all, thank you for this session. I think trying to, bring poetry and corporate together is what you've been wanting to do for a very long time. For someone like me, and Suresh has said such humbling things before, but it's a mutual admiration club in that sense, because it's very rare to find people like Suresh in corporate world. My worry is that I'm worried of potted plants. I'm not worried of the plants which grow in your aangan mein jo ugta hai na, usse main ghabrata nahi. Like he talked immediately about his school. Now he's rooted somewhere. And you get your energies from where you rooted. When you become a potted plant, anybody can take you and put it anywhere. So I have felt I have never been a potted plant. And I always would resonate with someone like Suresh, who's always rooted in his school, with J. Krishnamurthy's, sort of foundational values there. And where it is not about, being worried that, it's not about being limited or compartmentalized in that sense. It's about being able to draw your energies from an authentic source. See, you can't deny where you come from. And then you branch out. And like Gandhiji used to say that, I need the windows to be open, but I need the bunyad also in the house. So that's the kind of people I resonate with. And fortunately, we sort of, when he came in here, the first thing I presented to him was in a poetry form, because we needed to remind the country of the 100 years of Nestle in this country, how the journey has been. And I think whenever, and his love for pithy writing like Doha, a lot of people ask me, how do you sort of do advertising and poetry and all? I think advertising has taught me the ideas of Doha, the economics of writing. Dohas are very pithy writing. So in that sense, I could write the journey of Nestle, and when you take poetry as your ally, I think if was the same thing was in a presentation, it would have taken 3-4 hours. So that's the beauty of it. And I think he immediately sort of resonated, vibed, and we ventured out. So thank you, Suresh, for always encouraging that part in me.
Suresh, do you remember that pitch? Do you remember that pitch when...
Very, very much. It was at a very critical stage. It was when the Maggie fire was burning. And when we were being vilified all around, and where, a company that has been rooted, that has been honest, that has been ethical, was trashed. So I remember the line, the first line, "Aise nahi bana hai aapka Nestle." I think it captured the idiom so well, because we respect our purpose, our values, our history. हमारी अमानत वही है, हमारी धरोहर वही है. That's all we have in this world. I mean, who are we as human beings? Flesh and blood and a few ideas and a few deeds. If we don't go back to it, we are nobody. And I think what Prasoon did beautifully in that, and it also shot extremely well. Very, very well shot. That it evoked the emotions of a company that had been around for a long time, and we'd been around for 100 years. So I think, sometimes the creative idiom needs to transcend logical boundaries. And it was done subsequently also in some of the other campaigns that were developed. I Miss You Too, the campaign on Maggie, when the brand was off the shelf. And there were hundreds and thousands of people getting in touch with the company saying, where the hell can I find Maggie? Right? I was accosted on aeroplane saying that, I'm from BITS Pilani, there is a get-together, and whether we like it or we don't like it, Paneer Maggie is a central dish. Can you please give me 10 cases? I said, look, everything has been withdrawn from the market. It's all gone. So when you had this kind of response coming in from consumers, you could have had either of two options. One is to keep your mouth shut and say, yeah, but my brand is not on the shelf, and so what difference does it make? And in fact, the ideas came from the agency and from the team. The team and agency, Nestle team and the agency worked very closely together. And then we said, we'll take out a campaign that says, we miss you too. And we were missing. I mean, the fact is that it is such an iconic brand, and it's the only brand in the history of FMCG in this country that went from market leadership to death and came back to market leadership within 3 months of its relaunch. I don't think any brand has faced that kind of fire and that kind of return.
Absolutely true. And Prasoon, during that time, right, tumultuous time, of course, for Maggie, like like Suresh mentioned. Tell me how this sort of rootedness in the work that you do helped you craft a campaign like that.
See, I think if you look at, we all sitting here, if a lion enters this premise right now, वो discriminate नहीं करेगा lion that this is Suresh and this is Prasoon. I like poetry, I'll eat him later, I'll attack him first. So what happens is that we are narratives for each other.
Yeah.
And in absence of narrative, you are just bodies. The same applies in the brand world. You're just products, and the narrative is added, you become a brand. वो कहते हैं कि भाई धन गया कुछ नहीं गया, health गई कुछ गया, सम्मान गया सब कुछ गया. Now when you say the respect is lost, when the narrative is attacked, when a factory shuts down, there's a different kind of problem. When your narrative is at attack, that has to be fought very intricately. And that's where creative comes into. I am a storyteller. You tell me to tell a story of a brand, I'll tell a story of a brand. There is, for me, believe me, there is no condescension when I'm writing a poem or a song, when I'm writing, मैं कभी बतलाता नहीं पर अंधेरे से डरता हूँ मैं माँ. I approach it with same respect as I would approach, say, 100 years of a brand. Now, for me, they are narratives and I'm a storyteller. So I'm telling a story. The only distinction is when you're writing for a brand, you have a defined canvas and you're bothered about desired consumer response. When I'm writing poetry, I'm not or less bothered about the desired consumer response. My self-expression takes over there. So that could be a distinction. But I am nonetheless a storyteller. In this case, when you are writing for a brand here, I'm intricately trying to revive, जैसे कहता है ना कि मोहब्बत की याद दिलाया अपने लोगों को. मैगी में याद दिलाया भी आप कितनी मोहब्बत हमसे करते हैं. Remembering that. You're remembering your good old days. You're remembering the journey of the brand. And rest the consumer does. See, you cannot fib. You have to be transparent. When you're building a brand, if you're building a brand, sandcastles, they're not sandcastles. You're not fibbing. You have to transparently share what actually you mean for them, what you've tried to do. And that intricate, sort of a fabric of a relationship is what a creative person is trying to revive or strike or weave in, I would say. And that's what probably I would do.
Absolutely. While, of course, this example that we spoke about, Maggie, was critical, Suresh, has there been any other point of time in your career where your pursuits in the arts, poetry, whatever else it may be that you consume as Suresh the person, has that ever sort of helped you in a key business decision in your corporate avatar?
Look, I think before I came on to the Maggie crisis, I spent 5 years in Egypt as part of the Arab Spring crisis. So that was a very
One crisis
different,
to another.
that was a very different crisis altogether. But the whole country and I had the opportunity of being the head of Egypt, Libya, and Sudan. So it was like really a volcano at that point in time. And I think my being a little light-hearted with a tolerable sense of humor helped me a lot with the people. Egyptians by nature are very warm, very friendly people. And they are very similar, their value systems are very similar to Indians. And I recall that we used to start every crisis minute meeting with a joke. And somebody once told me, came from the head office, he said, I mean, how can you start this is a crisis meeting, you're saying something is burning somewhere and some factory is shut down and something else is happening. How do you start with a joke? I said, because that's what relieves us. It releases the right kind of hormones in your system to be able to discuss more weighty topics as things come along. So I remember, at that point in time when the city was shut, there was no internet, the tanks were out. In the morning, they used to give exactly 2 hours of time for distribution. Nestle salesman used to be there at 6 in the morning to distribute. We didn't give that guy 1 extra pound, not 1 extra incentive, and they still went and did it. To me, the magic of purpose and the magic of an organization that is genuinely respectful of people is so very important. And that was really, and there were numerous incidents during that period which happened. So I was almost very happy that I was posted after that to Philippines, which was a nice, peaceful, lovely country. And then, as luck would have it, my albatross status could not be denied to me. So it was the Maggie one next. But I think if you read, if you just keep yourself with your feet on the ground and with no anticipation and expectations of yourself except to be a natural, normal human being, I think any crisis you can go through. It's our expectations that kill us.
Absolutely, that's a lovely story that you shared with us and a meaning from it. But Prasoon, if you were to, like we were talking about the poem that you wrote on Maggie, we are in a very fast-paced technological era. How do you think, would that have been written today, for instance?
Of course, I think Suresh so profoundly told you about the very, couplets he remembers, and actually he doesn't even remember, he imbibes, I mean, he's understood the sense of it. And they are not the poems which people normally quote today, I only hear from him. And I get so pleasantly, it brings a smile that he, he has sort of wired like that. Having said that, I think if you look at, first of all, we're going through the time of content indization in my mind. We have too much of content today. They're snacking so much of content today that by the evening they have content indigestion. As the mothers, cholas are not important because you have had so much of snack during the day that you tell your mom that fridge mein rakh do, kal khaunga. That is happening same to the content. And in fact, in the film industry, friends of mine are talking about the same thing. The films are not working. I mean, you can't take your audience for granted because they are constantly bombarded with talent. And this indigestion is there. Distraction is there. At the same time, I think more seeking is also happening. People are simultaneously seeking also. So is it the time to, give up on poetry? Or understand that for someone like me who always wrote economically in 30 seconds or even sometimes Suresh would ask me to make it even 20. So, we have been economical with writing. Now, if you see a long poem, it has its own beauty. But there are haiku writing, which we also did. Yeah. So I think is the time for creativity, no, there is, in fact, even AI. People talk about a lot is available, and the other day I was talking to a few writers, and everything is available there. Now there are writers also who are registered writers who are non-humans, okay? So they do write scripts and they are, there. When you have everything which is expressed as data, my hope is coming from what is unexpressed. People sitting here, very limited part of them is yet expressed. There's a lot which is, जिसे कहते हैं अव्यक्त, unsaid, which is there in us. Let me give you an example. You go attend a grim picture, okay, a funeral, and you are impacted by that. If you're a writer or poet, or even if not, you come and write your experiences. Say you write about, the people you saw there, the way they behaved, everything. That particular expression is available as data. But what you experience other than that, the heat of the funeral pyre, which you have not yet talked about, is unexpressed, is there in you. In fact, and that is what the human wealth is. That's where the emotion, that's what is unexpressed. When we talked about India, so many of India's stories are to be said, are not available as data yet. I come from Uttarakhand and brought up there. There are so many folk tales which are not, I only heard from my grandmother, which I have not read anywhere. They are unexpressed data, which we have. I think the future belongs to humans. Humans will connect with humans because we'll find other ways of connection, and this unexpressed will play a big, big role. So I am not, dystopian about AI, and not at all. And I feel there is a lot to be, because I believe in human endeavor, human emotions. I also, up to an extent, I feel that the future will come from the spirituality, because you are actually plugged into the source, which is unlimited. And that is the difference, limited versus unlimited. And I think probably things will emerge which will, even when we talk about today, the synthographics. I mean, I don't want to get into AI details, but synthographics which is different than photograph, synthograph. It's you give a prompt and you get a picture. Now, earlier you used to take a picture from an existing reality. Now you are taking picture from the reality in your imagination. Right. Now, you can consider this an empowered creativity, or you can become dystopian about it. So I am very, very hopeful that we'll have more to come.
Optimistic note then, we're ending on, right? Suresh, optimistic about the future?
I'm very optimistic about my future, for sure. And I'm sure the world should be either also.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your time. It's a pleasure chatting with you both again.
Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joshi, Mr. Narayanan and Dilshad, for that enriching conversation. Request all three of you to kindly remain on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our privilege to honor Mr. Suresh Narayanan, a visionary leader approaching his well-deserved retirement in July 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for him. Throughout his remarkable 4-decade career, Mr. Narayanan has pushed boundaries, blending empathy with leadership and innovation with wisdom. His defining moment, like we all know, came in 2015 when he steered Nestle India through the Maggi crisis, restoring consumer trust and reaffirming the brand's market leadership. Let's take a brief glimpse into his extraordinary journey.
The mark of a true leader shines bright in the times of adversity. In a 4-decade illustrious career in the FMCG sector, Mr. Suresh Narayanan has led industry giant Nestle with unwavering purpose and innovation. His strategic vision is evident in Nestle's beloved products, all bearing his mark. A pragmatic leader guided by his grandmother's simple yet profound wisdom. Take care of your people and things will take care of themselves. Mr. Narayanan embodies emphatic leadership. We celebrate his enduring legacy and the profound impact he has had on the industry. Storyboard 18 proudly recognizes Suresh Narayanan as a global pioneer.
I would now like to invite back on stage Mr. Bodhisattva Ganguly to felicitate Mr. Narayanan. I would also request Mr. Prasoon Joshi to join him in honoring Mr. Narayanan. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please put your hands together for Suresh Narayanan. Thank you so much, Mr. Narayanan. Thank you, Mr. Joshi, Mr. Ganguly, and of course, Dilshad. Now, before we move on to our next session, I would like to invite on stage Zaka Jacob. He's the managing editor, CNN News 18, to reveal the channel's new campaign. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zaka Jacob. I'm the editor of CNN News 18. I won't take too much time. I know I'm the guy who's standing between this AV and lunch. So, I thought about what I will say about the new campaign launch before I came here, and I said, I'm going to say the usual stuff. We're the #1 channel in the country. We've been #1 for the last 3 years, 156, in fact, 157 weeks now, on and on and on. But that wouldn't make sense in this hall. It would make sense in a room which has regular folks, normal people. But what do I tell a room which has people who have created some of India's most loved, most valuable brands, whether it's Nestle or Colgate or Diageo? I have to say something special. So I've been thinking about this. We have been thinking about this in CNN News 18, at Network 18. We're in an ever-evolving media landscape. Prasoonji talked about how people are snacking content, attention spans are coming down. And yet in the middle of all of this, we're also finding and discovering great content. So what is it that people want? What is it that the consumer wants? What is it that the viewer wants? At the end of the day, I think it was Prabha or earlier Hina who alluded to that. It's about keeping it simple. You want to know what has happened around you. You want to know why that is important. You want to know why you should care about the stuff that's happening around you. And you want to get that in a place where you are at. So if it's at your mobile phone, if it's on social, if it's on connected TV. So it's content that makes sense of your world available at the click of a button. And that's what we're hoping to do at CNN News 18 through this new campaign. Cutting the clutter, cutting the cacophony, cutting the clickbait, and getting right down to making sense of your world. Thank you very much.
In a world filled with screens, where every smartphone is a megaphone and noise is currency, we make sense because we drop everything that distracts. We drop the drama and go in depth.
We're here outside the White House, and it is the biggest election seen in a generation.
Because only when you dive deep do you rise high. High enough to make sense of the deluge of information.
The RSS is becoming more exclusivist.
Gaining perspective and delivering decisive insights.
Out of the 40% Dalits, how are you going to choose which Dalit comes through in the examination?
From endless scroll.
How do you have a zero carbon footprint air conditioning done in your house?
To sustained clarity.
Why do you believe this will have a multiplier effect, put more money in the hands of the middle class?
Because when you want to make sense of a complex world, you drop the clutter, drop the chaos.
Are you creating a new era of non-alignment in the technology space?
CNN News 18 makes sense.
Truly, when it comes to news, only the truth makes sense. Thank you so much, Zaka. It's surely been an exciting journey to the top. Up next, we dive into a powerful conversation on how partnerships can drive meaningful change, empowering communities and redefining the role of business in society. Leading us through this insightful session is a visionary leader who has not only transformed the FMCG landscape, but has also been at the forefront of driving social impact through groundbreaking partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Jagrut Kotecha, CEO of PepsiCo India and South Asia region.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Amazing morning session. And Suresh, it's always great to hear you talk. And it's always been inspiring for me, though I'm not that young, but I'm sure it continues to inspire. Now, you must be wondering, there's a gentleman who's coming from Pepsi who makes fantastic campaigns, the company which makes fantastic campaign. Why is he going to talk about partnerships, local communities, and sustainability? One of the reasons I believe and our organization believe is we've not done a great job on doing that. We've done great jobs on building brands. We've done fantastic jobs on making iconic campaigns. But we also do a great job at the back end of it. It's all about building local communities, but we don't talk about it. The first time I spoke about it in one of the forums, and where I said, in India, actually, PepsiCo is a farming company. People got shocked. And I'm sure many of you, if I'm saying this over here, you would get shocked. But what I want to use these first 5 minutes is to just build that and let you know why that is. And as one worked with this great organization for 30 years, there are 3 or 4 things which I believe, if you really want to build transformational changes which impacts communities in a sustainable way, these are the 3 or 4 pivots. If you all anchor and pivot on, I think it will make a lot of difference. Are we making changes? Yes. As a country and stuff like that? Yes. Are they still transformative? No. And if you want to reach the 2047 goal of Viksit Bharat, I think that's where it is. So I'm going to spend that 5 minutes on that before the fire chat with Dilshad. She was kind enough to let me do this, okay? I'm not going to talk about why strong partnerships are needed, because everyone knows strong partnerships are needed. I mean, nobody in this room will say, oh, partnerships are not needed to bring strong nation. So I'm not going to spend my time on that. But I'm going to spend my time on a couple of things. First, and that's a learning which we've had, partnerships only thrive and are transformational when we say we before I. If individual organizations or companies or corporates or governments leave their egos aside and come collectively together, I think that's when transformation happens. I was pretty impressed what Prabha said. The whole recyclable tube. When she took the entire industry together, though the R&D work happened with Colgate, the transformation happened nationally. I think that's what it is. It's we before I, leaving our egos aside. The second is about transformation longevity happens if it is done in a shared, responsible manner. It is not one person or one corporate or one individual or one government or one village's responsibility. It has to be shared responsibility if you want to drive its longevity. We can all do bits and pieces here and there, but will it transform for 2047? Maybe not. But I believe this could be one of the ways to do that. The third, I think one of the speakers talked about also, intentionality. If we collectively drive intentionality to build capacity and capability, then transformation happens. If it's just going to be lip sync and tick marks and our PDRs are done and we are happy and we'll move on, that's not called intentionality. It needs to come out of your heart. There needs to be passion and it needs to be embedded. So that's the third part I would talk about, is intentionality. And then the last part, I think, again, democratization. Changes will happen if all of us are willing to democratize data, democratize resources. As PepsiCo, we may have limited fund, but when PepsiCo comes together with Colgate, it comes together with Nestle, it comes together with Diageo, and all the larger companies, with government support, with NGOs, the resources become huge. If we put all of that together and take a path forward on those common visions, and that's what I call democratization, I think that's when transformation happens. So that's basically what I wanted to set the tone on. 4 things if you really want to drive any of these, and that's my personal learning, and we at PepsiCo have started embedding that, and that's what our theme has all about been, partnership of progress or Unnati ki Sajejari. We are very clear, we can't do it by ourselves. If we want to achieve big transformation and be part of that journey for the nation, we will need partnerships. And we are not ashamed about that. We know what our strengths are, we also know what our opportunities are. And that's where we are pivoting our entire business about. It's Unnati ki Sajejari and partnership through progress. Thank you, guys. Now.
Mr. Kotesha, thank you so much for that powerful address, and request you to kindly remain on stage for our next session, which is redefining business impact, the role of partnerships in empowering communities. And of course, Dilshad, it's over to you.
Thank you, Shruti, and welcome, Jagrut. It's a delight, of course, to have you here and our first conversation, so I'm absolutely thrilled. But before I get into the topic of the session, which you very well sort of put together on partnerships, let me just ask you something that I've been eager to ask. Pepsi made headlines recently for its Anytime campaign, and everyone, those of us who remember what the cola wars were, we sort of look back at that World Cup campaign, nothing official about it, and we were quick to draw those parallels as well. You were at Pepsi then, right, when that campaign came out. What was it like? What was it like then? Give us that sort of view from then.
Well, I've been with Pepsi, literally with the only organization which one has worked. And it's an amazing organization. Our entire campaigns in the past and even the current one, which you've seen, is largely consumer-centric. And I would extend that word, it's consumer maverick. We keep consumers at the heart of it, and everything we design over that. That's the first part. The second part, which is in our DNA, is we have a challenger mindset. Whether we are a brand leader or we are a brand follower, what keeps us agile and going is all about being a challenger mindset. And that's in our DNA across the organization. And the third part, which really works for us, is we maximize the moment. So 365 days, every hour, every second, we maximize those moments, right? And those DNAs have evolved to build that campaign, whether the previous one, the early 90s or mid-2001, and even the current one, which is the Anytime Pepsi campaign. So the DNA has stayed, the culture has stayed, the consumer city has stayed, and even after 30 years, we are there.
Were there any interesting reactions that came to you specifically when this one came out, when we were all talking about sort of another cola war, ad war?
Yeah, I mean, there was massive consumer appreciation. The nostalgic value came back.
That's it.
The appreciation came back is that, that's what the DNA, what the brand stands for, and consumers loved it. And that's why Pepsi is a great loved trademark. And thank you for amplifying for us also.
But can we expect, summer is on us, IPL is on us, can we expect more cola ad wars?
We are beyond colas. We are a company which makes great tasting beverages and snacks food. And as I said, we are consumer maverick. And everything that we will drive is to consumer centricity because we want to grow.
Absolutely. Now back to our topic for today. I really liked your point about egos. So let's just get into that, straight into it. How do you leave your ego at the door when you say you need to build these partnerships and you're not ashamed to say that as Pepsi? How do you sort of then leave your ego at the door and encourage others to do the same?
It's a tough one, right? Because we've built in an environment where we want to be competitive. And that's true, not only in India, everywhere. From the day we are born, we are getting competitive to be getting into the right hospital for medical treatment for our mother, then into schools, etc., right? But when we want to drive things like this as sustainability and local communities, we need to dial up collaboration and dial down a bit of competitiveness. And that requires to keep our egos aside. A classic example which I can think of, about a couple of years ago when the government came with this whole MLP recycling, many companies individually tried to do what they could do. But we failed because everyone wanted, like Pepsi said, we could do this, XYZ, we could do this. And they wanted to do each one of them in their own way. But we were not able to get that ecosystem going. I think then we collaborated, collectively came together with about 25, 27 like-minded companies, and we created a forum called We Care. And when everyone came to the same passion and ego and the end goal, and left our egos aside, we made that change. I think over 3 to 4 years, these companies ensured 100% of the materials were getting recycled, picked from the market. We created a great ecosystem, and they got into the recycling system. I think that's where it is. When you have a shared goal, and we all moving to the right direction, I think we can leave our egos aside.
And goals, not egos. But tell me a little bit about how do you at Pepsi, of course you joined Pepsi Pepsi, you came back to India not too long ago. Tell me how you are putting some of these strategies in place at the company, where you are encouraging more partnerships at every level.
For Pepsi, if you see a global vision, it's a very simple vision, is smiles in every sip and every bite with Pep Positive. That whole Pep Positive is about purpose and partnership, right? So for us as an organization, business and purpose are two different sides of the same coin. We don't believe fundamentally that we will have a long-term sustainable business or the consumers will give us a right to stay in this business for the next, after 2, 3, 4 decades, if we don't drive this purpose in a rightful manner. And that's what we are embedding as in our organization, and it's one of our key strategic pillars. Business pillar exists, but this of Pep Positive is a part and parcel of it. And I think the organizations, the individuals have accepted that because they believe it's the right thing to do. And we want to make a better place, not just by giving great products, but also doing it in a more responsible manner.
I asked Hina this earlier on DEI initiatives, and we've seen companies backtracking also. When it comes to the subject of purpose, again, there's been a little bit of a debate these past few years. What do you think about what's happening when it comes to the backlash to purpose? However a company may define that purpose. But when we speak about purpose-driven brands, have you felt that perhaps it's been, the idea has been abused, has been overused, and therefore we saw that pushback, famously at Unilever when we saw the board. So how do you feel about that now? Now that given your global experience as well?
Listen, brands and purpose will go hand in hand. Does it mean every brand needs to have a purpose? I'm not sure of that. Because if a brand needs to have purpose, it needs to be authentic. A consumer is not stupid, okay? So if you don't have authenticity for that purpose and the brand which can correlate to a consumer, it will not go far. And that's why on our particular brands, for example, Lay's, it has a purpose because, as I said, we are an agri company. Not many people know. We work with 27,000 farmers nationally. And we support them with seeds. We work with them on fertilizers. Like every FMCG have a sales team, we have agronomists. We have almost 250 agronomists working with farmers through the season to ensure they've got the right fertilizers. We use technology. And we've shared those technology handhelds. So they know whether the rain is going to happen or that part of the field, on a left corner, there is less amount of water, so they need to irrigate better. Or there is a potential soil which has become less, needs fertilizer. Those are the things which we want to drive. And hence, Lay's stands for that. And then meaningful purpose then goes with that. So I think there is a huge opportunity. Brands not having a purpose, I don't think will sustain long. But it needs to be authentic.
And of course ties in very well with your point about on the principles of partnerships. But just one more question to you, Jagrut. And when we spoke about the campaigns, of course, or any of the other initiatives, that doesn't happen if you don't empower your teams. So if there's a message here for emerging leaders or for just about anybody on how to empower their teams? Do you have any for us?
Absolutely. Listen, I think some of the speakers spoke about, as an organization, first, as I said, we are consumer maverick. So we encourage it, whether you are in sales, marketing, finance, think consumer out first and get into the insights and stuff like that. Once you've done that, we encourage people to be bold and agile and take those risks, because normal, common ideas will not break through. The anytime idea happened because of half-time idea. All right? Those are realities. So take those bold, be agile, and take those calculated risks, and empower the team to do that. People will make mistakes. It's how you behave at that point of time and how you treat that makes a huge difference. We believe, yeah, people will make mistakes, and which we do. Many a times, some of our campaigns have not worked. But we learn from it and move on with life. So I think those are the 3 principles we work with.
Mm-hmm. You have, your leadership philosophy emphasized that, right? The importance of calculated risk and learning from failures, which is the fail mindset.
Yeah. I mean, one of a past president has said, right? India's past, fail means first attempt in learning. So why fear failure? Not doing is a problem. Doing something and failing is not a problem.
Absolutely. It's a great note to end our chat on. Thank you so much for your time, Jai. It was a pleasure chatting with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kotecha, for your purpose-driven insights. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Once again, Dilshad, request you to kindly remain on stage. Moving on, in a world transformed by artificial intelligence where convenience is currency and personalization is paramount, engaging the affluent consumer has never been more complex or more thrilling. Brands must now deliver not just exclusivity, but intelligence, intuition, and innovation. To decode how businesses can build trust, loyalty, and lasting relationships with this discerning audience, we would like to welcome Mr. Kunal Shah, founder of Cred, a Fintech trailblazer, who has turned premium rewards and financial discipline into a lifestyle aspiration and literally redefined how India's elites spend, save, and engage with financial products. I believe Kunal will be with us shortly.
Yeah, Shruti, he stepped out, but you know what? I'll take this time to maybe make it a little easier for Kunal, and he does this at every one of his speaking engagements,
yes.
Which is he asks folks in the audience, how many of you use Cred here? And everyone, raise your hands. Everyone who uses Cred, please raise your hands. Okay, not bad. Okay, so we'll give him a rough count once he gets back. But while we wait, I mean, this is the entire idea of this forum was to essentially put the spotlight on creativity. And we spoke about a few campaigns here as well, and we'll be speaking about another big campaign that broke recently. And we have Kunal here. Kunal, I made your life a little easier, and I already asked them how many use Cred. So that's done.
But I should know.
Do you want to see the show of hands again? Yes, please.
Please. Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. So, any more questions for the audience before we start?
How many of you are using AI every day? How many of you have paid for AI? Okay.
Ghibli. More. Did you try it though? Did you?
I have been obsessed with it for the last 48 hours. I've been just doing that. I was sitting over here and doing that too.
We hope you were listening too as well. But okay, so since you started with the topic of AI, I have to ask you this then. You ask the audience, what does Kunal Shah use AI for?
Yeah, I think the advantage of being dumb in life is that you have unlimited questions and unlimited questions on many things that you don't understand at all. And I think AI allows a lot of people like me who are clueless about many, many things to constantly know and constantly get curious about things and not have the fear of my expertise being challenged, right? I think a lot of experts are in denial of AI and a lot of dumb people like me are embracing AI because we could never be experts. So I think it's just an interesting time where all of us kind of are leveling up in some ways. So my usual, I have unlimited curiosities. I probably have like 100 questions a day on AI, but it's just feeding the curiosity that I always have managed to retain.
What was the last question you put in that you remember?
I was just researching a little bit about what could happen if you put some random clothes and ask somebody to style somebody's wardrobe. Does it do that? Apparently, it can do a fantastic job of it.
Well, there's something else that we briefly talked about with Prasoon and Suresh as well. And I come from a print media background, so I've seen that evolution in media and our use of it. And we were talking about writing earlier, and I had to ask you this. I mean, will there be a time when we will perhaps start seeing folks like writers say, the same way that we look at people who can do high-level math without the use of any device or a calculator, we just look at them in complete awe. Will we get to that point where we'll see certain people like that, those who do writing and poetry and art just without any devices or technology or machines?
Well, they exist right now, a lot of them. But I think very soon we will see hybrids. And I think they will become insanely more superior because if you are a creative person and let's say you are able to leverage AI to kind of fuel your thinking even and get faster feedback loops to your thinking and give you more prompts, give you more thoughts, give you more dimensions to think about, it'll automatically feed your curiosity a lot more, right? So I think it's a tool that can actually play a role of a catalyst to a very creative person. But the people who pretend to be creative and have managed to use formula and survive will struggle because they'll get exposed very quickly.
One more question, since the theme of the summit is creativity. And again, back to my point about the creative fields. We've spoken previously about, mediocrity, for instance, being democratized. How do you think we will see then originality, for instance, going forward?
I think whatever we define as originality is a curious person's ability to connect many, many dots at a much wider and deeper way than most human beings can. Nobody is just born original. They are just having this exploration throughout the life which takes them to different places and they connect dots very differently. But I think for the first time, efficiency of collecting dots is so much high that people who can connect dots will find it extremely efficient to do that. So I think it's overwhelming though, because you will soon realize that you really don't understand many, many things. But I think it feeds you further. But I think very quickly, you will need to level up consistently because the world will start leveling up very, very quickly, right? For example, it took you a good agency to kind of, let's say, make a decent copy for a print, hypothetically for an ad that you do. But I think an intern can do almost a 80-85 percentile job right now using AI, and you'll be like, yeah, decently here, right? And then the level changes dramatically, right? Thankfully, we'll see tools that will audit people's work and tell them this is terrible, and thankfully we'll stop seeing more terrible work that exists till now. But I think my general hope is that ultimately, this is the taste that will matter. When there is a lot of stuff that can come your way, it's about picking. That will matter a lot.
I asked, previous speakers also, we talked about previous campaigns. I mean, one of the most iconic campaigns, and I think everyone in the room will remember it as one of the most memorable campaigns, was the Angry Dravid ad. 10 years, from now, say, would that have been written the same way? I mean, how do you think it would play out in 10 years' time? Would we still have an Angry Dravid ad?
I think, first of all, we have to understand that when I grew up, remembering some iconic ads was really good because I was not bombarded with short videos. I call ads as short videos too, right? All of us are now consuming hours and hours of short videos on our phone, either on YouTube or Instagram Reels or whatever. They're technically all ads, right? So our ability to memorize anything is going to be very, very low in general, right? So constantly creating something that allows, like Prasoon talked about, maintaining that soul and identity and trying to differentiate is going to get harder and harder and harder because for the first time we are dealing with humans who have seen it all and are perpetually bored, right? If you look at younger people over here, they are very bored because they have seen it all. I mean, let me give you another example. If you make a kid, which is 5-year-old, watch animation series, they can watch it again and laugh again and again and again because their ability to pattern recognize is not evolved, and therefore they find it exciting every time. But you are dealing with humans who have now seen all sorts of content and all sorts of themes and seen Korean shows and now gone and checked something else and have figured out patterns everywhere. Their threshold to feel any emotion and excitement is at a very different level, right? And therefore you will see that why are these young people like this perpetually bored? But they're fed with so much of information and so much of variety of information that means to evoke an emotion out of them is extremely hard. So I think talking about 10 years from now, it's, by the way, very hard to imagine 10 years from now in the world that we're living in right now, because I think humans are going to fundamentally change in this period of time. Hopefully we'll retain our values, but I think what we like, what we relate to, all of that will kind of reach a very different level of threshold, right? So I think being cluttered, I think Cred worked because we did not follow any formula of how ads are made. I remember the earliest campaigns, people would say, but all of this is fine, but what does Cred do? And the fact that everybody discussed that, and especially all the CMOs in their WhatsApp groups discussed what these ads were, I think was the biggest achievement that we had, because for the first time, an ad could really create conversations and make people have things. And ultimately, a tech company wins when the product works. So, but if you can get a lot more people to do that, and I think one more thing that is happening in the world of tech is all of you have a chief technology officer in your house between the age group of 10 to 18, who's soon becoming the chief procurement officer of your house as well, right? They onboarded you on quick commerce. They onboarded you on the COVID vaccination app. They onboarded you on everything. They made you see the new ad, your new trailer. And very soon, each of your businesses will be actually catering to them and not other people. And their threshold of what gets them excited is very, very different, right? So I think we are entering a world which is hyper-entertained, hyper-emotive, and they think everything is boring.
Speaking about users now, let's come to the key topic of our discussion on affluent consumers. And of course, AI is changing a lot of customer experiences, accelerating progress in hyper-personalization. Finally, we'll realize the promise of personalization with AI. How is Cred going about it? Can you just give us like some of the key points in that strategy?
Yeah, I think, first of all, it's important to talk about, I think many tech companies, and Cred not being one of them, realized that in India, while you're trying to really solve for everybody through technology, when it comes to at least products requiring some consuming and some financial services, whatever, it's just limited to like 20-30 million customers. And they are 70-80% of all consumption, right? If you look at data, let's say $60-70 billion of e-commerce, GMV, food delivery, everything put together, I think 10 to 12 million customers drive 80% of that consumption, right? So I think my view is AI will make the income disparity kind of go further. I think the overall per capita income will go up for sure, but the top 20-30 million income is going to be dramatically different, and they will behave more like global citizens versus just say, let's call it them as Indians, right? And I think their content preferences are becoming the same, right? A US worker is talking about the same Netflix series as we have watched. So I think we are becoming a lot more similar because our content is getting all mixed up and we are becoming one, right? I think becoming one has an interesting thing that we can also be able to sell to other markets. We can actually appeal to those markets, can create brands that will now transcend from our country to other places and actually make people buy. But I think engaging them is going to be getting harder and harder because they will have access to almost everything and ability to do multiple things. Let's take an example of ads. We think about ads as just a given, but what if we reach a world? What if I create a product which allows you to stop watching ads when you're watching a match and it goes and plays music during ads and comes back when the match starts? It's literally 15 minutes away to make this tool, make it popular, and all TVs will have it, where you will not have to stick to that channel and switch out of IPL quickly, right? Now, these are very scary possibilities. Similarly, you can have an agent go and buy all the stuff for you on Amazon or any of that, and they will not see any ads because the AI agent has been told to go and buy this particular brand and not get influenced by seeing that ad and get drifted in that direction. So we are fundamentally looking at how humans will operate, right? And we have to understand that humans have two types of transactions: boring transactions and interesting transactions in life. Boring transactions are like, I don't know, buying bread, charging phone, fueling car, paying bills, all that stuff. And there are interesting transactions, which is spending time with kids, planning a vacation, watching a movie. All of that stuff is interesting transactions. So I think the core human need is to constantly reduce money and time spent on boring transactions and constantly increase money and time spent on interesting transactions. So AI and all of this will accelerate both of these things in some ways, right? And I think that's where it gets super, super exciting, where whatever we assumed or how will you build brands, maybe we will not have ads.
That's not very good news for a lot of agencies in this room. Thank you for putting that out there, Kunal. But maybe one last question before we wrap up. You said 10 years is a long time to predict anything. But if you could perhaps pick the biggest disruptor in engaging your customers, which is the affluent segment, say in the next 5 years, what would that disruptor be?
I think we are at a time where technology is evolving at a much faster rate than our ability to keep up on what's going on, right? Anybody who is seeing stuff that we are seeing, we are assuming like ChatGPT was not too long ago, and now we have imaging capabilities. Very soon we'll have robots, all of these things kind of accelerating in a very fast way. And I think our ability to constantly keep up is going to get harder, right? So I think the disruptive part to me is how long can just humans keep up with that? I have a strong belief that this hyper exciting and hyper evolving world makes people not embark on high commitment stuff. For example, having kids or birth rate is going to have a negative impact very quickly because it's an overwhelming world. And I'd rather be part of this perpetual excitement versus like commit to duty, right? So I think we are seeing a pattern where for the first time, I think the disruption is consistent, but in small doses. Like what happened 2 days ago and all these imaging tools that have come, we are only looking at the Ghibli style, but every single thing, just try making and imagining something with it. It is all possible. So I think many professions will have to evolve. And you have to remember one thing, the largest employer of the world is inefficiency. And for the first time, we are removing that at a very rapid pace, right? And most humans are not designed to constantly learn, right? And like, oh shit, now this job is done, so should I do something else? But there'll be some set of people who love this. They love this chaos. They love this environment where they are constantly evolving. It's just that we have to pick which side do we want ourselves to be.
We need to be perpetual learners then, all of us. Well, thank you so much, Kunal. We could go on for a long time, but
thank you.
We have time constraints. Thank you.
Thank you, Kunal, for an insightful glimpse into the future. And thank you, Dilshad, for stirring this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, once more, give it up for Kunal Shah. It's time to dive into one of the most electrifying debates of our time, a conversation that sits at the nexus of innovation, creativity, and the future of marketing. The question at hand, who truly drives the future of marketing, AI or human creativity? And to moderate this thought-provoking session, please join me in welcoming CNBC TV 18's Shibani Gharat. And joining for this conversation are Daniel Hume, CEO of Satalia and Chief AI Officer at WPP, Ruchira Jaitley, CMO of Diageo India, Sanjay Menon, Managing Director of Publicis Sapient India, Rohit Bhasin, President, Head Affluent NRI Business Banking and CMO of Kotak Mahindra Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our panelists. Shibani, with that, it's over to you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Well, often people say that the session after lunch is the difficult one where you have to wake people up. But I believe that the session before the lunch is the most difficult one because, I know you guys are getting anxious to grab your lunch. But it's a very interesting topic, as my colleague Shruti mentioned, AI versus human creativity. Who truly drives the future of marketing? And we have such an electric panel over here today. Daniel, who is an AI expert and also the Chief AI Officer of WPP. Let me begin this conversation by asking you a very simple question. We speak about how AI has had its impact on different sectors, on our lives. Like, I can't imagine my life without AI, without, asking, hey Siri, how far is my Uber? Or how far is my order? Or, simple things like, friend suggestions on Facebook or Instagram or so on and so forth, the reels that you get. So it has impacted all of our lives. But what is the kind of impact that you have seen AI have on your organization, on WPP over the past many years?
Okay, thank you. Simple questions usually require complex answers. I guess my job in WPP is to use AI to optimize the end-to-end marketing supply chain to essentially solve marketing using AI. You put money in and hopefully more money comes out at the other side. I guess in a world now where it takes seconds to create ads, to be able to test ads against synthetic audiences, to use machine learning to predict activation and then to optimize content across channels, and in a world where that is optimized, I would argue really the only differentiator is human creativity. And I think we've talked about that a lot already. The challenge is for agencies is who gets there first, who creates that end-to-end solution, and then adds additional services on top of that for creativity. That's really the challenge now.
Yes, human creativity is the differentiator. And Kunal, in fact, during his conversation with Delshad, spoke about how evoking an emotion is really, really hard. And Ruchira, over to you. For a category like yours, marketing in premium lifestyle category like alcohol, it relies on emotions and human experiences. So tell us, can AI truly capture the human emotion while reaching out to your consumer?
First of all, congratulations to CNBC and Storyboard18. You've got two competing agencies sitting right next to each other, talking to each other. That's quite a coup. I am quaking in my boots because I'm sure you guys are really, really the experts. But yeah, if I look at my industry, first of all, human decision-making behavior is at its very core irrational. I think that's been established. Nobel Prizes have been won for it. If that is the case, then what's at the heart of it is not going to be an algorithm, but how you break through to what drives those emotions and how you therefore impact decision-making. If I were to pull back a little bit, phase one of AI was all about efficiency. Daniel, you spoke about it. It was all about efficient targeting, reducing cost, efficiency, efficiency, efficiency. Phase two has actually been data and acquisition. Someone said data is the new oil, and everyone chased after data to say, how do we get data in? And now how do we now create experiences? To your point, we can tell you what could be your preferred flavor amongst all the, I don't know, how many hundreds of scotches across our distilleries, right? Now, and by the way, it predicted mine spot on. Spot on. A liquid I'd never tasted, I liked it, and ever since then, I love it, right? We could tell you about, let's say, what cocktails you want to serve at an intimate dinner serving, etc. Great, super. Where it works with, in industries like ours is, forget the income level, affluent or not. I think what it does is it sorts through various data and gives you the options in a world that's increasingly cluttered, lots of propositions. Kunal spoke about so much data, so much content being thrown at you, right? So what it does is it sorts through all that white noise and gives you something that belongs to you. So personalization is where AI has today arrived in terms of customized solutions. Does that substitute for emotional, let's say the setting, going to Isla, tasting that thing in that moment and saying, I'll always go back to that moment? I don't know. Could it get there? And I guess that's the question this panel is going to talk about. Because my belief is when you make that creative breakthrough, that's when magic will truly happen. So human creativity to the power of AI and not vice versa.
Over to you, Rohit. Banking as a sector, we have seen how it has been at the front seat of personalization, which Ruchira spoke how AI has helped you guys ace it. So tell us some of your learnings from that, when, everyone was banking digitally. Everyone was, during the COVID times, what were your learnings from that and how did you make it more personal with your bots, with your chat platforms?
So, the data is both a boon and a bane. In the case of, we possibly as a bank have almost all the data. I mean, most financial institutions have, and when I used to work in an FMCG company, you would not have first-party data. You would have to kind of rely on third-party data, build similar-looking cohorts, and then try and build your own first-party data. But in banking, given the way the customer transacts, if you're his primary banker, you have all that data. I think the biggest advantage of AI, as I see, is of course, in marketing, this bit about cost optimization is there. But that for me is you would make an ad in 3 months, go into some strange locale, shoot an ad, get that kind of lighting, and then say, what a great achievement I've done. Now you can do that in 3 days using AI. But that, in my view, is just efficiency. And that, it is like the machine generation happening, that's helping efficiency. But the biggest use of AI is when actually it can look at realms and realms of data, predict customer behavior and do personalization. And I'll give you a few examples as I kind of see it. Now, we have the same problem. We send numerous, you'll be faced with like 30 emails from your bank, which 20 of them are not relevant to you. Now that's when you have something called the next best offer, and you just kind of send, this guy's an affluent customer, he's good enough to buy a personal loan, home loan, he's good for everything. So I will send him a home loan offer, I'll send him a personal loan message, I'll send him a car loan message, I'll send him a card message, I have 10 cards, I'll send him 10 card messages. But it could be that of those 15 messages, 12 are not relevant for that customer. How do you use AI to actually identify what is the most relevant, so therefore you can create personalized propositions and real-time offers for that customer. So if I know that Shivani shops a lot internationally, when you're shopping on an international site, can I serve you an offer at that point of time that on a Kotak card, on foreign shopping, you have this particular offer. Now, I have a greater chance of converting you to my card at that point of time than sending you 20 messages about shopping in particular. So that for me, how do I really personalize experiences right from thinking of building products to actually, when the person is using the product and drive higher usage, and just make it more relevant for the customer in the banking financial industry is what is, for me, is the biggest utilization of AI.
And since we have two brands from diverse sectors on the panel, then what does it leave you with your expectations from, your agency partners that you work with? What do you expect from your agency where, you are expecting so much of personalization, so much of, personal messages to the consumers? What do you expect? How has your expectation evolved?
You can go first.
Yeah, I think that's a tough one. By the way, if you think agencies are not using AI, they are. They're just not telling you about it, which is the single largest insight that all of us should have if you don't have it already. I think what you expect from agencies, therefore, is, I would go back to saying, going beyond what AI can solve to genuine insights and consumer propositions. I saw everyone smiling when Rohit was talking about the 15 offers that come. And there were a lot of people who were nodding very, emphatically, because all of us go through it. And we all know that we just disregard all of it, throwing baby and bathwater out together, right? So to his point, if you were able to deliver something to me in that occasion where it actually solves for the problem I have, which is at the heart of every marketing solution, which is identifying the consumer tension and then resolving for that with an insight on how you could do it better than anyone else. It comes back to that. AI can actually help you make incredibly smart decisions, right? I don't know that we're using it as that. I think we're using it to turn out invites for evening experiences and saying, help me create an invite on this particular, on chat and send it forward. Not the best use.
How can, Sanjay, how can you, create or AI help demonstrate measurable business impact and growth?
See, I think one of the power of AI is on a couple of different fronts, right? The one is it creates optionalities, I think, which is what I think Daniel was talking about. And I think it's, if you look at, I think Kunal had a great, I love the term, boring transactions, interesting transactions. We inordinately as companies spend a lot more time creating the data to then make the interesting transactions, if you kind of, take the same parlance and incorporate this thing. What AI is doing is, with the compute power, it's creating optionalities at an incredibly rich pace for you. So now, from that optionality, you're spending a lot more time saying, okay, what makes sense to do? And I can make those choices, understand the feedback on those choices, to your point on the measurable business results. So you can configure your systems, you can configure the business to understand the intelligence of the choices you're making and make different choices and kind of figure out what value parameters you want to start to measure and improve on. But one of the traps that I feel a lot of people fall into is to equate AI to efficiency, right? And I think it's a bit like, there's a great quote which says, transformation is about the caterpillar becoming the butterfly, not a faster caterpillar. And I think if you use AI for only automation, you're just going to have a lot more faster caterpillars. Whereas the whole power is you are now able to link data in a manner that wasn't able to get done before because of the power of the compute, and get insights that you didn't know before. Therefore, you can reimagine how you think about a process itself, an engagement pattern itself, link very, very, earlier uncorrelated data aspects to create something very new, instead of saying, I know how this works, let me just templatize the steps and make this happen even faster. I'm not saying that's bad, but that's like, that's like sitting on a gold mine and digging in the spoon. I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Can I add a point to that? I think, honestly, for me, the session itself, creativity versus AI, I think we give too much importance to marketing and AI in marketing. I think I want to take a step back. For me, the biggest use case of AI is not in marketing; it's in customer experience. And it's all about. It has to be thought through as a business versus saying how can AI help
or
better.
Not just one function, one function of the business, which is marketing.
Because finally, customer experience happens at various levels. It starts from saying that, as Ruchira said, what is the right flavor for him? And it's got nothing to do with marketing. It's about, if I understand what is the right flavor for him, how do I build the right product and the right proposition for him? Now, if I understand why he likes that flavor, if I have a deep-rooted insight there, then I can make a more targeted communication, and where marketing can kind of help that. And once I've found a better communication, then my agency using AI can automate that process of making the film faster, cheaper, and I can kind of do that. Once I'm running those films, and then I know which one's working, which one's not working, based on how AI is getting the data, I can make my media more efficient. I think it's the whole life cycle of the business that AI can help you deliver better value for the customer, better customer experience, and deliver more profitability for you as a company. And I think that's the way I've always looked at AI in its entirety in the business. And therefore, when I always have these conversations of AI in marketing, I sometimes struggle with that conversation because I end up getting into, but it's not just about making it cheaper and faster. It's about the whole customer experience end-to-end that AI can influence.
I want to add to that. That's why when we talk about experiences, similarly, we talk about it as an omni-channel journey, which has got only one touch point of that is one content piece. It's literally every single thing, even awareness, advocacy, evangelism, trials, liquid on lips, everything. Now the question is, Do you have an underpinning mechanism that helps you to understand the points at which you can make the most impact by knowing what consumers want? I think his example on banking also was brilliant. By the way, we both started our career selling soap, so to speak. So I guess for us, it's been a sea change to say the omni-channel journey can be impacted with just meaningful interventions versus the cookie cutter, one size fits all, put that poster and that soap into every single outlet, and at some point you will succeed in converting it into actual offtake.
And AI also throws some stunning analysis and stunning trends our way. But often, when I speak to creative folks, especially also from WPP, they say that sometimes we get X number of trends and X number of insights which are generated via technology, Daniel. But then towards the end of the day, when it comes to coming up with that creative piece or coming out with a solution, they often trust their gut. So has it happened in the past that, you've seen the gut give you better results as compared to all the data which was pointing in some other direction?
Yes, so I'm on a panel which gives me license to be controversial. So we've heard the word personalization a lot, and actually I would argue that that's not the right word. What the right word is relevance. Now, sometimes a personalized ad might be relevant, and sometimes an ad that connects a culture, an experience, a moment is more relevant. And so there's a problem with personalization, which is if I asked you the ads that you remember from now or your childhood, they probably weren't personalized ads. They were shared moments, there were things that connected communities, and coming up with those ideas is extremely hard. We know that we can get AI to optimize content. We know that we can get it to improve our KPIs around activation. There's another problem also with personalization, which is I can create an algorithm that predicts your likelihood to buy a hotel room. Now, what's currently happening in marketing, for the most part, is that I then show the best likely hotel room to each one of you. The problem is I might show the same hotel room to 60 people, which is a stupid thing to do, because as soon as that hotel room is gone, then there's 59 people that don't have it. So what currently happens with personalization is we're building these one-to-one matching solutions. This person's going to buy this one thing. What we need to solve for is how do you optimize your inventory, your revenue across many people? And that's actually an exponentially hard problem. So that's one problem to solve outside of personalization. The other problem to solve is how do we come up with ideas that connect people? Now, so I think we've solved the efficiency problem in WPP. That's been my day job for the past 3 years. What I'm now excited about is how we use AI to enable our creatives to push the boundaries of creativity. So we've actually encoded and encapsulated the creative genius of our creatives, and we now use AI to help them augment their ideas. In fact, we've built a creative brain that's now on back tests able to come up with can-winning campaigns. So we've been able to show that AI can actually produce the same ideas of those can-winning campaigns. And now what we're trying to figure out is how can we get human beings to push the boundaries of that AI. That's, for me, the exciting opportunity.
Your thoughts, Sajay?
No, I think I agree with what Daniel is saying. I think if you see, at the end of the day, one of the things that creates the power of the insights is connected intelligence, right, which is data. If you look at most enterprises have over a period of time acquired different kinds of systems. Some have been but they're usually siloed. They're not as connected. So when we work with a lot of our clients, what we're finding the biggest unlock first is just actually connecting what you already have. Everybody loves a new system instead of saying, am I getting the most out of what I already have? And when you start to create connected intelligence, you generate a lot more of that insight that you're already sitting on. You just haven't, put the A plus B plus C that you already had in-house, which then gives you more power of, for example, to know an insight. And the other thing that which AI is doing today, it's able to create options for you that didn't exist before. So for example, if you look at the hotel industry, right? So hotel industry, one of the biggest things with search is that most search today is predicated by what you already is available on the site. You can't do an intent-based search. So we did that for one of the largest brands in the world. And when you have an intent-based search, you're basically now searching not by saying, I already decided to go to Thailand, it's in May, where can I go? It's basically saying, I'm a family of 3, we've got a pet, we want to go to a place that's between 25 degrees and 35 degrees, I want to spend, let's say, 2 lakh rupees, where can I go in the world? And it tells you all the places in the world, and then you can choose where you want to go. Now, the fact that intent-based search is going to sell is an insight, is a consumer insight. You couldn't make it real before, but now you can make it real. So, to your point, there's still the human element of saying, to know that intent-based search is what consumers want, is going to be compelling, is human creativity. Because that's your insight.
And
that's
then a
the big
banking
idea.
partner can step in and probably come up with excellent offers basis all the intent-based search that you just spoke about.
No, in fact, if I look at banks today, I think are, in fact, a massive platform to be multidimensional in their engagement with consumers. So one of the banks we work with is a travel company now. They want to be a travel company. They actually run one of the largest food delivery apps because they've got the entire base of data. So they're like, we're the food delivery app partner. We are the travel partner. And so, in fact, some of the large banks say that we're a technology company in the business of banking also, right? So, I mean, that's the way you look at it then.
Over to you, Rohit. I want to ask you, one of the major bottlenecks that, in financial marketing or, in like all aspects of your business that AI has helped you solve over the past couple of months?
Yeah. So I think first thing, Shivani, just to build to what you were saying, that I don't think the role of marketing will change even when AI is 10x of where it is. The job of marketing is to build awareness of your product and proposition. I think if you're able to use AI in that particular example to really build a differentiated product, then the role of marketing becomes easier because then you're not trying to, a lot of times it says, I don't have a differentiated product, now please make a good ad to sell it. Now that's where the problem happens, then what will marketing do about it? But if you have a very differentiated product which is solving a real customer problem, then marketing's job becomes easier because then you're genuinely finding the best way to bring alive that proposition. Sorry, this is not answering a question, this is just completing one thought which was there in my mind on them. I think one of the biggest things which AI is trying to solve at Kotak, how many times have you called a bank or any customer service and you've been like thrown between 10 people? I don't solve this, I will transfer you to someone who can solve that, or and then the line gets disconnected, then you call again, and then you have to repeat the whole thing again. And then after you repeated the whole thing again, the person says, you've come to the wrong place, I'll transfer to the right person. I think one of the biggest uses of Kotak AI is how can we empower our frontline and digital assistants to be able to give customers information about anything that they want to know. And banking is a very complex industry. Now, you might be a non-resident Indian calling for a non-resident Indian product, which has like 20,000 RBI regulations under that, and it'll be very different than what a UPI use case may be or a home loan use case may be. And because it's people's money at stake, and if you want to know anything about a particular product, he can immediately go to the chatbot and answer that. Or when you call up a call center, I can enable the call center to be able to do that. So that's one of the biggest use cases where AI can significantly improve customer experience. Significantly improve customer experience.
And especially in areas where, so many scams are happening and it has impacted the sector in a big way. So has AI helped you solve for, one of the biggest challenge that you face today?
Actually, one thing which scares me a lot on AI is this whole space of deep fakes. So yesterday, Uday's one of his deepfake video was floating on the internet and we had to kind of get it pulled down. But the quality was so damn good that you just feel worried about this whole how AI can actually take it into the other end as well. But for me, one of the big use cases of AI is also fraud detection and fraud prevention. There's a huge problem that we face as an industry of mule accounts. And also, in some cases, let's say an old person, at 2 o'clock in the morning, you're sitting abroad and you decide to make a credit card payment. The bank will immediately say, old people at 3 o'clock are not usually on the bank website. This is a fraud. Let me, freeze this account. But it may be a genuine one. How do you differentiate between genuine fraud and false positives? That for me is one big use case that AI can, because then it has access to so much of data, it can actually realize that in that moment, is that person, what he's doing, is it genuinely real or is it a fraud? Yeah. So the whole aspect of fraud prevention is one of the biggest use cases that AI is helping us solve.
Ruchira, over to you. Continuing with this thought, one aspect where you think for your business and for your sector, AI should take lead, and one where human creativity should always be prioritized.
I like what Daniel said on relevance. I think I do agree with him actually. When we say personalization, we actually mean relevance, but relevance at scale, right? And I have to say, as a woman, I don't feel like a lot of the stuff that comes to me is frankly very, very relevant. So if someone could figure out a way of just, figuring out what's relevant to me and get that to me, great. So I love that for AI to solve for that. Where I think human creativity still has to take the leap is, I heard incredibly powerful stuff from Suresh today. On philosophy, thinking, values, humanity. I think the words he used were ibadat, insaniyat, and inayat. I think that's where human beings will have to hold the line, because whether it's deepfakes, whether it's hallucinations, whether it is, all kinds of stuff. Even just basically AI picking up the wrong fake news and propagating it. I think that's somewhere where we need human beings to still hold the line.
Well, final thoughts to the two of you before we wrap this discussion. Daniel first and then Sanjay. Looking ahead, a game-changing AI trend that, marketers and, brand custodians should pay attention to and haven't yet paid enough attention to.
Well, AI at the moment is like an intoxicated graduate, and we're seeing it kind of move to like a master's level where it can reason. In the next 12 months, we'll have a PhD level where it can be given a complex task and break that down and solve the problem. In another 18 months, we'll have somebody that can do science, and probably by the end of this decade, we'll have a professor in our pocket. But even a professor can't solve a media plan. Even a professor doesn't necessarily have the ability to understand the macro and micro things that are going on around the world to come up with relevant concepts. So what's exciting for me is this concept of agents. So AI is having a capability to be able to augment the current workforce. I think our digital workforce plus the human workforce working together to come up with new amazing ideas is an exciting 3 years ahead.
Sanjay?
It's very dangerous to go after Daniel. There's not much left to say. But I think there's two things I just want to remind us of. One is that if you go back the last 20, 30 years in technology, anything that's come up, we've always made one fatal flaw. We've always overestimated the value of something in its first 5 years and grossly underestimated it for the next 10. So I think we're going to be supremely disappointed with AI for the next 5 years. And then we will be surprised at how wrong we got it. You go back to the internet, first 5 years, people were disappointed with the internet because they said, all I'm putting is I'm putting my management team brochures on the website. Someone said, how about if you transacted online? They said, oh, that's never going to happen. Yeah. 10 years later, the world was different. So I think same with AI. So I think we'll go through the crest of, the depths of depression before we get to the crest of kind of euphoria. So that's one. I think the second is, it's changing so rapidly. So you can't pick one trend because even by the time you finish saying it, you'll be wrong already. But I think it's how close do we stay to it? How curious do we stay about it for each one of us? I think that's going to be, super important. I think the agentic one is definitely a step change. And it's going to, create, to me, it's a step change in the way AI will be deployed, the way it will be consumed. But I think it's just at a massively, rapidly evolving one. So I can't point to just one trend and say that's the one to watch for. But definitely everybody has got to stay close to it. I think this is one of those things where it's not about, like you said, it's, AI versus human creativity. I think the humans that leverage AI better will be good at and better at whatever they do, irrespective of what the job is.
Yeah, so AI and humans should hold hands and, of course, not underestimated, over the next couple of years that we are in. Thank you so much. Thanks for a very, very insightful panel. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for this brilliant panel. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Well, now we break out for lunch for the next 45 minutes. Enjoy your meal, recharge, and get ready for an afternoon packed with our global pioneers. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all had a good break and are fully ready to get back to another round of deeply insightful sessions with our global pioneers. In our next session, we will explore how reading is not just a pastime, but a bridge to deep work, a tool for innovation, empathy, and change. To take us on the journey of reading, we have with us visionary author, a relentless advocate for global change. His work is a testament to the transformative power of reading, thinking deeply, and turning ideas into impact. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the brilliant Michael Sheldrick, author and founder of Global Citizen. Mr. Sheldrick will join us virtually. And to moderate this chat, I invite Rita Ramamurthy Gupta, the author and columnist. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for her as well.
Hello, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Okay, so welcome to the bookstrapping conversation at the Global Pioneers Summit. And hi, Michael. Good to have you here.
Hi, good to see you, Rita.
Okay, so we have so many pioneers amongst us today, not just in the guest list, but also in the speakers that we've had today. And our topic for the day is reading is our species' bridge to deep work. And since we've all just had lunch, I have to say something to wake all of us up. There is very little difference between a person who can't read and a person who won't read. I want to say that again. There is very little difference between a person who can't read and a person who won't read. We taught ourselves to read roughly 5,000 years ago as a species, and that transformed everything that we could accomplish with our mind and our abilities. Look how far we've come since we taught ourselves to read. Without the ability to read and express ourselves and collaborate, we might have been stuck in a primitive existence. So reading has been a massive part of our ability to communicate with each other. It is generative, it generates both thought and action. And since we have a pioneer here, Michael, with us today, our first question to him is about the pioneers who talk about a book that changed their life.
Yeah.
Advertising legend David Ogilvy famously said that nobody should have anything to do with marketing until they have read scientific advertising at least 7 times. So, Michael, tell us about a book that inspired you and made you believe that the Global Citizen platform was indeed a possibility.
Well, thank you, Rita, and it's wonderful to be with you virtually. I hope next time I'll be with you in person. Yes. You know, a book that really struck me when I was in university, just finishing high school and figuring out how to make a difference in the world. You know, I had been one of those kids who throughout high school, I was bottom of the class, was bad at sports, which is blasphemy for an Australian to say, couldn't kick a football in the right direction to save my life. But for a fantastic teacher, really wouldn't have been able to get into university. But because I had this great teacher, I was able to study law, get into university, and really be grateful for the opportunities I had. And I wanted to give back, and I wanted to make an impact and extend opportunity to children around the world who didn't have maybe the same opportunities I had grown up in Australia. And a book which one of my teachers recommended to me at the time, he was my English literature teacher in my last year of high school. He recommended a book called The Road Less Traveled by M. Scott Peck. And The Road Less Traveled, the name of the book is taken from a poem by the American poet David Frost, who famously said that 2 roads diverged in the wood, and I took the one less traveled by. And for that, it has made all the difference. And M. Scott Peck's book, The Road Less Traveled, it really paints up a way on how to be brave, how to be courageous, and how to take that road less traveled. And it was something that gave me a lot of comfort in my life. Studying law school, everyone was like, do I need to go out and work for the big law firms? Do I need to get a graduate position working as a big lawyer? I've just studied law school. And instead, this taught me to go out and start my own organization, Global Citizen, and have confidence in that. And really, I think at the end of the day, you know, believe that, listen, what's the worst that can happen? If it's failure, there's still going to be law firms there for you in a few years' time. So don't stress the small stuff. So I would definitely recommend M. Scott Peck's book, The Road Less Traveled, for those looking to take the road less traveled by.
Right, right. Thank you so much, Michael. And we've spoken about this book before, so it brings back many memories. The topic here today is really deep work. And earlier in the day, I heard a conversation between Dilshad and Kunal Shah. And they were talking about a generation who has seen it all and is perpetually bored. And I think the task here for most people is to try and get the attention of this generation, which itself requires deep work. One way to prepare yourself for deep work is travel, is spirituality. And another way is to read the authors you disagree with, because it challenges you and forces you to consider options and go deeper into every subject. So while you were working on Global Citizen, which were the authors you completely disagree with that you read and which sparked your imagination?
You know, I think it's important to read books about even leaders you admire and to figure out, well, what were their faults? What were the things that they could have done better? Because the reality is I think society gets itself into trouble when we put everyone on a pedestal and we idolize people and we don't see them for very human figures, because even the most greatest leaders of all were people and flawed human beings in and of themselves. And so there's many books out there that I try and read that take, you know, critical views and open-ended views about people we might admire in the world. One particular book was that I read a few years ago was called Churchill's Shadow, which, you know, growing up with my parents are from the UK, you know, Winston Churchill has a certain type of reverence in the UK. I know less so perhaps in India. And so I think it's important to say, okay, yes, this was a man who is idolized because he took on fascism, but it was in spite of his faults. It was in spite of his faults that we idolized the man. And the reason why I think it's important to take a critical analysis to ideas we might like, organizations we might admire, leaders we might put on a pedestal is because John Stuart Mill, the philosopher, once said, you know, our ideas only get stronger if we're comfortable with them being debated and wrestled with. And I think when it comes to history, you know, behind me on the wall, I have this West African proverb that goes, you have to go back to the past in order to build the future. Yes. And so I think reading books about history that really take a critical view and show both sides of the story is really important. So I'd encourage everyone, if you have an idea, organization, or leader you really like, try and read something that challenges you to see it from both sides.
Right, right. Thank you so much for that. And while we are on the topic of deep work and, you know, getting across to a generation that has lesser and lesser attention spans, and therefore the importance of reading and developing a cognitive basis for the campaigns and the communication that one is going to roll out. In his book, Morgan Housel, Same as Ever, he said that rely on what will never change. Don't make decisions based on trends all the time. Instead, focus on what will never change. So, for example, the consumer's need for convenience. That is never going to change. Yeah. And another layer to this is what Nobel laureate Eric Kandel said, that, you know, you have to stay with information for a while. It's like opening a tap and the vessel is full, and at some point you have to close the tap for the vessel to retain the water. Otherwise, it keeps overflowing. So when you read, you collect the dots, and when you think about what you read, you connect the dots. And that is how you gain perspective. So my question to you is, how do the marketers of today, and how did you, while you built Global Citizen, ensure that you built a very strong cognitive foundation to the programs that you were going to roll out?
You know, I remember when we were building Global Citizen, and yes, I traveled a lot, including to India. I've been to India many times, and of course, we're known there for the Global Citizen Festival in 2016. But my first trip was in 2008, July 2008, while I was still a university student. I think I was 18 years old or 19 years old at the time. But I remember at the time when I was traveling, I was reading all of these books about these ideas on how do you end extreme poverty? How do you develop societies? I was reading books by the economist Jeffrey Sachs on the end of poverty. I was reading Muhammad Yunus's Banker to the Poor. And people may not have agreed with all the methods and analysis in those books, but I just remember there was something powerful at the time, at a young age, not just engaging in conversations, but then reading, whether it was in the bus, on the plane, that really forces you to digest what you're learning in the real world, and having that theory and practical application is so important, because if you're an advocate like I am, you have to engage in debate. You have to put yourself in the shoes of other people, and you have to be able to argue in a persuasive way. And at the end of the day, the only way you ultimately have credibility is with that depth that you can get from reading. And just as one example where, you're talking about the trends versus generalizations without having a deep understanding with what's going on. Just one example, Global Citizen, we're a movement of 12.5 million global citizens, including in India. And I would say, I think between 60 to 70% of our audience are Generation Z, right? Young people aged 18 to 24. And I often hear people make these sweeping generalizations that Generation Z is the most sustainable, sustainable, friendly consumer base the world has ever seen, right? But actually, when you get down to it, and I've heard even Generation Z social media influencers tell me this, when you get down to it and you look at their actual behavior, or even a cohort which is claimed to be purpose-driven, they still behave like everyone else when it comes to price, as in there's still a limit to how much more they're willing to pay for sustainable goods. And so a recurring theme from my work is actually don't make generalizations. In my book, and I have a bonus chapter coming out called The Innovator, after interviewing many people who have disrupted supply chains, disrupted businesses, been great marketeers. But one common theme from them all is that they say successful innovation is actually about the discipline of piloting and testing before scaling. Now that doesn't sound glamorous, but it's often the only way to separate, substance from noise, and to make decisions rooted in reality and not wishful thinking. And I've got many examples in my book, From Ideas to Impact, and I have a Substack which people can subscribe to my newsletter. I publish other examples and stories, but really piloting and testing is so important, rather than making these sweeping generalizations, and digesting and actually reading the results of that, understanding your audience.
We read and reviewed your book at Storyboard18, and I remember a lot of good points it made. Chiefly that when you negotiate, not everyone's going to walk away with 100% result. So someone's going to reach 60%, another person's going to reach 40%, and you have to get up and move on. You wear two hats at Global Citizen, right? You are the CEO, you head all the marketing initiatives. And every marketer today needs to think like a CEO, and every CEO needs to think like a marketer. So before you decide, what you're going to roll out, would you rather read a book by a CEO or a book by a practicing marketer?
So I thought about this a lot. I would say without question, a book by a marketer. Now, I don't think that's the same for everyone. I think it depends on what you're trying to do. In our mission at Global Citizen, we're trying to build the largest action-taking platform and social movement to end extreme poverty. And therefore, really, in our mission is about changing hearts and minds. It's about reaching people, engaging people, and understanding that whilst I might care about international development, while I might obsess about this, not everyone is every day of the week, but that doesn't mean they don't have an interest. It just means that no one is one-dimensional. We each have all of these interests. We each have all of these aspects going on in our life. And so with Global Citizen, I see it as our mission is to hook people, get their interest, so that we can get them on this funnel of engagement, so that we can get more depth. It might start with someone first coming across a piece of content. Maybe they want to come and see Coldplay perform. And so they take action on our platform. And for anyone who knows Global Citizen, our model is you download our app, you take action, you can learn about issues, you can take quizzes, and then you can earn points. But here's the thing, is you take more in-depth action, right? Maybe you volunteer in person, you can earn even more points to go in the draw to earn tickets and other awards to our events. And so for us, storytelling is key. Storytelling is how you hook people. And I challenge all of our team. I say it's not just the marketing team's responsibility. Everyone here, we have close to 100 full-time staff. Everyone in our organization is communicators in some ways. They're ambassadors for our mission. And if you can't readily explain our mission to your parents or your brother or your sister or your neighbor next door, if you can't leave a conversation in which they're inspired, that you've convinced the person sitting next to you on the plane or in the bus to download the Global Citizen app, then you need to read up on our mission and you need to figure out how to tell stories, because ultimately that's what good advocates are. And one of my favorite proverbs is, no one can do everything, but everyone can do something. And something we can all do is be good storytellers if we take the time to really digest and understand the issues and understand how to tell good stories.
And while we are on storytelling, and I think we are almost close to our last question here, on an average today, a newspaper gives us more information than a 17th century individual was exposed to in their entire lifetime. So there is so much to absorb. And at the same time, a certain amount of clarity is needed when you are about to tell that story. And gaining this clarity comes from, collecting a lot of information. And there are so many modes, podcasts and YouTube channels, and so many that are available to us today. And yet, neuroscience screams at us that reading is still the primary mode of absorption, of deeper absorption, of cognitive clarity. So, any parting thoughts for us on this, Michael?
Yeah, I loved that statistic you mentioned about what's contained in a newspaper compared to what someone a few hundred years ago would have absorbed in their lifetime. It's similar to the fact that up until fairly recently in the grand scheme of human history, most people didn't travel beyond the neighboring town, a couple of miles away. So we are digesting more than ever before. And I think our way to deal with that is often to simplify, look for summaries. And in that, technology can be important, and you can use, our phones, you can use artificial intelligence, I think, to read more productively if you're using it in the right way. When I read concepts these days, the thing I love about AI now is, there used to be words or phrases, or things which I wouldn't necessarily understand, I would grapple with, and now I can challenge myself. But don't use AI and technology just to summarize. There is no shortcut to learning, because as you said, the data is clear. Not only does it have cognitive impacts, not only does it have impacts on our ability to think critically, which is necessary for a great, healthy social fabric and a thriving democracy, but I think it also leads to things like anxiety, apathy, distress, depression. But also, I think it rips out the joy. And we must remember that there is a certain amount of joy when you're reading and when you get into that world of escapism, right? When you pick up a book, you are transporting yourself out of this world into another world. And there's a magic, and I have to imagine a certain level of dopamine or certain level of happiness that comes from that can't easily be replicated. And I remember the joy, and we've spoken about this before. I remember when the Harry Potter books used to come out. I still remember reading the first Harry Potter. It took me until the third chapter and being transported into the world. I was around the same time, first year of high school, very shy, got bullied at school. This gave me a way of escapism. And I remember when the books would come out, lining up outside the store. And when the last book came out, I lined up and I was devouring this book for 24 hours, couldn't put it down. And I remember speaking to someone and they said to me, oh, I just went on Wikipedia and just read the plot review and figured out the ending. And I was like, you've missed a journey because, it's cliched, but the whole thing, it's not about the destination, it's about a journey. Well, you can't replicate that by just going on Wikipedia. So I think there is a certain level of happiness and joy that also comes from reading and mental health, as well as really helping us be critical analysts. And I couldn't think of anything more important. And so it's true, use technology to enhance our reading and challenge ourselves, but not as a substitute for reading.
Wow. Thank you so much for your time today, Michael. And a note of thanks to the Global Pioneer Summit to hosting a program on the importance of reading. It means a lot. And let's ensure that at a time when we were in denial for a very, very long time about climate change, perhaps, and we should not be in denial about the loss of skills due to lack of reading that we are all facing today. So happy reading, and let's preserve the cognitive skills that reading gave us. Thank you so much.
Michael, thank you for reigniting the spark of reading among us, and thank you so much, Rita, for guiding us through this wonderful discussion. Now, creativity has the power to move people, shift perspectives, and ignite meaningful change. The most powerful ideas don't just sell, they inspire. From challenging stereotypes to shaping public discourse, creativity is emerging as a catalyst for social good and real-world impact. And who better to speak on this than a trailblazing leader who has turned creativity into a force for cultural and societal transformation. As the global CEO of Ogilvy, she has led some of the most influential campaigns of our time, including the iconic Fearless Girl, a global symbol of women's empowerment that forever changed the face of Wall Street and beyond. Her bold storytelling and boundary-pushing advocacy continues to reshape branding and marketing on a global scale. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the visionary leader, Devika Bulchandani, to share her insights on great marketing isn't just seen, it's felt. Over to you.
Oh my God, I have a confession. I'm not going to read my notes. Is that a bad thing, Rita? Am I going to be in the doghouse right now? Thank you guys for having me. So I wake up every morning and I look at the news, and I've learned a whole new vocabulary. And I don't know if you guys have learned this vocabulary, but it's like AI. And then I learned agentic AI, large language models, synthetic data, synthetic focus groups, algorithms. I don't know, the list sort of goes on. And the people who are writing all this will have us believe that AI and technology is going to fundamentally change the future of humanity. I sort of beg to differ. I think the human imagination will continue to change the force of humanity. That's actually the one thing that's going to be our constant. But AI will be the most powerful tool that we're going to have to create that change. There's really interesting data that IBM did a study a little while ago, and it was 1,300 CEOs. They asked 1,300 CEOs, what's the most important leadership value? Number 2 was integrity. That's kind of scary, right? Number 2 is integrity. I think number 3 was rigor. Number 4 was discipline or something like that. Anybody want to take a guess what number 1 was? 1,300 CEOs in the world. Sukesh, come on, guess. Creativity is the number 1 value that CEOs are looking for. And you go, why? I don't read about that in the newspaper when I wake up, that creativity is the most important thing, that creativity and the human imagination is going to be the force that's going to define our future. You're reading about everything else. Why is creativity so important? Because creativity connects dots that are unconnected. Because creativity solves problems that need solving. Because creativity makes us feel something. And you know, when we feel something, we do something. And often, when we feel something, we do something irrational, even irrational, I'd say. We buy more of something, like 7 of them. We pay more for something because we felt something. So I'm here to tell you that marketing and creativity is not something that needs to be seen. It's something that has to be felt. Right? Hold on to that thought for a minute. And I think if we can put up the next slide, there's no not next, but the first slide, I guess. And there's no better sort of metaphor or a symbol for that than Rita mentioned, fearless girl. There's not a word here. By the way, this was an ad. Right? It was advertising, but it was extremely creative. Not a single word. Does it make anybody here feel something? Yeah? Sukesh, what do you feel? Strength. What does it make the women feel? Fearless. Both of you have a picture, both of you make. What else? See, not a word was said, but there's so much that you all took away. That is the power of creativity. I'm actually a strategist. I'm an accidental CEO of an advertising agency. Prem, Jeetu, my friends, I've grown up with them. So I do everything in 3s and 5s. Because that's the only thing you're going to remember, by the way. There's also psychological theory that if you do things in 3s and 5s, you'll remember it. So I want you to remember what I'm going to say, and I kind of want you to remember me and not be forgotten, right? So I'm going to start with the most important thing when we're talking about creativity, feeling, social change, impact, moving business forward, moving the world forward. And the first one I'm going to say is, it's not data. Ideas and creativity do not have to be data-led. They don't have to be brand-led. They actually have to be human-led. There's a really interesting Gallup study that says engaged consumers are 23% more likely to spend more, to generate greater revenue, to be able to help you charge a premium, all the things that we're all looking for as marketeers. Right? Engaged consumers. So what does it take to create engaged consumers? It's not to understand that they're a marriageable age, that they live in a household of so much income. Yeah, all of that's important. If I'm going to do performance marketing, that Piyush is going to talk a lot about, right, Piyush? You're going to talk about performance marketing. But the data is important, but that's not going to help me make them feel anything. But if I understand that there's a household, and there's a young girl in that household, the parents of that household are obsessed about getting that young girl married. And to make sure she gets married, they want to make sure she has no scars on her face. True story, that's what my mom did when I was a kid. I wasn't allowed to do anything because I'd fall and get a scar on my face with stitches. I have stitches all over my face, and Mom, I got married. But you don't know that from the data. You don't know that that young girl has hopes and dreams and aspirations. You don't know that that young girl represents a generation of girls that don't want to be put through a marriage test, a beauty test. But they want to be able to put themselves through a test that their intellect is challenged. So all this data in the world didn't actually inform the work that we've done for Dove in making sure that the generation of young girls could aspire to be something much more than just be married. So I want to share that piece of work with you. The video, please. I have to click, sorry.
इधर देख जरा, ऊपर कर।
मैं पढ़ाई कर रही हूँ।
हाँ, पढ़ लेना। रुक ना, इससे रंग साफ होता है। आधे घंटे बाद धो लेना।
अभी तो स्कूल खत्म भी नहीं हुआ कि घर वाले मेरी शादी का रिपोर्ट कार्ड बना रहे हैं। रंग रूप के कितने नंबर कट गए।
कमर 44।
रुकिए बेटा, बेटा पेट अंदर, सांस खींचो, पेट अंदर करो। अरे पेट अंदर करो, सांस खींचो, खींचो खींचो खींचो। अब लो जी नाम।
वजन के कितने नंबर घट गए।
39।
इसका रिपोर्ट कार्ड बना रहे हैं।
वेदिका
कहते हैं तू सुंदर नहीं तो तेरी शादी के नियम अलग होंगे। हाँ या ना लड़का कहेगा। तू सुनेगी, चुप रहेगी। पढ़ लिख के लायक बनो नहीं, किसी पढ़े लिखे के लायक बनो, ये समझा रहे हैं। कहते हैं चेहरे पे तेरे दाग जितने उतने समझौते करने पड़ेंगे। पापा को गाड़ी देनी पड़ेगी, उसके बाद ही तेरी डोली उठेगी। अभी से सिखा रहे हैं, ये दिखा रहे हैं कि आईना मुझसे प्यार नहीं करता। इस खूबसूरती के रिपोर्ट कार्ड से नजर हटा के तो देखो, मेरी नजर से नजर मिला के तो देखो।
स्कूल जाती उम्र से ही इंडिया की 80% लड़कियों को ब्यूटी टेस्ट का सामना करना पड़ता है। डव कहता है स्टॉप द ब्यूटी टेस्ट।
That's a deep example. But when we talk about social good, when we talk about human connection, it doesn't always have to be deep. It can also be joyous. At the end of the day, we're asking people for something as marketeers. We tend to sit here on our side of the table and say, here's what I want to say to them. Just because we want to say it doesn't mean they want to hear it. So we're asking for something which is their attention and their time. What are we giving them in return? Has anybody ever heard of cortisol? It's a new word. I'm talking about vocabulary. That's another new word, by the way. Anybody heard of cortisol? Stress, the stress hormone. Mom, do you know what cortisol is? No, right? Because it's a new thing now. My job today is to embarrass my mom, by the way, so just go along. Cortisol. Everybody is stressed. So can we give joy back? Can we entertain when we want to sell a product? Because I recognize that when we're talking about marketing, and this is all about marketing, creativity, storytelling, we have to sell something. But what can we give them in return? That is entertainment, that's joy, that's laughter, that's something that adds to the time that we have taken away from them. The attention that we have asked for, we're giving something in return. So I want to show you the next example, which is for Verizon in the US. Verizon says they have the best network and nothing can break the network. And for years, they kept saying they have the best network and nothing can break the network. And you know what happened? The network equity kept going down because they kept telling everybody they had the best network. But they didn't tell everybody they had the best network in a way that people wanted to listen to. So here's something that we did for them and showed that the equity scores in network started going up because we entertained and we provided some joy. And Beyonce. I have to press.
During a Verizon commercial, Beyonce announced that she's releasing a new country-themed album.
We learned that Beyonce has a new wireless plan.
But the big news is that Verizon released an ad featuring Beyonce
But she didn't feel welcomed by the country music community.
The extraordinary Kansas City Chiefs against the San Francisco 49ers.
Hold up. She wants me to squeeze all these lemons by myself? This better work.
Verizon posted a teaser clip that I about peed my pants at.
Also, they just tweeted this a couple hours ago.
Okay, they ready. Drop the new music.
Beyonce rocking the battle of the Super Bowl ads.
Can you hear me now?
And now, all everybody is talking about is Bey's new album and the Verizon commercial.
The Beehive is buzzing this morning.
Minutes after the ad aired, the superstar released 2 new songs.
A bit of marketing genius, honestly.
Yeah, smart.
This ain't Texas.
Beyonce is making history, becoming the first black female artist to top the country music chart.
The hottest craze sweeping the internet is line dancing to her new song, Texas Hold'em.
Beyonce breaking the internet.
Country music has gotten Beyonce-fied.
Here we go.
Still works.
My third point is the creator economy. I think the Indian government just pledged $1 billion in fueling their creator economy. And Unilever CEO, who just came in recently, said that he's going to double the investment in the creator economy and actually called India out, saying there's 19,000 zip codes and Unilever is going to have one influencer in every single zip code to be able to connect and engage with their customer base better. Right? That's a big shift. And you go, so why is the creator economy part of sort of the social fabric, or why are we talking about it at this summit? Just think about it from the perspective of these influencers and creators, and especially in a market like India. These are the unseen who now can be seen. These are the ones who didn't have a voice, and now they can be heard. So when you look at it through their perspective, there's massive social upward mobility for a group of people that didn't have access to that. Right? But they also become a channel for marketers to be able to connect. But here's my sort of thing I just want to tell you. I'm obsessed about creators, obsessed. And I'm actually especially obsessed about Indian creators. That's Chatori Rajni. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Chatori Rajni. You are? Did you cry when her son died? I have cried for days when Taran died, for days. I know everything about her family. I know everything about that boy. I know everything about how they eat, how they cook. I know everything about Marwari customs, which I didn't know. And then there's the Pal family in Haryana. They cook on a mitti ka chula. I'm from Amritsar. It reminded me of the mitti ka chula at the back that we had, where the people who were looking after the farm cooked. They bought a car. They bought a black car. It's the first car that they ever had. And then they made a second house. They made a vegetable garden in the second house. Then the husband became a creator. And the sister-in-law became a creator. Now Pragya, the daughter, has become... See, I know all their names. Why am I telling you this story? Because the power of connection of the creator economy is deep. And yet, what do we do as marketers? We use them as a channel. What is their reach? 2 million, 3 crore, 4 crore, 6 million. I want a creator who has reach of 20 million. We use them as a media channel. And I guess my provocation here to everybody is find the point of connection. Find the deepest point of connection, even if the reach is not as expensive. Because the deeper the connection, the more powerful the work will be. I'm going to show you a piece of work here, again from the US, which has actually made global sort of strides. And talking about connection, this is for CeraVe, which is a body lotion in the US, and it uses Michael Cera as an influencer. Michael Cera does not have a smartphone, so what's his reach? 0, anda. But what was the earned reach of this idea? Better than anything else that I've probably ever touched in my life. Because it found the point of connection, and it had an idea at the heart of it.
Actor.
Wait, what is he doing?
Dancer. Cream genius?
I've seen a lot of claims you've been making lately.
Claims. I can't be held responsible for every rumor, every nasty rumor about me.
We received this email. The subject is King of Skincare. I have it on very good authority that actor Michael Cera has been hiding something big.
No, we're not going to take 5 minutes.
That question, because that one is.
Whoa! He's allegedly the brains behind skincare brand CeraVe.
Something is going on with Michael Cera. I'm obsessed.
Great products.
Like, is he okay?
I'm here with Michael Cera from CeraVe. I could be from CeraVe, yeah.
Michael Cera sent me a box with his face all over it. I just really hope it's not his head.
If human skin is paper, let me be the poems. CeraVe. CeraVe is Michael Cera's skincare line.
He comes from millions of dollars in lotion money.
Michael Cera created CeraVe. I'm not kidding. And what happened next?
That's when CeraVe came in to shut it down.
They came out with a statement saying there's no association with Michael Cera.
Michael Cera did not develop CeraVe, dermatologist did.
Go back to Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas.
I'm Michael Cera, and human skin is my passion, which is why I developed this. CeraVe, developed with Michael Cera. V. We like?
They did a great job, by the way, with social marketing, too, whoever did this.
It was brilliant. I don't have any social media or anything. I don't even have a smartphone. Wow.
Two more quick points. The fourth one is about technology. And here's what I have to say before I show you a piece of work. You know, when somebody comes to your house, you don't say, let me take you to show you my plumbing. Please, aake meri plumbing dekh lo. Do you ever say that? Come see the toilet and see what's inside the toilet. We don't do that as human beings. But somehow when it comes to marketing, we get obsessed with the plumbing. So again, technology is an incredible tool, but nobody wants to see the technology. They want to see the idea, they want to hear a story. They want to feel seen, and they want to feel. So I want to show you an example that does that from Cadbury in our India office, and there's Sukesh who led this.
Big brands have big money to hire famous people, but not the small guys. And they are the ones who are still hurting. Presenting Shah Rukh Khan, My Ad.
Welcome, Shah Rukh Khan! He almost certainly has more devoted fans than any other movie star in the world.
Biggest movie star in the world.
Forbes have called him one of the biggest movie stars in the world.
We helped small businesses by making Shah Rukh Khan, the world's biggest movie star, their brand ambassador.
इस दिवाली आप भी ना अपने पास वाले फैशन और एम्पोरियम से ही कपड़ों की शॉपिंग करना। सिद्धि विनायक इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स से लेटेस्ट स्मार्टफोन खरीदकर धमाकेदार सेल्फी पोस्ट करना।
क्या कर रहे हो? मीठा लाएगी?
We used machine learning to recreate Shah Rukh Khan's face and voice to take the local store names in the ads.
आप भी ना अपने पास वाली चॉइस ऑफ फैशन से ही कपड़ों की शॉपिंग करना। रॉयल फैशन से ही, MK क्लॉथ्स से ही, पास वाली लक्ष्मी कलेक्शन से ही कपड़ों की शॉपिंग।
Different versions of the same ad with
impressed, but I don't know why.
I love this sport so much.
Wow, that was not what was planned.
And I don't think people understand the magnitude of what I go through.
I knew I needed help, and I knew I needed to change something in my life.
You feel like you can't complain.
Is the golden girl still golden?
Again, like everyone goes through this process, and it's knowing that, like, I'm not the only one.
The industry norm is that when athletes do want to take a pause because of their mental health, a lot of sponsorship partners would actually walk away from them.
I couldn't do it. I needed this break, but they wanted me to understand that there could be consequences for that.
If we don't financially get the backing, like, how are we supposed to carry on?
The Athletes Code, it's an amendment added to the contract that athletes could take a pause whenever they wanted to.
Powerade just did something so incredible. I hope this is the start of a new era of sports partnerships for athletes.
As an athlete, this is just incredible.
It actually put their partnerships on hold. Without losing that sponsorship with Powerade, which I think is awesome.
It's going to change sports sponsorships forever. Brands like Powerade are sticking behind
Having
their
this be a
athletes
standard in
and
the industry,
being able to
can
give
be like
those
Powerade
athletes
is
the
redefining
opportunity to
Powerade
take a
is
pause
their
without there being
without
any consequences.
Not just for the athletes of today, but the athletes of the future.
Well, before I end, this is the Global Pioneers Summit. I have to call out two pioneers who are here, and well, Mr. Piyush Pandey. What can I say about you? I call Piyush my umbrella because I know as long as I have Piyush in my orbit, nothing can get me wet, nothing can get me dirty. Piyush, I love you. I have one more pioneer here, and this is a personal pioneer. This is my time to embarrass my little sister, who is here amongst us, Priya. Can you stand up? So, I just want to tell you what Priya does. We talk about the world of entertainment and the world of Bollywood, and there's a lot of women who are in front of the camera. Priya, come here. But there's very few women behind the camera. So she's not only a DOP who has broken a lot of barriers as a woman to be a DOP, but she's also proving that women can have physical strength to lift cameras. But guess what? She's one of the only 7 women in the world who's an underwater cinematographer. I love you. I'm so damn proud of you.
Thank you, Devika, for such a fun and engaging session. Request you to kindly remain on stage for our next conversation. Moving on, marketing is no longer just about selling a product. It's about creating culture, shaping emotions, and building brands that endure. In an era of fleeting attention spans and ever-evolving consumer expectations, what does it take to craft ideas that truly resonate? To unlock these answers, we bring together 3 creative powerhouses who have mastered the art of brand building and impactful conversation. Joining Devika Bulchandani is the legendary Padma Shri Piyush Pandey, Chief Advisor Ogilvy India, a titan of Indian advertising. Mr. Pandey is the creative force behind iconic campaigns that have defined generations and shaped cultural narratives. Chairing this session is Shubhranshu Singh, CMO CVBU Tata Motors. Please welcome them on stage with a huge round of applause. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I must say, for those of you who know a bit about me, I am an unpaid journalist, and this is in continuation of those duties. When they said I had to ask questions, I said, yippee, I get to be on camera, on television, and only ask questions. It is not easy because no sooner had Devika begun to speak, they pulled me out and started wiring me up like a suicide bomber, and now I have an earpiece in which people are barking all sorts of instructions. So it is not easy. But let me begin. Devika, that was very inspiring. I have now time for only a few questions. So the first one is to you. Is the need to inspire purpose or to be associated with purpose an inherent quality of brands? Or is it something that you cultivate once you realize that you could do more when you advance a purpose, associate with a purpose, own a purpose?
I think this is sort of the existential debate that we have in marketing. And it's a very simple way to look at it from my perspective, which is purpose has to come from the business. Because the minute we start thinking about purpose coming from the brand, we can make a purpose up. But if purpose isn't quintessential to the product that you sell, the core of the business model, then it becomes a marketing in a sort of purpose washing. So for Dove, purity of the soap, the purity of the soap was why we could get to beauty without artifice, pure beauty, real beauty that became. So I just think you have to go back to the core business. If we start just thinking about purpose through the lens of brand strategy, then we can very, very often fall into a trap. And does every product need a purpose? Not necessarily. You can provide joy. Joy could be, doesn't have to be something much deeper.
That's right. Great, thank you. Piyush, the speakers earlier in the day were on and on about artificial intelligence, digital disruption, learning. A very large proportion of advertising has become performance advertising. By the way, I have been seized of these questions for the last 3 days, and I have been trying. It was futile effort to get across to Piyush and tell him that these are the questions I'm asking him. I made a last desperate bid just an hour ago, and he said, partner, question out mat karo, paper out mat karo. So that's Piyush for you. It is truly extempore. Performance advertising versus brand advertising.
Can I break the rules? I'll come back to your performance later.
Yes.
But taking off from what Devika was saying on purpose. See, purpose doesn't have to be a sad thing. Doesn't have to be about deprivation. Purpose can be, I mean, so many people talk to us these days and say, I'm so stressed. Now, what the hell are you stressed about? I don't know. But we have to de-stress them. Look at the, how many of you love the Amul hoardings around the country? I do. Now, they're about putting a smile on your face. And if you want to attach a product thing, you can say butter is about joy. But those ads do not say anything. They just make you feel happy and you feel good about the brand and you are predisposed about buying that brand. Similar performance marketing people ask me about. Now performance marketing, the rest of the people are what? They don't want to perform or what? Yeah. To my mind, everyone wants to do performance marketing. And the way I understood it, I asked a number of people, including Prem, who is my planning partner. I said, please explain to me what the hell is this performance marketing? And he explained that you put things, like you put things in a shelf and somebody writes something behind it. So, okay, that reminds me of the road from Bombay to Pune, where for a kilometer there are hundreds of people who have cut those watermelons and you see red balls everywhere. So I asked him, is this performance marketing? So yeah, in a way it's performance marketing because one guy is saying, okay, I'll give you one potato free with this or this and that. And I said, but the guy who actually sells is the guy who's singing a lovely song along with it. Why you should buy that tarboos of his. And that to me is advertising support to selling things. It can't be putting things on a shelf. To me, that is the difference between what performance marketing is supposed to be and what I think performance marketing should be, that if you are able to sell to me by doing a nice product message, you are better off. That's what I think.
I think performance marketing is the plumbing. Yeah. Right? That is, and now we've become so obsessed with the plumbing that we've forgotten that there's got to be something that lives on top of the plumbing. Mm-hmm. Are we building a kitchen on top of the plumbing? What are we doing with that? So the focus has become too much about that, just performance marketing, and nobody's actually paying enough attention to, through those pipes, and the data and the techno, what are we giving to people? How are we making them feel? Because we go from performance marketing to ROI. Right? And the middle bit of it, we have forgotten, and it's become nonsense and shit. Right? That's the truth.
Inside the plumbing.
Inside the
Nonsense and shit is clear enough. I have a question for the both of you. is to do with this surge in short-form videos and the fact that a lot of what people consume comes filtered, algorithmically manipulated to an extent in a good way. And that feed is always on. And it's almost as if your finger has a mind of its own, deciding what to pause on, what to double tap, and so on. Now, is that inherently cramping creative joy for higher order things like purpose? Can you do a great job with short form advertising on social platforms, and that's pretty much the bulk of what people consume in their daily lives? Or is there a real value to long form, old world content for which a lot of people have nostalgia but very little time?
You know, again, it depends. Can you do great things with short form? I believe you can, right? And I say, when you're doing great things with short form, I call it better, faster laughter. So how can you take 6 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds to put that smile on my face, to make me laugh, to do something? But there's value to stupidness and silliness in the world as well. It's not all deep. If we want to do something like Dove, where we're really trying to change a fundamental, deeply entrenched behavioral pattern or a societal pattern, that takes longer form. So I think there's place for both. Where it's dangerous is not recognizing what is the right form or what is the right length, if you say, for the right message, because that becomes important. I think we mix that up a lot to say we're going to do a much deeper message in short form, and then we're going to take 3 minutes to do something that should be done in 15 seconds.
I think it's a question of how well you do it. Yeah. If all of us have seen small cartoon strips of R.K. Lakshman, just 5x1 or whatever the size is, in that he could be very sarcastic, he could be very funny, he could be a great observer. If you're that good, you can do a short form. If you need something, as Devika said, to convey something where you want me to feel, it's not about lens, it's about how well you impact. People talk about opportunities to see. It's not opportunities to see, it's opportunities to impact. What did you do in that little 1 second, or in 60 seconds, or 1 minute? That's the way it goes all the time. And I think if you're not able to do that, people talk about, somebody spoke about small attention spans of the new generation. If you do something good, they will stay with you. If you're doing stupid, they will have smaller attention spans. They're not stupid, they're saying, okay, today I'll only see for 3 seconds. No. Get them involved, get them engaged, they will watch you.
I have a question for you, being a CEO of a global firm and a person of Indian origin. They did not tell me to cue via the earpiece. Do you see a homogenization across the world, or is there a unique East aesthetic and a West aesthetic and the twain shall never meet?
I see the West thinking that the world is homogenized, but not being from the West, I know it is not. So, and I was talking about it, I was with Prabha, the CEO of Colgate yesterday, and we were talking about this dynamic. The West tends to think that everything that gets made, created in the West works everywhere in the West. But the truth is there are markets like India and China and Southeast Asia, there's markets in Latin America that are fundamentally different. That are just fundamentally different. The beauty test may be in certain other markets, but it is not in the US or UK or Europe. So I think there is a lot of difference in the work that we do. And if we don't recognize the work that we do is different, then we become ineffective, essentially. So, one thing I've been talking about a lot is Ogilvy is one of the largest agencies. Every time we talk about it, it's like, 94 countries and 122 offices and global network. And I've been thinking about this concept a lot to say we may be the largest global network, but we're local everywhere. Mm-hmm. And you cannot connect with consumer bases if you don't actually understand the nuance of that culture. So, no.
It's very difficult for you to understand the Thailand way of humor. Mm-hmm. It is amazingly good. You're completely mad. Wow. Mad stuff, but it's completely fantastic for that market. And also, on the other edge, is Thailand's emotional bit. It can make you cry. They do some stuff for life insurance. Every time they make you cry, and they make people around the world cry.
Piyush, you'll to cry at everything though.
Every good thing.
Now, I'll speak for a second as a client. Piyush and I have worked on several campaigns. I've learned from him. He's been a friend, guide, philosopher. But when a bright idea emerges and the agency brings it to a client, one of the difficult things to do is to accept the inherent risk in it. And for things like Campaign for Real Beauty or, really moving the purpose needle, there is risk in that proposition. So what does it take to convince clients to go along and to take those risks?
I always say that the biggest champions of creativity and risk-taking are not sitting at the agency. They're actually sitting in the client organization. So what we're always looking for, what I'm always looking for when we have an idea, and there'll be teams who say, we can't sell it, they think it's too risky, is finding the person in the organization who has the appetite for risk, but most importantly, who has the vision and the courage to punt on something. So there's no data. We can test something to death, and in my life, I've tested things that have tested really well and have been total flops, and then things that have tested very badly and have been total successes. Right? So I always say, find the person. You are all the ones who are ultimately the real visionaries, the true heroes, because you're putting your money, you're putting your brand, you're putting your product. Right? So,
and as an agency, you're the one who's more scared. You don't go with a good idea to clients. You are scared. And suddenly you find somebody who says, but why don't we do what you just vaguely mentioned? And you say, hello, he's ready for it. So I think risk is always there if you don't have a proof. But everyone is not stupid enough to only look for the proof. They look for the excitement, the way it touches them, things happen. And we have seen it together, we have seen it, everyone has seen it. Somewhere or other where you didn't see logic and you say, but it makes something to me, it makes it happen. And play for it and you'll win. I think no guts, no glory.
Correct. No guts, no glory. Piyush, my next question is for you. What is the next generation of advertising leadership going to take? Because people talk about artificial intelligence and idea generators, and anybody can write a poem in any format and so on and so forth. Now, a tiger lives so long as its teeth. If technology is going to be the dentures in your mouth, then what does it take for an advertising agency to excel? That is one question. Secondly, if you were to rewind back to when you were 25, would you do things any differently? And do you have any regrets about how you have gone about life?
I think the answer to both your questions is the same. The future generation, or if I was 25, I would expect people to address the consumer and not himself or the client, and magic will happen. If you think that that person who's going to listen to you you are going to make difference to that person, then you are creating magic, whether it's with technology, without technology, anything. Did you move anyone? Somebody said the gentleman in the video, that were you able to convince the guy next door? Were you able to convince your mom? Were you able to convince anybody? I think whatever plumbing you use, the tap must have good beer coming out.
Devika, people are interested in knowing a bit about your journey. I mean, it's been written about and spoken a lot about, especially since the announcement in India. But how much of it has to do with purposeful action? How much of it was happenstance? Are you a believer in destiny? Would you do things differently? What were the shots when you began life that a woman of Indian origin would become global CEO at Ogilvy?
There were I think there was a lot of intention and a lot of happy accidents. It wasn't all intention or all happy accidents. My son always says, people say, your mother has such a clear vision about where she wants to go. And he's like, no, she's a goldfish. She can only think of what's coming next. This is the only way she can do it. And that's actually quite true, that I've been I've been very focused on making sure whatever it is that was in front of me, I had to do really well, as opposed to obsessing about what's going to happen 20 years from now, or even actually focusing on what happened 10 days ago. And I don't know whether that's nature, nurture, but it's always been my way of operating. But there is a moment that was a very transformational moment for me. I left India and I wanted to go to the US because I wanted to earn a living. I wanted to work. I wanted to be somebody. I didn't want to just get married. And so it was very important to me. All my siblings live here, my family, my in-laws, everybody's here. So that I knew I had in me, that I wanted to do something. But about 8 years ago, there was a women's leadership group, and there were a couple women in there there were some of them I knew. And it was a Q&A, and I wasn't in this position, I was in a different position. And one of them just said, would you ever like to be a global CEO of a company? And I don't have a problem talking or being spontaneous. And I froze. I couldn't speak. Because my head wanted to say yes, but everything that I was trained as a woman is, you can't say it out loud, that's so crass, that's wrong. And I literally, I remember this moment, I was shaking. And I knew why she had asked me that question, because she wanted me to say yes. For everybody, not just for myself. And then literally after 4 minutes, and there were moderators in this group, they were staring at me and they said, Devika, Dev, as everybody calls me in the US. And I just couldn't speak. And finally I said, yes, I would. And the minute I verbalized it, it was like the weight was lifted. I can't even explain to you, but it was the most pivotal transformational moment. And my advice to everybody always is to say, if you can't say it to yourself, how can you ever be it? So if you want to be something, you have to say it to yourself, and then you have to vocalize it.
Right. Well, I must say the clock there prompts me that there is 2 minutes and 20 seconds left, and I think I'm right on time. I'm getting good at this.
Very good at it.
And I'm enjoying this. And they've shut up as well. So, last question to the both of you, and Piyush is slippery on this one, but I must nail him on. One favorite campaign, the ad or campaign that you are most proud of or like the best, either or?
Well, I actually showed it to you. Fearless Girl. It's very hard. She still stands there. She's my third child. It happened right after Hillary lost, and women were really feeling, and I was feeling like there's no hope for women in the world. And that's for a whole other conference and story about how she got done and put there, and it wasn't for the faint of heart. But the most important thing for me is she's always going to be there across the New York Stock Exchange as a symbol that women have a right to be in the economic boardrooms of the world as much as any men do. And here's the real truth behind that. Companies that are run by women do better. It's the truth.
Yeah, I've shared it with you. My most favorite campaign is the work that I was doing for 10 years on polio, and on March something 2014, India was declared polio-free. That will always be the campaign for me.
Well, that's all that we have time for, but do give it up for Devika and our very own Piyush Pandey.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Devika Bulchandani, Piyush Pandey, and of course, Shubhranshu Singh for joining us here today and for such a power-packed session. Ladies and gentlemen, once more for our panelists here. Moving on to the next one, in a hyper-connected world where authentic storytelling, personal branding, and influence can tilt the game in your favor, what does it take to captivate audiences and build lasting impact? These are the questions we'll explore in our next session, The Creative Blueprint, Engineering Impact and Influence. Leading this conversation is a dynamic entrepreneur, motivational force, and social media powerhouse. A voice of his generation, he empowers young minds to think bigger, hustle harder, and carve their own paths to success. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Raj Shamani. And to moderate this compelling session, let's welcome back on stage Shibani Gharan.
Raj, so wonderful to have you here. And Devika, in fact, during her presentation, spoke about how she is fascinated by Indian creators. And you've built like such a great platform for yourself. So tell me, Raj, when you started off, like, did you always, you know, like back then, did you always know that you wanted to be a creator? Did you always think of yourself like that?
No, I still don't think I'm a creator. And I'll tell you why. I started with a very selfish agenda. That was, I want to learn about health, wealth, relationships, and country insights. That's it. I was so curious to learn about these things. And I was not able to figure out a way to learn in a better way. So I thought, why not I call people who have certain insights on these topics, and I start asking them questions. That's what I wanted to do, and I still do the same thing till date. So I don't think I'm a creator. I think I'm just a curious kid who wants to do something big.
And which was your first guest that, you know, that you spoke to? Because we always remember the first. I remember my first piece to camera when I did it. So what was that like when you started off?
So first, when I started, this was 2017. Yeah. People don't know about it. My podcast name was Voices with Raj. Nobody heard it, so we had to shut it down. And then we started another one. In that, I reached out to around 400 people, and out of them, one replied, and that one guy was Gaurav Raturi. I don't know where he is. He used to paint walls, all the empty walls he used to paint and give social messages. So that was my first guest. People don't know him. I don't know where he is, but he was a great guest because he gave me my first chance.
And at what point in time did you think that, you know, this is like really, like, you know, this is something that I really want to do. Like, it's working well, I'm enjoying it, and this is what I want to continue doing?
The day I started. The day I started, I knew I will make it to the point where I will be able to create an impact for myself in my life. So I never doubted myself from first day till date. So if you're talking about what day you started believing this will happen, day one.
Okay. And, you know, you always speak about adding value. And since morning, we've had so many sessions where, you know, we had brand custodians over here as our speakers in the audience, like who always, you know, want to have a story for a brand. So what is your secret sauce to make, you know, like the story of or your content relatable to like to your audience?
So every time I create content, every 3 months, I ask myself just 5 questions, and I answer those 5 questions, then build my persona, and then try to build the content.
What are those 5 questions?
So, which city am I from? What am I doing today? What are my dreams? What are my challenges? And what is my age? Now, what do I mean by this? Because this gives me persona of who is Raj and what Raj is going to become. So I only want to attract people who are in the similar journey with me, because then they can relate with me. So I only talk to those people. So let's say I'm someone in 20s whose biggest problem is wants to break out and build an empire and is from Indore trying to pay his bills in Mumbai. What can I learn? What do I need to learn so that I make it big in a tier 1 city while still chasing my dreams? These are the things that I ask myself. If the answers are same, then I create the same kind of content. Every 3 months, every 6 months, the answer is different. And then whatever that answer is, I try to create content in that level.
But you have such a variety of guests coming on your show. So how do you adapt those questions, you know, like as you go about it? It's not like a cut, copy, paste formula, right? So how do you do that? What is the strategy there?
There's no strategy around it. If you look at all the guests, they only are in 4 categories: health, wealth, relationships, and country insights. There's no other category. Now, what do I need to learn about them in certain categories is what I try to do. There are so many things which I learn, and you can see sneak peeks of those things that I've learned in my podcast. So recently I was learning about how how scripts are written in Hollywood, like how they build a hook, how they build the climax, what do they do from starting till the end. So I was just learning how to write a script and how to build a movie. Now you can see the glimpse of that in my podcast. Then last year I learned about how to negotiate from one of the top negotiators in the world. So whatever they taught me about questioning hard and going deeper, you could see that in the blinks of my... So every year I keep learning new things. I've learned negotiation, I've learned influencing, I've learned the art of interview, I've learned recently the script writing. The next I'm learning is how to make somebody open up. So I'm learning from a therapist, how do they do it? So I learn these things, and if you include all of these things together, the amalgamation of these things is what you get to see on the podcast. So that's a strategy.
Isn't that a key skill set for someone who is interviewing another person, right? How to open up?
I don't know. I just feel like, okay, somebody was... Here's what I do. I don't have some formula. I don't know what other interviewers or podcasters or anybody should do. I have no idea. So let's say you and me are talking and I feel like, oh, you were holding back something. I need to learn how to do that. And then from next day, I'll start learning that. So that's what I do. I saw somebody on my podcast not being so open about sharing certain things. So I wanted to learn how to go deeper.
So curiosity is what keeps you alive?
That's it. There's nothing else. Figuring out.
But Raj, these days, curiosity also kills the cat, considering how content creators have been in news over the past couple of months. So how do you approach, your content? Do you think content creators today have it a little bit more challenging as compared to when you started off? Was it easier back then to say or to ask what you feel?
I think it's still the same. I think earlier also there was reaction. Even today there is so many reactions. I don't think anything has changed. I think the more you grow, the more people have eyeballs on you, the higher you get more scrutinized. It was always back then, in 90s also it was same, today also, just the medium is different. Earlier you would say something, you would get XYZ bashing from so many newspapers, now you get it through memes and troll and social media. So I don't think anything has changed.
But it's more pronounced, it's more magnified now.
Anyone who'll get bigger and have more eyeballs will have to go through this. Now, what do they have to say and not say? I can't comment on that because I don't know. I've seen really, really good people saying good things and still getting cancelled. I've seen bad people saying bad things and getting cancelled. So I don't think it has changed. It's as it is. We just need to learn the system and we need to be as it is.
How do you deal with, let's say, feedback or, backlash? Like, what is your way to go about it? Have you faced it? What was your learning from that experience?
So for me, I've faced a lot of backlash, especially when it comes to my work ethic, and because I work a lot and work-life balance, I don't believe in it. So I've faced a lot of backlash in that, right? And I constantly keep getting in. I get so many trolls and abuses as well. I mean, my way of dealing with it is my value system. If my value system and my personality and the way I am is not harming anybody, no matter what you say, I don't care. Because I know that I've not done wrong. The day I've done something wrong, I'll apologize and I'll move forward with it and I'll still put my head down. My simple way is, I didn't start this because of somebody's opinion. I'm not going to stop this because of somebody's opinion. So I'm just going to put my head down and keep working. So I genuinely don't care what other people say. But if they're giving me constructive feedback to improve, I'll definitely pick that up. I make notes every week, read every comment, and then improve on that. So I see there's a difference between hate and feedback. Yeah. If there's a feedback, I'll improve. If there's a hate, I'll ignore.
You mentioned that there is no strategy per se when you go about curating or creating content, but is there a strategy to understand or deal with something like this, to know when to push and when to hold back in such situations?
During conversation or on social media?
On social media, during conversations, in the wake of any backlash, in the wake of any controversy, in the wake of some feedback that you're getting from your audience. Like when to push the limits, when to hold back.
For me, the world is very black and white. I am very simple. I don't have these things. For me, I put my head down, I keep working. You'll see when I'm getting hated and people want me to reply and give my opinion on something which is so burning and people want my comment on it, I'll ignore and I'll work. Yeah. When you're complimenting me a lot, you're celebrating me for doing something, I'll put my head down and work. There's no other filter. You can ask my team. When we do the biggest of the biggest podcasts, which are on a dream list, right? Like let's say, I'll give you an insight. Recently, the clip got leaked. We did a conversation with Mahendra Singh Dhoni, okay? Now, that was one of the biggest days because he was on my dream list. Like the day I started, like one day I'll be able to see him and then sitting with him. We did the conversation. We came home. I was like, okay, what's next? Let's start working again. Yeah. So even on my best days, I'm working. So on the worst days, I'm definitely working. There's no other filter.
It's like, it's like the famous Olympic saying that victory and deceit are both two imposters. Treat them equally. That's how you go about life, and that's how you go about your content.
I'll put it in a social media word. Appreciation, compliments, and hate and trolls are exactly the same. You should not get bothered and swayed away by any of them.
That's really cool. Well, having said that, nowadays content creators and influencers are all about views, all about, how much is the reach and how many people have liked, or, it's all about data. In this world that we live in, how do you really create meaningful influence?
By not giving any damn about these things. See, we all are humans, right? We connect with people who are like us or who we want to become like. If as a creator or if as somebody who is putting out content there, you can create something which a lot of people can relate with, or a lot of people who aspire to become or read or learn that thing. Then you don't need to bother about views, because there are going to be good days, there are going to be bad days. You need to ask yourself a question, are you here for 1 month, 1 year, or are you here for 20 years? I'm here for 20 years, 50 years, 60 years. I don't have a strategy for next month mein views kitne aayenge. I don't know. My team doesn't know this. Nobody talks about these things that, hey, views are not there, can we increase our views? We talk about, this is the next goal. Let's reach there. And then the next goal, and then the next goal. We talk about 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from now. So that's the way about it. Stop caring about every single day, every single view, every single content to work, because it won't work. Yeah. So don't put your head around it.
And then Raj, how do you go about monetization? Considering, like many of the content creators today are struggling with monetization, and all that we know, yes, creator economy is growing, but there are many brands who are not putting in as much money as they were like 2 or 3 years back. So what are the ways in which, you can organically build business around content?
I disagree with the fact that people are not putting as much money as they used to. I think they're putting way more.
Is it?
The money has started flowing in for small creators, from big creators, for really large celebrities as well. I think the money is really, really flowing. People have realized that now a lot of old ways of marketing are not as effective as the new ways of marketing. So I definitely feel the money is growing. The way to build it is people need to think about, there are 4 ways why brand pays you. Brand either pay you for views and impressions, they pay you or for trust, they pay you for aspiration, or they pay you for education. You need to choose which one are you, and then just consistently deliver that. So if you build your personality around any one of them, people will come to you for that reason, and they'll pay you for that. Now the problem is, somebody creates an educational content and then expects that they're going to get so many views. Somebody creates very aspirational content and expects that people should learn also. So they are confusing their own personality, and that's why brands don't pay them enough. Because brands also can't decide, what should I pay this person for? Kya karna hai isko? But if you have any 4 of these and you're stuck by it, brands will pay you. There are so many people who will get you 5 views, but their face value is so much, brands still pay them. There are so many celebrities, mega celebrities, that they won't get you more than 50,000 views. But you still pay them ballistic amount of money, because the aspiration that they bring on the table is really important for the brand to associate with. So you need to figure out of 4, which one are you, and then just stick by it and do it for 10 years so that you become number 1 in that particular field, and brands will pay you so much amount of money that you won't be able to believe.
That's a golden tip by you, Raj. But having said that, how do you go about your personal brand collaborations? That, which brand that you want to associate with? Which brand do you want to be seen with?
So there are so many filters that we use, but mostly it's about brand needs to, again, our 4 filters, I told you, health, wealth, relationship, country insights. If they wrap around that, then we do it. Second is, every time we work with a brand, we send them a document. Or any brand who has worked with us, they would know this. We send them a document that, what do you stand for? What do you want us to communicate? Why are you different? What makes my people learn something from you which other brands can't teach, right? So these are like 4 or 5 filters they have to fill in. And if those questions are good enough, we work with them and we figure out.
Raj, we are running out of time, but before we go, finally, I want to ask you, since this is a room full of marketers, people from advertising agencies and all, one of the prominent and the most important question is, first tapping into the Gen Z consumer or the consumers, building a loyal consumer base is what many marketers and brands, aspire to have. As a creator, how have you successfully done it? And what is, your way going about, creating a loyal audience, loyal consumer base who keeps on coming back to your platform again and again?
So I don't think at any point you can tell yourself as a brand or as an individual or the creator that, hey, I've built a loyal audience and I'm not going to enjoy the benefits. I think it's just like a relationship. It's just like sleep, that you need to work on it every day.
It's hard work.
It's same. Like, think about creating loyalty as sleep, right? If you sleep today for 8 hours, can you not sleep at all for next 5 days? No. So it's just like that for brands as well. Every day you need to work on loyalty and keep working. Till the time you're giving something to people, people will keep coming back to you. If you won't give them, it won't take them 5 days and they'll forget you. So that's the whole 5 days or 5 months or 5 years, whatever, based on the brand intensity. But the reality is you need to keep working. Loyalty only exists till the time you are also loyal to your audience and you're giving them something that they came for. The day you stop giving them what they came for, they'll stop giving you what you want from them.
So work on it and consistently work on it. Thank you so much, Raj. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Raj Shamani, for giving us a deep dive into your story, your insights, and of course, your vision for the future. Shibani requests you to kindly remain on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a huge round of applause for Raj Shamani. Our next session dives into the cutting edge of innovation, exploring the emerging trends and future of AI, a technology that is no longer just a buzzword, but the driving force reshaping how we live, work, and connect. Titled Transforming for the Future, Emerging Trends in AI Tech, this conversation will uncover how AI is revolutionizing industries, redefining business strategies, and unlocking new possibilities. To lead this powerful discussion is an esteemed panel of industry leaders. First up, Ajay Dang, President and Head of Marketing, Ultra Tech. We also have Rajesh Nagathan, Chief Information and Digital Technology Officer, Marico Limited. Kedar Raghavangave, EVP of Marketing, Kotak Mahindra Bank. Anuradha Agarwal, Director of User Growth and CMO, Amazon Pay. And Sundar Srinivasan, Vice President, Microsoft AI and Search. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our panelists.
Well, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us today. And, whenever I attend any of the industry forums, the most discussed topic now is AI and how is AI transforming your respective sector, your respective business. And over the past couple of months, many of the tech conclaves that I have attended, including Mobile World Congress and CES, where I hear from global leaders that Indians are most excited about AI. Indians have, want to try out AI, experience AI, most excited about it as a country. But how is it impacting your individual sector? So we have such a beautiful mix of panelists over here. Ajay, let's begin this conversation with you. Coming in from a traditional sector like cement and construction, how is AI transforming your business?
I think we've first got to ask ourselves, no sector is traditional per se, right? We are dealing with people who are contemporary today. We are talking to today's audience. I think you've got to first define what's the F of your business, right? Which is it effectiveness? Is it efficiency? I think most times new technology gets used from a efficiency point of view. We are people who've got to define as to what's the effectiveness paradigm. What are consumer problems that you are going to solve, which so far all the tools that were available weren't able to do that. I think if that's the focus, I think you take a leap beyond and create value and get to keep some of it back. So oftentimes, I think we've got to challenge ourselves as to, are you solving your problem, which is your problem is to sell more stuff and so on and so forth, and efficiency, etc. But stepping from, are you solving the consumer's problem? Yeah. Once you take that paradigm, I think there are new vistas that open. There are challenges that open. For example, from a cement point of view, I think we've always known that people who are building homes in India, they're very young, right? 32 is the average age, which is not what used to be at our parents' time. Now, a 32-year-old fellow, biggest project of his life, doesn't know where to start with, right? To quote Rumsfeld, he doesn't know what he doesn't know, right? To that person doing a journey which is irreversible, how do you help him, right? Now, AI helps you. I can have the largest battery of engineers in my team, but they can't service 8 million homes, right? They can't help personally people in a rural village. They can't help the L&T engineer on a bullet train project. So how do you help personally? The same set of tricky questions, that checklist that you need to go through. I think we've used AI to possibly solve that. Was it possible earlier with the earlier technologies? Not necessarily. If you are planning your home, you always think an architect and an engineer is the domain of people who are big. Can I reach that level of efficiency, that level of finesse to create, again, the biggest project of his or her life in rural Barabanki? Possibly, yes.
Yeah. Brijesh, over to you. Coming from Marico, tell us, what is AI solving for you? Is it your problem, bringing in more efficiency? Is it the consumer's problem? How are you going about this technology?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So essentially, if we look at the overall paradigm, it started with simple machine learning to begin with, and from there you move to much higher order cases in terms of, let's say, non-numeric, which is to deal with text, images, all of those things. And with Gen AI coming in, wherein you are now able to generate content, so to speak. So over the period of time, we've seen all of these things mature. So we deploy it in, let's say, supply chain planning solutions. We deploy it in terms of studying the market trends. We deploy it, some bit of it in terms of converting those market trends into possible product offerings. And we deploy it in terms of content. So yes, have we kind of really mastered it? No, it's moving too fast to say that we've mastered it, but have we dug our teeth into it? Do we understand it? Definitely yes. And are we investing behind it? Significantly.
Kedar, we had, Rohit in one of our previous panels, and he spoke about how not to mention AI and its impact only from a marketer's or a marketing lens, but the overall impact of it on, your sector and your business. So how do you look at the transformation? Because, banking as a sector has been one of the early adopters using AI effectively. So tell us about the journey.
Yeah, I think if you look at it, banks have a lot of rich data and something that you really trust and you really feel like it's really part of you. So while AI is a great enabler, there's also a catch when it comes to financial data and when it comes to the way you're using this in order to build that relationship with the consumer. So from leave the communication bit aside, I think that's a given today. You can make your videos, your content, all of it at a click of a button. I think one big shift that we are seeing is the way the entire thing is more predictive than reactive. And if you look at it from banks' perspective, what banks are, or larger finance sector in India, I think the big shift that is happening is really moving from eligibility to something which is a possibility. And what I mean by that is, if earlier you would always look at data and ask, okay, are you eligible for a loan? Are you eligible for a particular product? Now it's more about, hey, you're actually doing a lot of stuff and how can I partner with you? Now, when you're taking that leap, and that's where the larger sector is moving, when you're moving from being, looking at eligibility to possibility, I think that's where the role of AI is coming in big time. And AI is helping us actually be a lot more predictive in all aspects of the consumer. And when I say predictive, it comes in from predicting your, almost tailor-making your products. Because financial sector, if you look at it, making a product in financial sector is not really as difficult as probably what it is in other sectors, like whether it's a CPG business or even Fintech at large. I think it's a lot more easier to be able to make tailor-made products for you. So I think there is a lot of not just ML-based learning, but also kind of using AI in order to define our products. The journeys in which we are serving a consumer is changing. Bank has also been traditionally and continues to be a very personal touch, a lot more relationship-based business. Now, even there, you're getting a lot of prompts, a lot of analysis done by AI to be able to then preempt. And if you call someone, they'll almost know, saying that, okay, hey, here is what we know about you, and that's why we're giving you a particular solution. So yes, there are many aspects where it's kind of enabling banks, and I think it's true for any sector today that we see the impact.
Over to you, Anuradha. Now, in a diverse market like India, how do you see AI impacting the digital payments ecosystem?
So, when we talk of AI, it feels like it's one thing, but actually it isn't, right? So when I talk to my extended team, whether it is like maybe Amazon Pay is at the center of Fintech, also technology, also financial products and financial services, what I tell my team is that AI isn't one beast. It's a many-headed hydra. It is every part of my business needs to be able to use the power of the technology to make it more efficient and more effective. So for me, I put pressure on my marketers to see if they can do more with less, right? Take more data, get more insights to see whether the outcomes, to be faster, to do with lesser money. I put pressure on the UX teams to do things in lesser time. So now the AI tools are allowing us to design things which human beings would just physically take time. Which is not to say that human beings are not needed for understanding consumer needs, not needed for making decisions on what is more important. It's just that it is faster when they have these tools in their hands. I'm asking my product teams to see whether they can test A versus B faster, because they can actually get 2 ideas executed faster than they could do earlier. Tech teams are using it for creating alternatives in codes. I think that. So for me, it's all pervasive. I feel like it's not either industry specific nor is it function specific. It's just being used by certain industries more than others, because I come from a CPG world, right? We might have a lot of data, but our influence is still used to be a lot of physical stuff. The tech world and the fintech world is very much in the digital space. So you learn from the digital ecosystem and you apply in the digital ecosystem. So it was a bit easier. So I believe that it is really all pervasive now.
Yeah. Sundar, over to you. I began this conversation by speaking about how when I'm speaking to any of these global leaders at these global conclaves, they say that how Indians are the most excited about AI. But, how do you see at India shaping the global AI ecosystem? If you can share some insights from, Microsoft with us. And what are some of the unique strengths that, we are sitting on right now? What are some of the big strengths that we have?
Great question, and thanks for having me here. So I think I'd first start by saying, it's great to be with 4 panelists who are in the business of building physical infrastructure, but now, and physical financing and all kinds of consumer goods, payments, and underlying infrastructure now, the AI infrastructure is what, we build, right? So we've kind of, in a funny way, role reversal of sorts, right? So India has been one of the interestingly leading adopters, whether we see, consumer usage of things like, our copilots, or, you see industry usage like Kiran talked about from eligibility to possibility, I think is what you said, or, like Anuradha talked about. We are seeing a lot of usage. In fact, India, I think, is one of the leading users of AI. I think we are fast to get on hype cycles, but AI is out of the hype cycle, I would say now. And we are beyond the early hype into, beyond the labs into what I believe is real productivity, real ability to kind of, generate meaningful returns, both on the bottom line in terms of costs. We are seeing a lot of adoption and companies seeing a lot of savings. And in terms of the top line, in terms of expanding reach, personalizing content, all kinds of things, right? So in terms of the trends, I would say the key drivers are, I would say, personalization, especially for marketing. I see that as a very key enabler. What couldn't be done now is very possible. The big trends around like dealing with, finding that needle in your haystack kind of problems with lots of data, like fintech has, is now possible. Even in science, we are seeing a lot of such usage in AI for science. We are seeing a lot of usage in even like, commercial applications. I mean, the favorite one I like to talk about is think of something like meetings. All of us in whatever business are going to meetings, right? You now can walk into a meeting. If you're a few minutes late, this is one of my favorite things. I just have this window on the side where I say, catch me up. And AI catches me up in the meeting to where right now the meeting is, and I'm right there. That's a phenomenal kind of, ability, right? And now you can, get much more productivity. Everything from actions, you can get, the AI can create for you just in your fingertips. So a lot of usage. India is one of the leading edge use cases. And we see both from consumers and business.
Sundar, staying with you, like we have diverse set of sectors right here on the panel. We have FMCG, construction and cement. We have someone from banking and then digital payments. But India has also a very robust startup ecosystem. So how can AI-driven innovations help these startups?
Absolutely. In fact, I do think that, most startups now are naturally thinking about how, in fact, startups are one of the earliest adopters, I would say, of AI. The way we think of it is, we are here to partner with every startup out there and have them be AI first. We want to be, partner to India being AI first, to every startup being AI first. And specifically, I think the challenges that startups have are to do with access, the ability to get supercomputer infrastructure. It's not easy for everyone to just jump on, and we have this program called Founders Hub, for example, where we allow people free credits and easy onboarding to come on quickly and start, playing around with models and GPUs. We are, model agnostic. So what that means is you can go from pre-trained models which have like humongous, like the OpenAI kind of LLMs to really small models, like small LLMs, what we call SLMs. All of these are available for startups to use, experiment, innovate, and we want to generate not just early startups, but we are working currently with a bunch of Soonicorns, which will soon be, right up there. So we are very optimistic, and we are seeing a lot of uptake.
Wonderful. Moving on, Ajay, over to you. How do you see, all of these emerging tech and AI models, impacting B2B marketing going forward?
So I think they are as human customers, as I always say that B2B, you sell to not an organization, but to a human being at the other end. And they have similar issues. I think B2B most often, so about a third of our business is B2B, about 2/3 is B2C. I think you're dealing with a large ecosystem which makes a decision, right? You're dealing with, and different sets of people have different requirements, essentially. And the central challenge of B2B is, the superpower in B2B is information. Today, I think accessing and putting things together as to what a B2B customer wants, which otherwise traditionally used to be behind a firewall, right? You only talk to the purchase manager or etc., right? They keep a distance, essentially to line you up and say which is the lowest cost. Today, I think putting together information as to the company that you're dealing with, the B2B client that you're dealing with, what does the organization want, right? What's their financial goals? Who's leading a particular project? I think the access is gold. It's not, the value in B2B is not created out of the product that we manufacture in our factories. The value is created by finding whose most important need in the organization are you serving. I think figuring that out has become that much more easy. It's not only the job of the frontline salesperson to go and access that particular information. That robustness of information, of mapping as to if this company is setting up a new plant, if Amazon is setting up a new warehouse, what's the goal that they have? Who's the project manager leading this charge? If the bullet train is happening, what are the financial points of approval? Where is access in this particular ecosystem? That becomes far more easy. And B2B, I strongly believe, is finding out the leverage point and the value creation point within the host organization. That has become far more easier.
Brijesh, over to you. Coming from FMCG, many Indias we all know live in India, right? There are many Indias living in India. So having said that, how do you see, some of these AI-driven insights, help you with some of the hyper-local strategies that you can adopt?
Yeah. So, well, almost everybody is on social media now, anyone who is of a certain age. So with that, what happens is your observability of trends, your observability of what is getting consumed, your observability of what is getting searched is that much more accessible. So with that, and with the particular engines also getting trained on all this particular richness of data, your ability to kind of zero in on what exact spaces that you should be kind of working on, what are the things that you need to tweak, is becoming that much more easier to kind of see the line of sight. So that's how we are approaching that.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Anuradha, over to you. You're someone who has transcended different sectors and, like from telecom to FMCG to digital payments now. Whenever there is an adoption of any new technology, like, there was something back then which was 15 years ago, then something new came in. How do you go about adopting or adapting to that change as it becomes increasingly more important from a marketer's lens?
That's a really interesting question because, when 25 years ago, when I joined the industry, I didn't feel like it was changing as fast as it's changing in the last 10 years, right? So at that point of time, there were playbooks and there would be rules of thumb that you use to decide what media plans to deploy. And it was all written down in books that came from London. Like it was that regulated or understood. And suddenly in the last 10, 15 years, it's just flipped on its head. The customer preferences change every day. The media choices change every day. In the influencer world, who is leading changes every hour. So I think marketers have had to be agile and nimble. And I would say I've had to be agile and nimble, right? And I would say that one of my personal goals has always been that and I lead a team of really young people. Like they're all ages, but they're lots of very young people, saying, I will know the technology, or at least the usage of it, as well as them, or even better. Yeah. So it's my personal goal, because if I don't put that pressure for usage, it's going to be, I don't want to be the last adopter. I want to be an early adopter. So for me, it's always been like that. It was like that for telecom, where, in the days when Facebook used to have groups, Vodafone was one of the largest groups, because I was very clear that I wanted to write that. To today, like I said, I'm putting pressure on each of my teams to say, learn this, do it, tell me where the problems are, and then let's find a different solution for it.
Do you sit with them to understand how do Snapchat filters work and all of that?
That my kids teach me. I don't need my team to teach me. Snapchat filters, I teach my niece, 14-year-old. How do you do this? And I'll say, come, I'll teach you. So like I'm saying, my pressure on me is that I must know. Social media is an easy one. Social media is consumer-oriented. I sit with my tech team to say, okay, show me how you're using AI to generate UX. And I think that part, I think you have to be slightly nerdy almost to get it, but I feel like in today's world, if you're not tech-friendly, and I'm saying this to all the young marketers in the room, I've had people come and tell me, I don't want to do digital marketing. I want to do classical, traditional marketing. I said, okay, goodbye, because you're not going to last. Classical marketing is digital marketing and vice versa. So I really believe that we have to all really create a lot of intimacy and affinity with new tools, new abilities, and all of technology. So it doesn't matter which industry you're in.
Kedar, finally, before we go, and time is up right now, but finally, before we go, banking is a sector which is all sectors envy because the kind of data and the consumer data that you sit on. Having said that, what is your perspective on the future of AI-powered hyper-personalization in financial services marketing, given, all the ethical concerns and everything surrounding, data?
Look, I think hyper-personalization can either be magic or it could be surveillance. There's nothing in between. And if you feel like someone is watching me over and if you feel intruded, then it just doesn't work. So what we need to really be very cautious about is the way AI is being used, the way hyper-personalization is being done. And the more transparent you are in the way the AI is working for you, the more trust that you're going to earn with your consumers. So I think, and the balance, if you're able to strike that balance, is when then it'll work like magic. So as long as AI is going to be an ally and not an intruder, I think hyper-personalization will work. Just because time is less, I'm cutting it there.
Thank you so much. Thanks for this wonderful panel, and thanks for all of your insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. Well, there are many takeaways from the discussion, but one that stands out is AI is no longer the future, it is the present. Thank you so much, panelists, for joining us here tonight. Thank you, Shibani. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session shines a spotlight on the future of technology and innovation, exploring the transformative power of AI and its profound impact on business and humanity. Guiding us into this promising yet uncertain future is a visionary leader who operates at the cutting edge of AI with a clear focus on real-world impact. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back the brilliant Daniel Hume, CEO of Satalia and Chief AI Officer at WPP, a renowned thought leader, entrepreneur, and innovator shaping the future of AI-driven possibilities.
Thank
Welcome
you,
back.
thank you. All right. We don't have a lot of time. I know we've sidestepped the plumbing today, but we're going to talk about how AI is completely transforming marketing. So I'm actually going to give you a framework that's probably not traditional, it's probably not something you've heard before, and how that framework can be applied to solve not just problems in marketing, but to any industry. We'll also, if we've got time, talk about the impact that these technologies are going to have on society, on humanity as well. So I've been involved in AI for about 25 years, my undergraduate, PhD, postdoctoral in AI. I started a company about 17 years ago that's been building AI solutions for some of the biggest companies in the world. I sold that to WPP, despite knowing nothing about marketing, and I still like to claim I know nothing about marketing because it allows me to ask stupid questions, where I'm now the Chief AI Officer and also run WPP's DeepMind, which is my original company, Satalia. So that's me, it's boring. Let's talk about AI. I guess, you know, every time there's a new technology, we get very excited, and we try to apply that new technology to solving typically the wrong problems. 10 years ago, people were building data lakes. They were putting Tableau or some sort of analytics layer on top and hoping that by extracting insights from data and giving those insights to human beings, that it will lead to better decisions. If I'm honest with you, giving human beings better insights doesn't lead to better decisions. Companies don't have insight problems, they have decision problems. And decision making is a completely different field in computer science. If you're old enough, it used to be called operations research. It's discrete mathematics. It's not generative AI. It's not machine learning. And it turns out that human beings are pretty bad at making decisions. We'll talk about this later on. But if you've ever read the book by Daniel Kahneman, Thinking Fast and Slow, or Daniel Ariely, who talks about predictably rational, you'll realize there are some things that humans are good at and some things we're not good at. And it's really important we identify the things that we use AI for and the things that we don't. So anyway, if I build a system that I give data to and it makes a decision, and tomorrow I give it the same data, it makes the same decision, what I have is automation. And automation is amazing because we can get computers to do things better than human beings. But does anybody know the definition of stupidity? What's the definition of stupidity? It's doing the same thing over again and expect a different answer. I would argue controversially that by definition, automation is stupid. It's not AI. I know that everybody that currently touches these words calls themselves an AI company. It's fine. We get more clients. We get more funding. There are unfortunately many definitions of AI. The most popular definition, I think, is the weakest definition, which is getting computers to do things that humans can do. Over the past 3 years, we've managed to get machines to correspond in natural language, to recognize objects and images, and when we get machines to behave like humans, because humans are the most intelligent thing we know in the universe, we assume that that's intelligence. Now, if you read these books, you'll realize that humans are not that intelligent. That's a different conversation. But if I built a robot that operated like a mouse or a dolphin, that would be the most intelligent thing that we've ever seen. So benchmarking machines against humans, again, is a very silly thing to do. Using human beings as the pinnacle of intelligence is not sensible. There's a very nice, elegant definition of intelligence from the 80s, which is this. It's goal-directed adaptive behavior. It's building systems that make decisions, learn about whether those decisions are good or bad, adapt themselves so next time you make better decisions. And if I'm being totally honest with ourselves, most of the systems that we see in production don't adapt themselves. Most of the systems, if I held to this definition, I would argue are not AI. Now, that's a bit controversial, and it's not very helpful. And the point is really that if looking at AI through definitions, looking at AI through technology is not a very helpful thing to do. So I'm going to give you a different framework, a different way of thinking about AI, and I'm going to try to bring it to life with respect to marketing. So before I do a little bit of a history lesson, so this is AI in the 60s and 70s. This is Socrates. Socrates is famous for inspiring the Socratic method. If I say to you that Socrates is a man and all men are mortal, I can infer that Socrates is mortal. I can create new knowledge. And AI in the 60s and 70s was writing down lots of things that we know about the world and then trying to infer new knowledge. And it didn't really work. It didn't really scale. This is now having a renaissance. We call this agentic computing. We'll talk about this later. But anyway, in the 80s and 90s, a new type of AI came along that's modeled how our brains work. This is the brain of a bumblebee. My PhD 20 years ago was trying to model the brain of a bumblebee in a machine. Bumblebees have 1 million brain cells. Their brains can fit on the end of a needle. Bumblebees do amazing things. They talk to each other. They navigate 3D worlds. They solve problems. They don't handle Windows very well, but ultimately, they're very smart creatures. And the question was, can you model 1 million brain cells in a machine? 20 years ago, we couldn't, but we can now model billions of brain cells, and we call these large language models. Now, I would argue that large language models are really good at knowing things about the world. They're really good at telling you what they know about the world through imagery, through text. They are not good at making predictions. They are not good at making complex decisions. This is not a panacea that solves all problems across your organization. Okay, it's really important that you choose the right algorithms. And actually, even as these large language models get smarter, I would argue that 5-6 years ago, they operated a bit like toddlers. They just produced gibberish. In 2022, ChatGPT was launched, and I would argue, as I mentioned earlier, this operates like an intoxicated graduate. Almost half of what ChatGPT came out with was wrong. It was made up. And as these machines get smarter, so now we're starting to see master's level machines that can do rudimentary reasoning. Soon we'll have a PhD level where you can give it a complex task. It will break that task down and solve the problem. Eventually we'll have AIs creating science, doing science, creating new knowledge. And eventually we'll have a professor that's going out there identifying questions that we haven't identified and then trying to solve them. So by the end of this decade, we're most likely to have a professor in our pocket. Now, how quickly these technologies enter our organizations is up to us. But as I mentioned earlier, even professors can't solve a media plan. I'm going to talk about this later on. It's really important that even as these technologies progress, they're not necessarily the right technologies to solve the problems in your business. So I look at AI not through definitions or through technologies. I look at it through applications. I believe there are 6 types of problem that exist in any industry that can be mapped to one of these applications. So I'll say this again. All of the frictions that you experience in your organization can be mapped to one of these applications. Okay, the first one actually is task automation. The fact is, using very simple algorithms, if-then-else statements, macros, robotic process automation, using very simple algorithms can drive a huge amount of value. You don't need to gravitate to new shiny technologies like machine learning and generative AI. The second application is content generation. Now, because of large language models, you all have the ability to create any generic content, imagery, text, soon video, soon sound. The battleground for organizations, particularly in our industry, is not creating generic content. The battleground is creating brand-specific, production-grade, differentiated content. That is very hard. That last mile is extremely hard. I want to geek out a second. In WPP, we build what we call brand brains. A brand brain is tasked with producing brand-specific production-grade content. There are 4 ways of making a brain smart. Okay, the first way of making a brain smart is by asking it better questions. So we can all learn to prompt and ask better questions in seconds. It doesn't take much energy, but you're not going to create a prompt accurate enough to create a perfect ad. It will get you to about 50% good. The second way of making a brain smart is by giving that brain like your brand guidelines, your imagery, your tone of voice, and then you ask it some questions and it looks at your materials and it answers them. And that will get you to about 70% good. It's called ragging. Most of the startups, most of the technologies out there are using that approach, and it takes minutes to build. The third way of making a brain smart is turning that intoxicated graduate into an expert. Now, we know how long it takes human beings to become experts. It takes years of training, blood, sweat, tears, trial and error. In the AI world, it currently takes months to tune these technologies. And there are only a handful of models out there that you actually can tune and train to become experts. You can't do it with all of them. When we build brand brains into BPP, we actually build a council of experts, an expert at your tone of voice, your values, your written copy, your imagery. Just like in the real world, you get different experts all collaborating and communicating to get to about now 98% good. So we're almost at the point where we can create brand-specific production-grade ads. The third category is human representation. So I guess what's really exciting about large language models is not their ability to create content. It's actually their ability to recreate how people perceive content. For the first time ever, we can build brains that allow us to recreate how you think and feel about things. In a world where we can create pretty much any content, the challenge is how is that content good? Historically, if I show you content, I'd have to ask you, how did you think and feel about that? But what we can do now is build what we call audience brains that recreate those signals that go in your mind and body to allow us then to create better content, but now also more accurately predict activation. And unlike brand brains, where the differentiator is how you tune and pipeline these complex technologies, the differentiator for audience brains is actually just data. Understanding the data that you need to understand human perception is a differentiator. In the marketing world, historically, we've collected names, addresses, dates of birth, gender. As far as I'm concerned, that's a proxy for how you perceive things. Where you live and how old you are is a proxy. How you perceive an ad depends on whether you've just fallen in love, how much money you have in your account, the weather, the time of the day, how well your soccer team or cricket team played at the weekend. Understanding that data that helps you build representative audiences is a differentiator. The fourth category is what people called AI 3 years ago, before generative AI. It's machine learning, it's data science. You already know my opinion. Giving human beings better insights doesn't lead to better decisions. The power of machine learning is not actually making predictions. The power of machine learning is explaining those predictions. So if I show you an ad with a black cat, I can accurately predict the clicks and the likes and the sales. But what machine learning can do, if you implement it correctly, it can say, Daniel, if you change that from a black cat to a ginger cat, you're going to get more clicks, likes, and sales because that person likes Garfield. Now, it's a terrible example, but the point is that machine learning can surface insights from data in ways that human beings can't, and we can use those insights to actually then make better decisions. That's the power of machine learning. Now that I can create content very quickly, now that I can test content against audiences, now that I can predict activation, my next challenge is how do I then push that content across channels to maximize my return? This is not a generative AI problem, it's not a machine learning problem, it's an optimization problem. And just to give you an idea about how hard optimization is, imagine if I have 5 pieces of content that I need to allocate to 5 channels. Do you know how many possible solutions are there? Do you know? 5 times 4 times 3 times 5 factorial, exclamation mark, we learned in school. So there's 120 possible ways to allocate 5 pieces of content across 5 channels. Let's make the problem more complicated. I've got 15 pieces of content. How many ways can I allocate 15 pieces of content across 15 channels? Don't say 15 factorial. That's cheating. Okay, so over 1 trillion possible solutions. To expect a human to solve this problem, we are wasting our time. One rule to take away today, anything more than 7, don't use a human for. Here are 500 pieces of content to allocate to 500 channels. Can you tell me how many solutions? No, you can't. It's a big number. And just to put this number into context, this is how many atoms there are in the universe. Once you reach about 60 things you have to consider, whether it's 60 people to allocate to 60 pieces of work or 60 pieces of content to allocate to channels, there are more solutions than there are atoms in the universe. If you choose the wrong algorithm, it will solve this problem badly. If you choose the right algorithm, it will differentiate your business. I want to actually just drum this problem home. Slightly different context. Imagine you've got a delivery van, and your delivery van has to deliver packages around these 24 points. Humans are quite good at solving these spatial problems. After a few minutes, we'll draw a nice path around those points. Now, how long will it take a computer to get the shortest path? The one that's going to save the most amount of time, petrol, energy? How long will it take a computer to get the shortest path around those 24 points? Seconds? Somewhere between seconds and 20 billion years. If you put 24 factorial into your calculator, you get this number. This is how many solutions there are around these 24 points. If you had a computer that could check 1 million solutions a second, it would take 20 billion years to go through all of those and say, this one that I looked at 10 billion years ago, this one's the shortest one. If I had another point to the map, it becomes 25 times 20 billion years, 5,000 billion years. If I had another point to the map, it becomes 26 times 5,000 billion years. These are exponential problems. They get ugly very quickly. You have lots of them across your organizations. Most organizations do. They're most likely being solved by human beings very badly or by algorithms badly. The delta here is if you choose the wrong algorithm, it will literally take longer than the age of the universe. If you choose the right algorithm, it will take milliseconds. That's the opportunity cost. Okay, the final one is human augmentation. So a few years ago to be talking about how we can use exoskeletons and cybernetics to make ourselves faster, better, stronger. One of the things that we're doing actually is with our employees, we create a digital twin of that employee. We create a large language model that's trained on their email, their calendar, their communications, their feedback, and we can ask that digital you, if I put you on this project, will you work well? If I put you on this team, will you thrive? Now, that might sound really creepy, but it's being embraced by those employees because they feel like their digital twin represents them better than 5 numbers in a HR database, and it really does. But what's exciting about this is that you're actually all building digital twins of your personal selves. You might have an AI on your phone, maybe Perplexity or Copilot. That is not a Copilot. It's not an assistant. It's a digital you. It's learning off your data, your hopes, your dreams, your desires. At some point, you're going to give it agency. You're going to give it the ability to make decisions for you, purchasing decisions. And what's exciting about this is that us as a marketing community need to not only figure out how do we market to human beings and capture their attention, but we need to now figure out how to market to AIs and get them to capture their attention. Actually, I could share with you some ideas about how we're doing that. So I love these 6 categories because they help you navigate this complex world of AI safety, security, ethics, governance. There's a huge amount of misunderstanding associated with AI. There are really 3 questions you need to ask yourself when implementing AI in production. The first one is the intent appropriate? Is this ethically correct? And I know there's people that have rebranded themselves as AI ethicists. I would argue there's no such thing as AI ethics. The difference between AIs and human beings is that human beings have intent. AIs don't have intent yet, and it's the intent that needs to get scrutinized from an ethics perspective. The second 2 questions are safety questions, which is, are my algorithms explainable? The difference between software and AI is that AIs tend to be opaque in terms of how they make their decisions. We don't really know always how they're making their decisions. If you can make them explainable, then most of these words go away. They become transparent, auditable, responsible. Explainability is your key problem to solve. And finally, you need to ask yourself, this is going to sound strange, not what happens if my AI goes wrong. As engineers, when we build systems, we have to identify failure points and make sure that we mitigate them. But you now need to ask yourself, what happens if my AI goes very right? For the first time ever, these technologies can overachieve their goal. So in our world, in marketing, there's a human bias called homophily, which is that we tend to trust and like people that look and sound like us. Now, if I optimized ads, you end up with a world, potentially, of you selling to you. Now, that might be very good for business, but it might be enforcing biases and bigotry and social bubbles. So you need to think about what are the consequences of our AI overachieving its goal. I think there are 3 things that differentiate an organization in the world of AI. The first one, we talked about this today already, is data. If you have data that contains insights that are more useful than your competitors, then you have an advantage. Data makes AI smart. Okay? The second is talent. Now, I know that most people have rebranded themselves as AI experts over the past 3 years, but the fact is, if you want to build differentiated AI solutions, you need differentiated AI talent. People have been doing this for 10, 15, 20 years. Don't kid yourself that you're going to be able to beat your competitors if you're not using differentiated AI talent. And finally, it's leadership. And I don't just mean I think everybody's a leader. Leadership isn't a title given to you, it's earned. It's if you understand the transformational power of these technologies, if you can make sure that you're placing the right bets to make sure that these technologies are having the most amount of value, then you have an advantage. If your leadership are not savvy, they don't understand these things, you'll place the wrong bets and cause lots of misinvestment. I think there are a few things that are going to emerge over the coming years. So I think we're using AI to solve problems across our supply chain. There's a concept called agents that are appearing, essentially digital employees that are going to be used to augment our work. But those digital agents are going to start to enter the physical world. In the next 5 years, we're going to see robots entering the world. And there's some new emerging technology that is barely on the radar of most organizations called neuromorphics. Now, large language models, as you all know, are massively energy intensive. They require lots of data to learn. They learn very slowly. Your brains operate on the power of a light bulb. You learn incredibly quickly. You only need to see one piece of data for you to know what it is. Neuromorphics are some new emerging technologies that are modeled on how our brains work, and I think that over the coming years, understanding about how human brains work, how AIs work, means we'll have a renaissance in what's called neuromarketing. Neuromarketing is looking inside people's brains to see how they think and feel about things. And I think that's going to be an advantage for organizations if you bring that talent. Okay, so there are 3 types of AI risks. The first one we've talked about is how do we bring these technologies inside our organizations in a safe and responsible way. There are malicious risks. How do we prevent bad actors from creating pathogens and misinformation? But there are also macro risks, big questions that we're facing as a species over the next 5-10 years that I think most people are now thinking about, which is great. So I've captured these risks using a concept called PESTLE. You might have come across this framework before. It's a macro framework. It stands for political, environmental, social, technological, legal, and economic. And you might have all heard the word also singularity. A singularity is a point in time that you can't see beyond. And it was adopted by the AI community to refer to the technological singularity, which is where we build a brain 1 million times smarter than us. I'll come back to that later on. So I think there are 6 singularities. Very quickly, the first one is the political singularity, a post-truth world, a world where people no longer know what is true. And with misinformation bots, deepfakes have challenged our political foundations, and they continue to challenge our political foundations, but they're also now challenging the fabric of our reality. So with a few seconds of your voice, with a few images, I can now clone you, and people are using clones to commit fraud. Mark Reed, the CEO of WPP, was cloned last year. Somebody tried to use his clone to commit fraud. I actually think that our community can solve this problem, so I'm actually very hopeful. The second one is the environmental singularity. Again, we've spoken about this today. As far as I'm concerned, AI is advancing consumption. But consumption typically gives people access to goods and services that enrich their lives. And we know it's putting pressure on our planetary boundaries, but I know that if we apply algorithms, if we apply AI in the right way, we can at least half the amount of energy that we need to run this planet. And the reason why I know that is because every time I've solved a problem for Tesco or PwC or whatever, we typically reduce the amount of carbon by 25% and unlock more capacity. If you can optimize across your entire organization, you can reduce the amount of carbon even more. We could easily half the amount of energy and still operate this planet with abundance. The social singularity is not my expertise. It's the point in time where we cure death. There are scientists that believe there are people alive today that don't have to die. AI is advancing medicine. It's able to monitor ourselves, and soon nanobots will be cleaning us out. And a bit like a car, if you stay on top of damage, that car will never, ever break down. In fact, I just signed up to a website recently called tomorrow.bio. For the price of a cappuccino a week, $5 a week, they'll freeze you if you die. So if I died now, they'll come and get me and they'll freeze me. They don't know how to unfreeze me, but the point is that for the price of a commodity, we could all potentially now cheat death. The technological singularity is when we build a brain 1 million times smarter than us. Now, my community felt this wasn't going to happen for another 40 years. We think it might now happen in the next 5-10 years, and we have no idea if this is going to be the most glorious thing that happens to us or our biggest existential threat. I'm a little bit worried about this, and actually I've just started a company. There's a spin-out of WPP to try to solve machine consciousness. Machine consciousness is going to become a thing over the next several years. Happy to talk about that later on. My advice to people is that when superintelligence comes, look busy, be nice to each other, and hopefully it will bugger off to a different dimension. That's what I hope will happen. Okay, the legal singularity is when surveillance becomes ubiquitous. We're nearly done. So, we're in the business of not only understanding perception, but influencing perception. That's our explicit business. And AI is becoming really good at influencing people. And that's a very powerful position to be in. We need to make sure that we're doing it safely, responsibly. And we also need to make sure we're preventing bad actors from using these technologies to accumulate more wealth and more power. The final singularity is my favorite singularity. This is about AI and jobs. So, for the past 17 years, I've been using AI to free people from mundane, repetitive tasks. Those people have not lost their jobs. They've gone on to do more important, impactful, purposeful things. And I think for the next 5 years, we're going to see a Cambrian explosion of new innovations, new opportunities. Jobs will be displaced and disrupted, but AI is like an energy source that will allow humanity to grow. Beyond 5-10 years, I don't think anybody knows what they're talking about, okay? And just to give you the 2 extremes of the argument that we hear in the press, the one extreme of the argument is that when AI can free up whole jobs, it probably will. The pressure to reduce costs, increase profits, means that we'll probably free up whole jobs or stop hiring. If that happens very quickly, we might see mass technological employment, which will lead to social unrest and our economies not being able to rebalance. And I think we need to lean into that problem and think about mitigating those risks. The other side of the argument is that we should be accelerating as fast as possible towards this singularity. By removing the friction from the creation and dissemination of goods, food, healthcare, energy, transport, education, we can bring the cost of those goods down to essentially zero. So imagine being born into a world where you might not access paid work, but everything you need to survive and thrive as a human being is free, is abundant. Now, people say to me, Daniel, what would I do if I didn't have a job? A job defines who I am as a human being. I know lots of people who don't have jobs. They're not sitting at home bored and depressed. They're usually using their time and their energy to try and contribute to humanity. So I'm going to ask you a question. What would you do if you didn't have to do paid work and everything was free? What would you do? Golf is usually the first answer I get. Indulge in your hobbies, travel, read, spend more time with your friends and family. What else would you do? Teach, exactly. So you keep pushing people to say the same thing, which is, I want to do something that makes the lives of other people better. I think we all have an innate desire to want to make the world a little bit better. Unfortunately, we're all born into economic constraints preventing us from doing that. So I think the promise of AI is freeing people from those constraints. I'm going to close by saying it's not good enough for an organization just to have a strong, profitable business. We've talked about this already. It's really important you have a purpose. If you don't have a purpose, you're definitely not going to attract AI talent, and at some point, you're probably not going to attract customers. I joined WPP because I believe in their purpose. It's to use the power of creativity to make a better future. And I think a better future is a world where people are economically free to use their creativity to make the world better for others. It's not a utopia, it's called a protopia. And I think the promise of AI is to allow us to create this world. So I think on that note, I'm going to stop, and thank you all for listening.
Daniel, thank you so much for joining us and, of course, sharing these eye-opening insights into the world of AI. And speaking of insights, if you're looking at the best of business and market insights, head over to Money Control, which leads the industry with the highest readership in India, with more than double the page views and time spent compared to the nearest competitor, setting the gold standard for business journalism with real-time market updates, deep analysis, and cutting-edge insights. For those who want an edge, Money Control Pro, Asia's #1 premium news subscription, offers exclusive research, expert portfolios, and daily stock picks. Global Pioneers Summit 2025 attendees get 1 year free subscription. Simply collect your code from the offer for the registration desk and unlock a world of market insights. Now, moving on, let's dive into a conversation that celebrates ambition, innovation, and the spirit of global leadership. In our next session, aptly titled Made in India, Built for the World, we shine spotlight on the grand vision that makes India stand out on the global stage with a trailblazer who has redefined the manufacturing landscape, turning bold ideas into a global reality. He has not only disrupted traditional supply chains, but has also positioned India as a powerhouse of innovation and excellence on the world stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please hear it for the visionary Amrit Acharya, founder and CEO of Zetwork. Amrit, can we have you on the stage, please? Amrit, thank you so much for joining us here this evening.
There's a lot of superlatives in that introduction. Not sure if I deserve them, but yeah.
All right, so let me just straight dive into it. Made in India is fast becoming built for the world, and you're at the forefront of that transformation. But Amrit, India has been always recognized as a global service hub. What, according to you, have been the key shifts that are kind of, positioning the country as a strong contender in global manufacturing?
Yeah, I think so we are a 7-year-old business, so our insights come from that limited time period that we've been around. But if you look back a little bit longer, the world went through this phase of globalization where we'll find the best solution whichever place it's there in the world, and that was the first wave of like the services-led exports that happened in India. Manufacturing took a backseat. But it was always something that was around the corner. Like okay. The benefit that India gets is it's such a large domestic economy from a consumption standpoint that the critical mass of scale that you need initially was always available. in today's world, in the last 3-4 years especially, where there's whole China plus one, mix shift, people want to diversify, that is what is creating the current opportunity, which India has. And if you take just the sheer size, India is the only country which can potentially be an alternative to China. There's just no one else. So that's what's creating the opportunity today.
All right, that are the big key shifts that you think. Now, Zetwork has played a crucial role in establishing India as a strong manufacturing hub. What according to you, what were the biggest challenges in scaling up to global markets, and how did you overcome those? Take us through your playbook.
Yeah, I mean, for the benefit of people who don't know us, like we started 7 years back. We are a technology business who's into manufacturing. So we work with large companies. They give us designs of products they want to bring to market. We partner with local suppliers in India to execute that project and deliver these goods to our customers. Our biggest segments are in like renewable energy. It's in electronics, in aerospace and defense. And we work with mostly Indian clients, but we also do a lot of global volumes. Today, I would say like close to 25% of our revenue comes from US. And that really is a shift that started during COVID, where the world said that, look, we want to diversify out of China. And we recognized that fairly early on, to our credit. And it was a question of being at the right place, right time, but also having a business model that allowed you to participate and benefit from that shift that is happening. See, ours is a very boring industry. Like when we work with large customers, they're not in the business of looking for new partners every day, every month. They just want to find somebody who's very reliable, take that extra hard work to underwrite that reliability.
So how did you manage to build that trust?
Yeah, I think great
You
question.
said you're a fairly young company.
So, I mean, being technology first is really helpful and allows us to be faster to respond than like somebody else. Like, I'll give certain examples. Like, for example, we ship a lot of goods to US from India. And 2 years back, we were all using the Suez Canal, but then there's this whole Red Sea crisis going on, so you can't ship across the Suez Canal. So ships are going across Africa. Now, what is happening in this moment is it is adding 1 month to the whole delivery cycle.
Correct.
But we have software that allows our customers to track that ship as it is left the Mundra port and while it is reaching the US port.
Okay.
So in that moment when your goods are not being received, there's a lot of anxiety that people have. But when you're able to give them that visibility, that look, yes, we are behind schedule, but here are the reasons why, and here is the real-time tracker that you can use to track your shipments at this point in time, it just suddenly elevates that conversation to being more solution-oriented than fault-finding. And that is a nice place to be in a services business. So where you collaborate with your customers and move things forward. Yeah.
All right, and what I also want to know is, when you founded Zetwork, did you envision a global footprint from day one?
No, I would say that we always thought we would be global at some point in time, but we thought that would happen maybe 10 years after we had started the business. Like we really felt that India itself is a large market opportunity and we should do justice to that opportunity. And in fact, when we were first starting our US business, it was more pull than push. So we were getting a lot of inbound from US clients who wanted our services. And initially our response was to say no, because we were pretty deep into what we were doing here. And then at some point it became overwhelmingly hard to refuse. Like you get, instead of one ping, you got 100 pings.
Yeah, that's a good place to be in.
That's a nice place to be. But that's when we started looking at like how the whole overseas things work. And but I'm glad we did that. Today it's like a big part of our revenue. But more importantly, it allows you to benchmark your skill sets at a global level versus being restricted to how good you are and competing with the current incumbents in the local market. So even in the long scheme, I think it elevates the quality profile of the business. It elevates the service levels that are required to be in business for a long period of time. And you transfer some knowledge that you gain from those markets back home.
All right, I also want to talk about competition and how does India's manufacturing ecosystem compares to the global powerhouses, for instance, China. You know, what unique advantages does India have and where do we need to catch up?
See, the reality of it is very, very hard to compete with China in terms of how good they are in manufacturing. So the holy trifecta in manufacturing is you need to provide the highest quality of goods, you need to provide it yesterday, which means like the fastest possible time, and you need to do it at the lowest possible price. And on all three parameters, like they're really, really good. So it is an uphill battle in terms of climbing and being as good. But like if you're not able to do it today, you will probably never be able to do it. This is the best possible time to be in this industry.
My next question was, where do we currently stand? So you're saying the best time is today?
Yeah, it will never be a better time. Like, as I said, ours is a very boring industry. Nothing changes fundamentally. And in fact, I prefer it that way, then we can sleep well at night. But today, in today's environment, you're creating opportunities where something that would have normally taken you 2 years, 3 years, you're able to do that in 6 months to a year, right? And the reason for that is, at the highest level, there is pull from the market. Like, your customers are wanting you to succeed. Like if you talk to our global customers, they want us to do well because they want us, if we do well, then that means they've created an alternative. Yeah. And so it is really ours to lose in that stand. And I think what benefits that we can have compared to other economies is just being fast, being responsive, using a lot of software, using a lot of technology. Technology levels the playing field for any company, right? So if you can be faster to adopt all of these into your current business model, then that elevates your standing compared to others.
Absolutely. Technology has been a level playing field. And that brings me to my next question. If you could share an example of a major global project, you know, that ZWorks successfully showcased India's manufacturing prowess. One of the many proud moments that, you know, if you could share.
I mean, we have a few, and I mean, we'll say that culturally we are very engineering first people. So we like when the things we build actually show up in the real world, right? So one of the things we are working on is the bullet train project between Bombay and Ahmedabad. So we will be a small part of the contribution when that thing eventually happens. And it's a good example actually. So we are partly making the girders, which are the bridges through which the bullet train will pass through. That is part of our scope. And we built the largest girder in India, which is like 130 meters long, which is for high-speed train. It had never been done in India before. And it was previously used to be built in Japan, and the entire bridge with the components used to be shipped to India and then locally assembled, versus getting the whole thing made in India. So that was the first time we were able to get it done.
Ladies and gentlemen, that deserves an applause, surely.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's a striking example because, look, ultimately, it's not a very complicated product. But the fact that even for these items, we were reliant on overseas supply chains, that tells you how early we are in our market, but also like how much catch-up we have to do to compare ourselves and be competitive in the global landscape.
Also, you know, I want to talk to you about the digital transformation through artificial intelligence, IoT and automation reshaping. It's reshaped Indian manufacturing and it's, of course, enhancing global competitiveness as well. How are these technologies tell us making Indian manufacturing more efficient, more cost-effective today?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'll go back to our trifecta. Like, you need to be highest quality, fastest delivery, and lowest price, right? So I think the biggest alpha that we have yet to unlock is how do we bring down cost even more into manufacturing. And in our case, the earliest wins that we have seen are in just shipping code. Like, we use a lot of software in our business and we do it completely all in-house. So we build everything in-house. So we have noticed that if it earlier used to take 2 months to ship out code and build new software, by using tools like Cursor, by using other tools, we are able to bring that down almost by 25 to 50%. And so that just dramatically improves the productivity by which we are able to bring new products to market. Now, these are digital products, but when you interface them with the physical world that we live in, the long-term opportunity is to dramatically bring down cost in the whole ecosystem. So if it took 10 people to deliver that job, can you do it with like, 2 or 3? Which both brings down cost and improves productivity. There is extra things like, probably we'll have more agents involved. Like even in our world, there is a lot of phone calls that are required to make any transaction happen, and the first step that we are experimenting with is how can we create like digital agents which can make those phone calls. And we're starting with the US markets, which is, because the current tools are better for English.
So how soon does this launch?
I mean, we'll see. First it has to work. But the idea is, can you have, to place a truck or a freight, if it required 20 phone calls, can you get it done with like a digital agent who does all those phone calls behind the scenes? Eventually the outcome is maybe the person on the other side will also have a digital agent, so you'll have 2 agents talking to each other. But that should dramatically improve productivity. Sure. And there'll be things like robotics and other things eventually.
All right. Let me now talk to you about supply chain. With supply chain disruptions becoming a worldwide challenge, how does Zetwork leverage technology to build resilience in global supply chains?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. So we say that, at least for us, like, as much as we don't like disruption and things like that, but they do create opportunities for businesses like ours. Because, as I said again earlier, like ours is a very boring business, and we pitch ourselves as making our customers' lives also boring by not having too much adventure. That
the kind of work that you're doing, it's nowhere close to boring. I have to say that.
No, it's
but
like
yes, go ahead.
we have to be like Indigo. Just be on time, deliver the consistent experience. Then life takes care of itself. We don't have to always just do something dramatic to just show up that we added value. So boringly predictable is kind of what we kind of want to be, and in that context, when things are not boring, in today's world where there is tariffs, there is just a lot of volatility, it creates more opportunities for companies like us to partner with more companies. So that is something we do look for. That is the problem statement my customer facing. Is it like a business as usual, or is it something unique which is one-off in nature? What that translates to us is, if it would have taken 12 months to get that first order from a customer, we can bring it down to like 3 months. Which eventually translates into more revenue and other things.
Sure. I also want to talk to you about how big a role have government initiatives like Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat helped companies like yours expand globally, and what policy changes or infrastructure developments could further strengthen India's position as a global manufacturing hub?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky one. Like, you obviously need something to bootstrap the industry, because we are, as I said, competing in a global environment, and it's an uphill battle. Like, it's 90% we may not succeed, because it's just such a hard thing to achieve. And of course, if the policy environment is conducive, it just adds a little bit of extra spring in the step to what you're doing. But at the same time, I will say that you cannot build your business to be completely dependent on government
Absolutely,
policy. Like,
yeah.
there always has to be a sunset. Now, what happens is once you're in it, you never want it to end. You never want the policy support to end. You just want it to be extended by another 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. Why not? But the long-term disadvantage of that is you're never able to stand on your own legs. So we support PLI, we support things that are happening. I think it's good for the industry. But at the same time, we have built our business without those incentives so far. So our goal is to make the economics work without it, and then if you're getting it, then it's just a cherry on top.
And you're clearly getting it. Which industries or sectors offer the most promising opportunities for Indian manufacturers on the global stage today?
I would say, in a way, what we do is a proxy of that. So we have seen our best success come from the renewables industry, from electronics, from aerospace and defense. And these are industries that are fundamentally going through 2 big shifts at the same time. Number one is they're growing a lot. Like, if you take solar as a category, India used to be like 15-20 gigawatts a year, is now poised to become double of that in maybe 3 years time period. So it's a high growth industry. In a high growth industry, typically people are playing catch up at every point in time. The second big shift that is happening is the industry is moving out of China to India or to other economies. So that means that for a manufacturer, you're benefiting from two growth tailwinds, when it is the industry consumption growth rate and the mix shift. So if the industry is growing at 20%, you can grow at 50% because you're benefiting from two big trends. And these three industries are going through that. So we are having a lot of Make in India, import substitution, Make in India for global markets. And I would say these are industries which are in the forefront of them. And we are also benefiting in the sense that we are not competing with a very strong incumbent in most situations. Yeah.
So you're saying you do not have competition, or what is your view on competition today?
I mean, we of course have competition. We have a lot of competition in our industry, but in today's environment where the industry is growing double digits, it's not a question of who has more market share or not. It is just a question of can you, it's actually a nice time in the industry where everybody is somewhat collaborating, where people want the industry to succeed, and then there'll be some person who succeeds more than the other. But in today's world, because the opportunity set is so large,
it's a big pie. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not a zero-sum game at all. Maybe in 5 years it may become like that, but at least for the timing, it's just I think just do well for the.
All right. So speaking of the next 5 years as a leader in this space, what is your vision for the future of Indian manufacturing? Let's say over the next 5 to 10 years, where do you see India? Yeah,
I think number one is the most visible goal is how can we become like $1 trillion economy in this manufacturing, and whether that is 15% of GDP or 20% of GDP, I think it's second order. But as an absolute value, can it touch that $1 trillion, which is not that far away, and then it becomes a question of okay, can we make it from 15% of GDP to 25, 30% of GDP, and I would say the fundamentals are there. Like it's really the world is rooting for us to succeed. I mean, we are rooting for us to succeed, and sure, there's a lot of people who will benefit if the economy linked to manufacturing does well. The challenges are all internal, I would say. Can we execute to the best of our abilities in the opportunity that we have been given?
Okay.
And it's not easy at all. I would
Absolutely.
say we are more likely to fail than to succeed, but the prize is worth it. So
speaking of failures and success, what has been the biggest lesson that you've learned?
Man, this is like such a hard business that I started. Like, if we knew how hard it would be, I don't know, if we may not have started this. So
what would you have started otherwise?
No, we would have still done this. But it's just very hard. I think just like the difficulty comes from two levels. One is just running anything big is just hard by default, because there are so many things that are outside your control, but they influence your success. And as a founder, and especially if you're running a large company, you live in an uncertain world, but you have to give certainty to your investors, you have to give certainty to your employees, you have to give certainty to all the people who depend on you. But a lot of things are outside your control, so that's like extremely challenging. And yeah, it doesn't get easier actually.
Okay, one final question I want to ask you is, about building an inclusive company culture. You keep saying it's a boring business. What are the kind of innovations you've done as far as building an employee culture is the case?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very important question actually. So I feel that over a period of time, culture is the only thing that scales. The company may grow in size, the company may become more profitable, may become more global. These are all second order effects. The only thing that is under your control as a founder, as a CEO, is to keep the culture intact. What worked for you 5 years back, of course you have to iterate and make sure that you're evolving with the times. You can't be stagnant on what worked for you 5 years ago, but at the same time, you have to preserve that core, which for us is a couple of things. Like, we want to be extremely fast in responding to new things. So we say done is better than perfect. That is an extremely important part of our culture. Second order things would be like just bringing in an ownership mindset that, yeah, like this is my company and I am tied to and invested in its own success. And these are things which you have to, it's easy to sacrifice some of this as you become larger, where, you suddenly become slower. And then you say that it is okay. every company, when it becomes larger, it becomes slower. It's just how it is. But the moment you accept that, that itself is death. Right?
Yes.
So you have to keep challenging yourself, and you have to scale yourself first, and then you can
Absolutely.
all that.
Time is up, but one very quick question. What is that one next big target or next big vision that you've set for Zetwork?
We are going to be around for hopefully a long period of time. So time and milestones are not that important. We just want to keep doing good things. And we feel that eventually long-term success for us is the number of case studies that I can share, like the high-speed rail, like we make wind turbines for large customers. The more talking points we have, we'll feel good about the work we do. So.
All right, on that note, I'll have to wrap up our conversation. Thank you so much, Amritacharya, for joining us, and may you continue to be boringly predictable. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on, in today's digital-first world where every impression counts and every ad competes for attention, the real challenge isn't just visibility, it's trust, relevance, and impact. And as brands navigate the complexities of ad fraud, brand safety, and media quality, one question stands out. How do we ensure that ads don't just reach audiences, but truly resonate in the right environment? And to answer this, we have with us the country manager, IS India, a leader who has been at the forefront of shaping the future of digital advertising in India with deep expertise in ad verification, brand safety, and media efficiency. He's here to share game-changing insights on how brands can maximize their digital investments with precision and confidence. Please put your hands together in welcoming Saurabh Khattar.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Saurabh Khattar, and what an insightful day it has been. We saw pioneers speaking about brand purpose, identity, diversity, AI, creativity, and boring businesses, which are very interesting. So today I'm going to speak about how media quality can drive performance and brand equity together. You know, what we used to call the future of media has very quietly become our present reality. For this presentation, I'm going to take a specific example of IPL. So, you know, every year IPL break records in terms of viewership, in terms of sponsorships, advertisements, and thousands of crores are being spent on digital ads at the time of IPL. And at IS, we did a research and we found some interesting numbers. We saw at the time of IPL season or high buying periods like festivities, we saw 93% increase in ad fraud, 60% increase in brand risk, and 28% increase in content related to sports events. See these numbers again. 93% increase in ad fraud, 60% increase in brand risk. And if you don't have strategy to navigate this, if you are not measuring your impressions for media quality or verifying your impressions for media quality, your brand is playing a losing game. That's why media quality isn't just a buzzword. It's your brand's insurance policy against low quality placements. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope I have your attention because that's what I'm going to delve into next. So you see the screen here. There are multiple ads running at the same time. And every ad is bidding for one thing, which is human glance. And similarly, on digital screens, we have thousands of ads. We have hundreds of ads at the same time. It's a battleground. And organizations, brands are all bidding and fighting for just one human glance. So in today's world, the battle is not just for number of impressions, it's for attention. And that's why at IS, we have been helping marketers to help with their attention and outcomes. So since last 2 years, we have been doing a lot of research, studies, and we analyzed millions of advertising data signals. We analyzed billions of impressions, and we found out that advertising, we found out that attention is a collaborative thing of 3 major parameters: visibility, situation, and interaction. And when these 3 parameters or categories are combined in different percentages, it can actually predict if an impression will result in a business outcome. That can be a conversion or a sale. Let me deep dive into all 3 categories. Visibility. It talks about it validates the presence of the ad. It talks about the viewability, video quartiles, and time in view of the ad. Second parameter is situation. Again, it has sub-parameters, and it talks about the presence of the ad in different environment. It talks about ad density, which is the number of ads on the screen. It talks about ad share of the screen. It talks about device and format on which the ad is running. And thirdly, interaction, which is very interesting. So it talks about how consumer actually interacts with your ad. And there are multiple parameters to it. If the user is scrolling on the ad, how the user is behaving with the video player. Are they increasing the volume, resuming, skipping, etc., etc.? And there's something interesting we have done. We have partnered with a company called Lumen, which is a biometric and eye tracking company. So we collate all the eye tracking data in different situations, placements, and geographies, and put that into our algorithm. And all these parameters are combined together to give an attention score of 0 to 100 for a specific ad placement. Let me show you some results. And we saw some great results. We saw that higher attention placement results in 130% lift in conversion. And what's more interesting is we found out that higher attention placements are actually cost effective. In the study on the screen, you can see that we saw that ads or impressions with an attention score of 75 to 100 resulted in a 28% decrease in cost per conversion when compared to impressions with an attention score of 50 to 75. And it works across the funnel. We did the study with a leading agency and a brand lift study company. And we saw that higher attention score leads to 91% increase in brand consideration and 166% higher intent. So now you can measure your campaigns on the basis of attention. And you no more can say or rely on the statement that, maybe it has worked for me. You can measure attention of the ads. Now, I just have 5 minutes, so I have to wrap up everything in this. So before I close this, before I wrap this up, I want to leave every one of you with a number. Take a moment, see this number, 280 billion. What do you think this reflects? This is not a GDP of a country, but this is what we at IS see every single day. This is what we process and analyze. IS analyzes 280 billion interactions, hundreds of millions of URLs, and almost 40 years equivalent of video every single day with just one goal, making sure that we measure every single impression. And next time you run your campaigns, do ask, does it safeguard and enhance brand equity? Does it deliver attention? And does it drive media performance? Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Before I wrap up, just for your kind attention, we have recently launched our 3rd India office in Mumbai, and our whole team is here. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Saurabh, for sharing those deeply insightful views. I request you to kindly stay back on stage for our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, as the media landscape rapidly evolves, the interplay between driving performance and building brand equity has never been more crucial. Today, we are privileged to host a distinguished panel of experts who will delve into this dynamic relationship, offering insights into balancing immediate results with long-term brand value. Joining Mr. Khattar on stage is Mr. MVS Murthy, CMO of Federal Bank. Tushar Malhotra, Director, Sales and Marketing, Bisleri International. And please welcome back on stage Shibani to moderate this session.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us today. सुबह से बहुत बात हुई on AI and on performance, reaching out and engaging with the consumers. But since we are meeting in the thick of the IPL season, let me just begin by asking you, and let's start with MVS over here. Which IPL team are you guys supporting?
Thala, CSK.
CSK. Saurabh?
Like, I'm a fan of multiple teams, but I'm supporting, I'm supporting Delhi Capitals with a hope that they win this time.
And then Tushar.
I don't have a liberty of saying one team because we have hydration partnership with 5 teams. So I'm supporting all 5.
No one said Mumbai. I'm surprised. I'm planning to stage a walkout over here. Like, come on.
No, we left that for you. We left that for you.
All right. It was a lovely presentation, Saurabh. But let me just begin by asking the marketers on the panel over here. What are the biggest challenges that marketers face today staying agile and efficient in this, rapidly evolving digital space? Let's begin with you, Tushar.
So especially with the post-pandemic world, I mean, there has been a rapid evolution of digital landscape, as we know, and there's a complete fragmentation today of the media landscape. Now, traditionally, being a mass marketeer, the one yardstick we had was SOV, GRPs, TV advertising, where a lot of our budgets were kept. But now that we look at Gen Zs, who is a very important cohort for us, Gen Zs are not on TV, they are digital. So if you want to reach out to Gen Zs, digital is extremely, extremely important. And thirdly, what's happening is that experiential marketing is back with the bang today. So the need of the hour is an integrated marketing approach where messages are spread across all mediums so that you reach out to different consumer perspectives. Secondly, what also is happening is that you want to have multiple conversations with your consumers, and that's where digital comes in. Because when you look at your TV advertising, there's one consistent message. For example, at Bisleri, we've got the Drink It Up campaign with Deepika Padukone. So that's running across TV for the full year. But if I want to have a conversation with the consumer on sustainability, on sports, on tech, that's where digital comes as an opportunity for us to engage the consumers.
Murthy, tell us.
So I'd like to think of it like being a chef who has to cook a broth or has to cook a meal. And there are a lot of guests who are going to come, and everybody has got a preference for something or the other. Plus, we are living in a world of intermittent fasting. मैं थोड़ा ही खाऊंगा, मैं 24 घंटे से मेरा उपवास चल रहा है. So all of this also happens. So the biggest thing that I struggle from, and I bought the chef deliberately, is what should I make? What is my story? So as a marketer, I struggle for stories because the attention of my audiences is fragmented into multiple pieces. The second thing I worry of is that while this story will fit in a 45-second ad, will it fit on a small reel which will just go through? Because the same story has to continue. So one is the quality of the story. 2 is the amount of content that I have. Because as he was also mentioning, that audiences are absorbing media 24/7 all the while. And therefore, to be a relevant brand, how do I go out and create a lot of stories? And if you allow me a little bit of an indulgence, I think one of the brands which has really done it all well is a gentleman called as Mr. Bachchan, who's on KBC. And there are segments which he speaks about, which also goes on the reel. There are people who sit and see the entire episode of KBC. And as marketers, we've got a lot to learn from him, because today when he tells a 17, 18-year-old kid, say, "Aaiye, hamara bet ke kaun banega crorepati khelte," it gives the same goosebumps as much as a 70-year-old person can come. So I think that's the go-to point for me.
Saurabh, over to you. Given the complexities of what these two gentlemen spoke about right now, what are some of the key metrics that marketers should focus on in 2025?
I think marketers today need to move just beyond measuring clicks and CTRs. They also need to measure what's moving people. If I talk from the perspective of brand, or if I talk from the perspective of performance, there are metrics like conversions, ROAS, etc. They are to stay. But marketers also need to add a smarter layer of measuring viewability and attention, and asking questions like, was my ad actually seen? What was the time in view of my ad? was my ad engaged with? Was there a focus on my ad? Because there are a lot of accidental clicks that are happening today. There are a lot of fake lead generation that's happening today. So it's not just about being on screen, it's about being in focus. And if I talk from the perspective of brand matrix, obviously awareness, sentiment, NPS, share of voice, etc. are there. But marketers also need to ask, did my ad land in a safe, suitable, and emotionally relevant space?
And safe environment.
Exactly. And, did that environment reflect my brand values? And it's not around any junk content. Because, it's, other than reach, it's also about gaining that trust. And I think marketers today are connecting the dots and including media quality, attention, and outcomes together.
Yeah. I saw Tushar nodding very aggressively. So are those the questions that you ask your agency? And apart from that, what else do you ask for?
The answers I'm seeking today is a regulated environment for digital marketing, where you're getting metrics back. Like in TV, it's pretty much regulated. You know what your GRP is. What is it that's going to happen for digital landscape? Is OTT advertising going to be a black hole, where you do not know where your money is actually going? What is the frequency? A lot of post-eval happens to that, but there is no set structure. So which is what we are actually looking forward to, because eventually you want ROI on what you're investing behind. So I think it's a very important question.
Yeah. And Murthy, over to you. How are you allocating budgets across performance marketing and brand building efforts?
Yeah, so one is that I want to admit in all consciousness and humility that different brands are in different stages of evolution. So when you look at somebody which is like a brand like Tata, which has been there for about 150, 170 odd years, their allocation of budgets overall will be far different than what an allocation of a brand like ours will be. Because hum to abhi ubhre hain, in the sense that we have just come out of our core market, which was Kerala, and the last 3-4 years we've been really out there, and we have a brand ambassador. So to that extent, my budgets will be skewed towards ATL, because I need to go out and generate demand. I need to go out and tell people that here I am, and this is what I go out and do for the business, and then there will be performance. However, I just want to touch on a thing. I think comparing brand marketing and performance on the same stage, I'm sure you've heard of this all through the morning, is not fair. It is like telling that, Rachit Ravindra and Sachin Tendulkar are the same people. No. He has spent about 25 years of time, and he can definitely pick a lot from the brand. So the performance could, like in a telescoping kind of a manner, the performance could be the furthest link, whereas the brand is the core. And the entire story gets built over about 50, 60, 70 years.
Coming back to IPL, as I mentioned right in the beginning, the IPL craze is on right now. In this, how do brands ensure strong outcomes during IPL? Any insights for us, Saurabh? Also, given the fact that, we have like the team members who created like the most talked about IPL campaign this season for Dream 11. Nitesh is right here in the audience. And we loved the way in which it garnered attention, the kind of storytelling it had. And the most talked about feature, of course, was the star cast of, the campaign. With cricketers, with Amir Khan, with Ranbir Kapoor, into brackets Singh. So it garnered a lot of attention. But Saurabh, from you, I want to hear, what are some of the things that brand could do right around this time, given it's the biggest property, not biggest cricketing property, it's the biggest property for the year?
Yeah, that's true. I think thousands of crores are being spent at IPL every season, and the number is growing. And I think there are few things. First, go omni-channel. Just go beyond one screen. IPL is everywhere. Consumers are scrolling, they're tweeting, they're shopping during matches. And using a cross-channel strategy to gather that fragmented attention across open web, social, and mobile is really important. And second, go contextual. Align your brand creatives with key IPL movements. Gather that particular attention. And at IS, we did a study and we found that 75% of the consumers say that they make a perception of the ad with the context around it. And 35% of the users said that they find it really annoying seeing ad in unrelated content. And thirdly, I would say measure metrics that matter and also optimize on them. Have basic hygiene factors like brand safety, viewability, and go a layer above measure attention, and also optimize on those numbers for better ROI and ROAS.
Finally, before we go, and we are running short on time, what is that one key prediction that you would like to make for digital advertising going forward in 2025? Let's Tushar begin.
So I think the integrated media landscape that I spoke on is pretty much a reality right now. So brands will have monies allocated toward digital and large amount of money allocated toward. So you will see a rapid expansion in this industry, along with regulation also hopefully coming in.
Murthy?
So I would think that, again, there is a context to it. As large and globally your brand is, you'll be under pressure for costs, you'll be under pressure for profit, so you'll go more and more measurable performance and that kind of stuff. Whereas if you're a mid-sized bank, you're a mid-corporate, you're a new brand, I think you'll have to invest a lot in the non-digital kind of a space. And I would want to take a punt or have a hunch saying that in India, you will still see a lot of the ATL moving far more, because it is the moment of the mid-market, mid-tier segment in India. That's the reason why.
Sure. Final thoughts, Saurabh?
I think one trend that I have personally seen is growing and which is here to stay is connected TV. We all know that digital is growing, video is growing, and within that, CTV has taken a premium space. In 2023, there were almost 28 million CTV households. By end of 2025, there will be 50 million CTV households. And because of that, ad-supported streaming is on rise, and why not? CTV gives much more measurability, and brands can track and optimize on real-time basis.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us, Tushar, Murthy, and Saurabh.
I want to leave you with a thought which AI won't tell you. There were 3 gentlemen with beard and a lovely lady doing these interviews. Thank you for the interview.
Thank you, panelists, for such an invigorating session. Thank you, Shibani. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a huge round of applause. Breaking away from the clutter, CNN News 18 is setting a new standard. Makes sense. No noise, more news. No drama, more depth. It is time for news that informs, not distracts. It is time for journalism that truly makes sense.
In a world filled with screens, where every smartphone is a megaphone and noise is currency, we make sense because we drop everything that distracts. We drop the drama and go in depth.
We're here outside the White House, and it is the biggest election seen in a generation.
Because only when you dive deep do you rise high. High enough to make sense of the deluge of information.
The RSS is becoming more exclusivist.
Gaining perspective and delivering decisive insights.
Out of the 40% Dalits, how are you going to choose which Dalit comes through in the examination?
From endless scroll.
How do you have a zero carbon footprint air conditioning done in your house?
To sustained clarity.
Why do you believe this will have a multiplier effect, put more money in the hands of the middle class?
Because when you want to make sense of a complex world, you drop the clutter, drop the chaos.
Are you creating a new era of non-alignment in the technology space?
CNN News 18 makes sense.
Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is the Dream Team, makers of Dream 11's campaign on creativity and the power of great ads. Ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you, कौन है तुम्हारी generation का सबसे बड़ा star? One of the most ambitious sports marketing campaigns in India. Let's take a look.
ऑस्ट्रेलिया में था वो वाला. That was my favorite 100 of yours.
आमिर भाई, एक फोटो मिलेगा क्या?
हाँ, of course.
नहीं, वो रणबीर के साथ. बहुत बड़ा फैन हूँ उसका.
अरे फोटो क्या पप्पी दे देगा? अपने ही बच्चे. हाँ, चलो यार. बच्चों. ऋषु, तुम्हारी जनरेशन का सबसे बड़ा स्टार. रणबीर सिंह. सिंह नहीं सर, कपूर. अरे एक ही बात है यार. दोनों हैंडसम मुंडे हैं. शाबाश.
मेरी फोटो
ऐसे कैसे कपूर को सिंह बोल दिया? मैं उनको सलमान बुलाऊं तो? अरे यार तू मुझे सलमान बोल दे, आई डोंट माइंड, बस एडवांस नहीं बोले।
सोहेल पे बिल फाड़ देता
यार अभी तेरी तारीफ कर रहा था मैं। हाँ
60 के हो गए, सटिया गए, रिटायर होने बोलो उनको।
वैसे 40 के आसपास भी रिटायर हो सकते हैं।
अबे रायता किधर है?
आमिर सर ने फैला दिया।
सर आप सच में भूल जाते हो क्या?
अरे नहीं यार, वो गजनी टूर की तैयारी चल रही है।
अरे जलते हैं मुझसे कि वो सिर्फ खान है और मैं खानदान हूँ।
टिश्यू मांगा था, इशू काय को पकड़ा हुआ लगी। आजकल के यंगस्टर्स, इनका ईगो उनके बॉक्स ऑफिस कलेक्शन से बड़ा होता है।
सुनाई दे रहा है, मेरा नहीं हूं मैं।
हाँ तो सुन ले।
मेरा सर घूम रहा है यहाँ।
अबे सर तो मैं हूँ तेरा, रिस्पेक्ट से बात कर।
अरे 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 गाइस गाइस गाइस, ये भी कोई लड़ने की जगह है?
सही बोला कैप्टन ने, फील्ड पे सेटल करते हैं। आमिर खान 11th अगेंस्ट रणबीर सिंह 11।
कपूर।
हाँ वही, टीम में हर प्लेयर गेम चेंजर होना चाहिए, गेम चेंजर मेरी तरह। इसलिए विशु अपनी टीम में।
अरे टीम में अग्रेशन होना चाहिए, इसलिए हिटमैन मेरी टीम का कैप्टन।
कब? अब ध्यान से टीम चुनियो मुन्ना, एक भी कच्चा खिलाड़ी भारी पड़ेगा
तो रिशु अमर सर को टीम से निकाल दे।
तू किसकी टीम ज्वाइन करेगा?
इससे अच्छा तो मैं रिटायर ही हो जाऊं।
आपकी टीम में कौन? ड्रीम 11।
इस खेल में आदत लगना या आर्थिक जोखिम संभव है, जिम्मेदारी से खेलें।
So what exactly goes behind campaigns that capture the imagination of masses? What's really needed to ensure creative impulses and compelling storytelling are converged in a seamless way? To answer these questions, let's invite the pioneers who are behind the amazing campaign. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Adarsh Atal, Group Chief Creative Officer at Quotient Ventures, Sriram Iyer, co-founder of 050 Media Works, Nitesh Tiwari, acclaimed film director, screenwriter and lyricist. Ladies and gentlemen, please put our hands together for our panelists here. And I would also like to invite Dilshad back on stage to moderate the session.
Settle in and let me just cut to the chase and ask you one of the most important questions I've been dying to know, which is who among the cricketers is the best actor to work with? Sriram, start with you.
In this campaign, it will perhaps be Rohit.
Okay.
Yeah. But
yes,
like over the years, I think MS...
He's really honed his
Virat,
acting skills.
All these guys are really good. And they're getting better with every campaign. So yeah, they're good actors.
Nitesh?
Better than some of our actors also.
Nitesh, who was it for you?
I
How
agree
was
with
it
what
directing them?
Sriram said, but most of them are very competent. You know, I'm like kind of surprises me.
Yeah,
Every time I work with them, yeah.
And Adarsh, for you, who did you think performed the best?
I mean, I agree with Sriram, but I have a personal bias towards Rishabh. Yeah, he's very cute in life only, and everybody calls him Rishu on set, and I think Rishabh is very funny on screen also.
I'll come to, of course, the behind the scenes, little memorable moments and moments that perhaps surprised you or moments that made you tear your hair out maybe. But, for me, this campaign, it kind of sort of drove home the point about the big game ad. IPL, of course, misplaced comparison to the Super Bowl, entirely different. IPL much larger, much bigger. And those are packed with celebrities too. We have celebrity-packed ads too, but this one felt different because it felt like that big game ad and that sort of anticipation that comes with it. Was that ever the intention though? I know, of course, Dream 11 has had a trajectory of a certain kind of celebrity-led advertising, but for this particular one, packing in so many celebrities, was that ever the intention? And I'll come to Sriram and Adarsh, the two of you, for this.
No, I think it's clear the brand's ambition to serve up entertainment alongside sort of messaging what the brand itself is about. But entertainment clearly is a priority. And it is the time of year that a fantasy gaming brand must own. And if you're going to be present at sort of this decibel level, if you're going to be this visible, then you have no right to bore people or irritate them. right? So I think the onus is on us to just like work harder. I don't think we've ever been more serious about comedy, you know, like it is hard work, and we need to do this because we know we're exposing people to a lot of this, right? Like, so it's got to be good.
Adarsh, for you, writing a script like this, where you're essentially convincing legendary actors to take digs at each other, and in front of millions of fans, how did that first script reading go? You know, when you told them that this is the thing, Nitish, I'll come to you with this as well, you know, directing them and telling them I want you to sort of, you know, laugh at yourself essentially. When you were writing it, what were you thinking?
Not about reading it to them first. See, we spend a lot of time having fun with it first. We've got a slightly larger team than just this, obviously, who worked on the ad. And we obviously try to make each other laugh at first. But of course, by the time we go to the celebrities, whether it's the cricketers, whether it's Amir, whether it's Ranbir, there are a few jokes that don't make it. Obviously, they were funnier in our rooms, and we honestly don't have the bravery to, go up to Amir or Ranbir and crack those. But to their credit, give us
a sample here either? No?
Not really. I don't think this room also could take it. But having said that, across the years, in fact, even 2 years back when we did the 3 Idiots campaign, Amir has always been a super sport, and usually that tends to, set the tone. So if somebody like Amir is a sport, everybody tends to just chill out and realize, yeah, this is funny, and this, if we laugh with the people, it'll lead to something a bit more, pop culture first, and not just aping what, other people find funny.
Right. Nitish, you and Amir, of course, have strong ties. Tell me about the experience of doing this this commercial, because you had a mix of course, iconic actors, and then you had iconic cricketers. How do you bring the two together? What was the conversation like between you and Amir, for instance?
No, I'm like, I consider myself fortunate that I kind of have worked with everybody in the past, so I have a rapport with everyone who was there in this commercial. So that makes things very easy. If you're working with somebody for the first time, it takes a while for that person to understand your style of working, and for you to understand what do you need to do to get that stuff out of, say, a cricketer or an actor and stuff like that. So that made it very easy. What really works in the favor of this campaign is we were dealing with extremely secure actors, who were in fact more than willing to go out of their way to push the ad to its desired conclusion. That also really helped. Just to give you a very small example, there's a small section where Amir sir pulls Ranveer's cheek and says, "Dono handsome one hai, shabash." He does that. And Ranveer does one hand folding, and then he does this and he leaves it. So in the first take, Amir sir pulled his cheek a little less. And then Ranveer went and told him, "Sir, khichiye na. Pura khichiye, make me look odd." Because it's a very odd moment for me to be called Ranveer Singh at this point of time. So that's what the take which is there in the commercial. Now this is what happens, this is where small things start making so much of a difference when you're dealing with people who are so secure, including the cricketers, including the everyone else like Jackie sir and Arbaz. They came for one particular line and they took a dig and they just, made so much of a difference. So it's a combination of everything, It's a combination of everything.
Absolutely. But is it specifically more challenging for you to work with, say, non-actors? You've done several ad films, you've done several feature films. When it comes to working with non-actors, and maybe you can draw on some examples from this specific film, are there any specific challenges that come with that, or is it just like directing anyone?
No, I won't call them non-actors, because very earlier, like Adarsh mentioned, 2 years back, we had done a 3 Idiots campaign where I worked with all of them. And you need to understand as a director, okay, this is how you need to brief the cricketers, to get this kind of performance out of them. And one thing you need to realize as a director, I always keep on looking to find ways and means to get what I want to get out of anyone who's there. Cricketers, you need to understand their psychology. They are extremely disciplined and they follow instructions brilliantly. And that's what makes them great cricketers. Offside ke bahar, आधे घंटे तक ball करना है, they will do that exactly. They know how to follow instructions. Out here, you need to know how to instruct them. That's about it. Some of them say, आप बस करके दिखा दीजिए, हम exactly वही कर देंगे. Some of them are more natural. So you brief them and then they will surprise you. So you have to understand, what to do with whom, and then you will get the desired result.
One of the other sort of big points about this this campaign was people were speculating the budget. How much will this campaign cost and all of that. I won't put you on the spot right now because I know you won't tell me. But tell me how.
We don't know.
Sorry.
Also, we only interested in the writing and the filming.
Leave the budget to Joe and the rest of them, perhaps. Okay, so tell me this then. As ad makers, okay, and Nitesh, you as well, right? Because you've been on that side as well for a very long time, and you still do. How does it feel when you feel like you have a budget where the sky is the limit? Does that free up some kind of creativity in you when that happens, or does it in fact pose a kind of challenge? Where maybe out of scarcity you do faster, better, and greater things versus having like this sky is the limit kind of budget. We're assuming sky is the limit, but just for argument's sake, what impact does that have on you as a creative?
So quite honestly, in this case or in our case as an industry, the tail, I'm calling the budget the tail, yeah, and that never wags the dog. I think it's idea first. If it's exciting, if it seems worth it, if there is a client out there who believes that it works for business, then you scale up. It's not like it's predetermined that you're going to go spend money. X
just
amount
because
of
you
money.
have it.
Yeah.
Adarsh, any thoughts?
I knew this question would come, so I came prepared with an answer. Honestly, the most important resource provided to us was time and trust. It took a while to get to the idea that we want to do. Not because we had it at the end moment, but we did try many things before we finally zeroed in on this idea. And then we spent a lot of time even crafting this. And along the way, when you say the sky is the limit kind of a budget, I would call it the budget of trust. So we know that, if we crack something that is spectacular, that makes us have fun in those rooms, and usually, even the gang at Dream 11, it's an extended team, right? If we all have fun when we are reading it, then we know that, it's worth the resource of going and making it happen. That's just the way we look at it, year in, year out. We don't necessarily worry about, what will it cost, all of that. But finally, yes, even other logistics come into play because we are dealing with celebrity time, we are dealing with cricketer time, all of that. So,
exactly.
All of that, somewhere plays into the writing finally. But going in, it's, as Sriram put it, it's always idea first, fun first, and what makes us vibe on it.
The fun part certainly came out in the ad. Nitesh, you've done ads, like I've said, you've done feature films, massive feature films. But what are the creative and logistical challenges to packing in again so much in 60 seconds? You have this great talent to work with, a great script to work with. Give me a little bit of an insight into your head. What are you thinking? How am I going to put all of this into a 60-second? Of course, they have iterations. You have the shorter films, you have the longer ones. But what do you think going into it?
See, I have spent more time in advertising than I have in feature films. So I think that experience really helps. In my time when I was a writer, we have even done 5-second films. So the challenges are different. Out here in this case, the two biggest challenges, for me as a director are, one is a logistical challenge, which is you are given the number of days you will get with each person, and you are also given timings, and you are given quite a few scripts. This is one of the many scripts. You've seen the shorties also which are there. So you have to just figure out logistically. It becomes more than a creative exercise, it becomes more of a logistical exercise. And I'm very lucky that I don't have to go through that exercise. It is done mostly between my producer, my first AD, my lovely clients, and the client servicing team of both the agencies. So I am only told, okay, you're supposed to shoot this at this point of time between this and this. So it is a very, very meticulously planned shoot over a period of days. The challenge, however, comes in, normally when I shoot an ad film, I shoot linear. I know exactly how the graph is. In this case, because I am shooting a lot of portions of a lot of films over 3 days or 4 days, whatever number of days I'm going to be shooting, I am shooting non-linear. So I need to be very well aware of exactly which actor is pitching his line in which way. Like say, for example, just to give an example, I shot Amir sir's line, हाँ तो मुझे सलमान बुला ले, I don't mind, earlier, and Ranbir's line later. ऐसे कैसे कपूर को सिंह बोल दिया, मैं उन्हें सलमान बुलाऊं तो? But as a director, you need to know exactly how the pitching should be so that when they come back to back, it doesn't sound jarring. You know, that's the only thing which you have to keep in mind. But again, that comes from the experience because even in feature films, we shoot non-linear.
Absolutely. Speaking about the client and others, you mentioned there were a lot of ideas that didn't make the cut. When it comes to, folks like Vikrant at Dream11, is it ever a buy-in call? As you said, it's trust, right, at the end of the day. So then the ideas that didn't make it, suppose, like what about them didn't make the cut? Maybe you can, I'll spin the question that way and ask you that. What didn't make the cut?
See, it gets more and more difficult by the year, only because...
Was the brief very different on this one compared to the previous year? Because, again, this has been a recurring...
Let's just say collectively, the standards were different. Because, like for instance, we had more fun this year, as you can see. Next year will be tougher. That's usually the way we look at it. And hence we tend to start even earlier. And it's not about ideas that don't make the cut. Obviously those ideas are funny in their own right and they work in their own right.
Maybe too funny.
But we just don't know. We just,
too controversial.
Sometimes you just don't get the feeling and sometimes you just need to be closer to the date of shoot to put your finger on what gives you that feeling. But honestly, I don't think it is that, this idea didn't work for this reason or this idea didn't work for this reason. It is just that constant pressure of how to make this better than what we did last year. And finally, when you land on one that just feels right, everyone in the room just knows.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't think we dissect it.
As Devika was saying it earlier, you feel it. Sriram, would you like to add anything to that?
See, also, there are a few lenses, right? Like for our clients to judge whether an idea sort of ticks certain boxes or not. There is a science to it. What we see as an outcome is entertaining. But I think we ourselves have some parameters for why sometimes something is great, but it perhaps doesn't do the task or it doesn't resolve a certain marketing objective. So we have a guideline, it's simple. We have the sport of cricket, we have the game, which is fantasy gaming on Dream11, and we have the fan of the sport. And then we have these elements, right, like which are executional elements. But we're always looking for an idea that sits in the center, like at the intersection of the sport, the game, and the fan. So and it's very, very important for an idea to at least tick. We have to tick these 3 boxes. And then we have boxes that we could tick, not tick. Entertainment is a given, but sport, game, and fan is a given. So sometimes some ideas don't tick these 3 boxes, they go out. So it's not just a maza. You cannot operate like that at this level of, a lot is at stake. It is a marketing task at the end of the day. There's money being put behind it.
On one of the biggest platforms.
And a big platform. So while entertainment is an objective, There is a marketing objective, and there are certain lenses which guide the client into either checking in or out of a certain idea.
Yeah, I'll save those marketing questions for Vikrant next time. I won't get into that. But Nitesh, you mentioned that moment when Ranveer suggested that Amit pull his cheeks a little harder. Were there any other such moments where you got inputs from either, the actors or the cricketers on set?
Sometimes, despite of briefing them in a different way, they come and surprise you.
Who surprised you?
Like Rohit, I never briefed him that he has to repeat Kapoor, but that he did it on his own, and it sounded so good. He says, "Singh sir, Kapoor." The second Kapoor he added from his side. Suddenly, it sounded very good. So these are the small things which come from actors. And these are the value additions you also look. Sometimes, like Amir sir, say for example, is one of very few actors who will sit even before the shoot. He would want to sit, hear out things, and which is very good. He's so involved. In this case, Ranveer was also involved. So they get time to prepare, which usually is not the case when it comes to advertising films. But on the day of the shoot, like the little pause which Ranveer took before he said Salman is his value addition. Which is like he's thinking on his feet ki kiska naam lu, and then he thinks and says Salman. He doesn't say कि ऐसे कैसे कपूर को सिंह बोल दिया मैं उनको सलमान बुलाऊं तो मैं उनको सलमान बुलाऊं तो. No, he's taken that little pause. That's what makes a lot of difference. And then small things you take as punch-ins. If you miss a reaction, if you say, look like this, then I only shoot that particular, bit. But, I mean, it's a combination of a lot of things. Sometimes they surprise you. Sometimes you have to brief exactly particularly to get that particular reaction from them.
But it was very interesting, your point about how the cricketers are very good at following instructions. Was there someone who was particularly studious and particular about that? Who was, joking around more on set? What were some of the behind the scenes? What's the most memorable moments for you all behind the scenes? Or most of the surprising moments, whatever it may be?
It's very jovial, Now that this is the third or fourth campaign, I'm working with them.
At camaraderie.
They open up more. They chat more. It's not just only about the ad. It becomes a little more personal. You want to know about the families. You want to talk about what I've been up to apart from playing cricket, and stuff like that. Where I grew up, what I did, and I'm a big cricket fan. I'm probably one of the as big as most of the people in this country are. But so for me, it's a trivia. So मेरे लिए तो खजाना है, I always get some information from somebody or the other. To me, those are the most memorable moments.
Who was the first cricketer you shot with, Nitesh?
First ever?
First ever.
Rohit Sharma.
Yeah?
Yeah, that was the first shot we took for Dream 11 3 Idiots campaign. Rohit was the first. In fact, that was the first time ever I was shooting with cricketers. And I was so lucky. We got to shoot in DY Patil. We got to see them play. And I genuinely thought, I'm digressing a little bit, but this is purely a fan moment. I genuinely thought I would pad up and go and play Ashwin because I would not dare to face Bumrah or Hardik. They're too quick, even if they bowl slowly to me. But then I stood at the slip and I watched Ashwin bowl and I said, he's too fast for me. He's too quick for me also. So those are just fanboy moments for me.
Was there sort of any playing around set happening at all?
They're all, good fun to be around. I don't see any, hang-ups from any of them. They're all very chilled out guys. They're like us, come, chat, whenever there's work, they will go. In fact, they refuse to go back to their vanities. In between the takes, there was time when we will tell them there's half an hour, you can go and relax in your vanity. Rohit will go out to the dugout, he'll start knocking with the club players who are there. Hardik will stand and chat with Amir sir. Hardik and Kunal will come and chat with me. So it's like full time pass, it's like good fun to have. Yeah.
In fact, each one of these campaigns that we've done for the past few years, they're so chilled out and they're so into the fun that's happening that we've shot extra films which were not discussed before on set, right? Like for instance, there's a short commercial that follows this, where it's titled Rapid Fire, and Aamir quickly comes into frame, and he tells Ranbir, like, it's a rapid fire round. Please tell me the biggest wrestler of India. Ranbir says Dara Singh. Tell me your salesman wali film ka naam. He says Rocket Singh. He says, tell me the fastest runner in India, Milkha Singh. Tell me your name, and he says Ranbir Singh. And this whole thing was cracked literally on set, and we have literally one take of it, because we could not, we had 5 minutes to shoot this, and that take itself is the film that you see. There's no cut or anything in it. But that's what happens, because they're just sitting, chilling around, part-taking, so you'll get ideas, and you shoot extra stuff also.
Sriram, any such moments from you when you reflect back on shooting these films?
No, for me it was most refreshing to see actors so involved in the craft. At the end of the day, it's a commercial, it's not a movie.
Right.
Typically, you don't expect actors to be that committed to a commercial. But for them, they were so in it already that it was like rehearsing a scene from a movie, So I saw Ranbir and Aamir, while of course Nitesh was directing them. During the take, I could see them improvise. I could see Aamir offer Ranbir other ways to react to him, and Ranbir sort of throws back at him a way in which he's going to react. So that is Aamir's cue for responding in a certain way. Typically, you would see this in a movie set, not in a commercial set. But that for me stuck, that the fact that, one, they're fully aware that the joke is on them, and they're loving it. And this is a great signal for, I think, an entire industry. Also all of us to take ourselves less seriously,
Did they give any cues to any of the cricketers, especially the joint scenes that they had?
Yeah, they helped them along a lot.
Yeah.
They helped them along a lot. Yeah.
Who needed help or who didn't need help? So what were some of the inputs that they were getting? Give us a little bit.
It would just be like, you come in, take 2 steps, aage. It will be stuff like that. It's not
the details.
They're not major acting tips really, but just to get the scene right, get them in position, stuff like that. Yeah.
Absolutely. Of course, there was a mention of another Khan in the ad. Does that mean we might see another Khan in any of these ads?
No, not yet.
Not yet, but we don't know, right? One thing you are looking forward to, for the maybe not this season, but next season when it comes to Dream 11 campaigns, it's one of those things that now everybody looks forward to, right? And that's very rare to have in advertising these days. We've been talking about the entire of this endless scroll that we're all seeing every day. But when we look forward to ads, that's rare. So anything that's on your mind for next edition or even this edition, what can we expect? Give us something to go home with.
Well, this edition, I think you will see pretty much all our work out there during the matches. But yeah, work for the next edition begins earlier. There is really no shortcut to this. It's not like you can write this overnight. You have to give it the hard yards.
Yeah.
Also, at least I don't know creatively what is next. It'll come to one of us maybe, or anybody that works in the team. It's a good bunch of thinkers and writers involved in it, which is a great thing. Also, at Dream 11, there's people who they're on the ball on it. They know the genre that's being cooked.
Right.
So hopefully we'll arrive at it at some point. So there is still butterflies and nervousness till you actually know you hit gold, Yeah.
And that's consistency in that storytelling.
Also we are really competing only with the previous season of the same brand's work. It's not like we're trying to do greater advertising than all of advertising or anything. We just want to do a little better than last year on the same brand. That's it.
Absolutely. Nitesh, one final question from you, and this is not campaign related, but because you mentioned your love for cricket, can we expect anything from you? Would you like to do something in the space, going forward, a film? You've done sport films.
Yeah, I never say no to anything. If there is something which is absolutely fantastic on cricket, why not?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Please finish Ramayana earlier, sir. Don't take up anything more.
But that's exactly what Hardik said when I asked him, and I interviewed him a while ago. I asked him whether he harbored any Bollywood ambitions, and he said, why not? So why not? Thank you so much for joining us today. It was lovely chatting with you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, gentlemen, for this wonderful discussion and amazing insights into the process of creating such a high decibel campaign. Moving on to our next session, we will embark on a journey of innovation to fully grasp how artificial intelligence is redefining the way businesses connect with their customers. Our next panel discussion, AI as the new frontier, the future of customer experience and the promise of personalization, is set to help you gain deep insights and expert opinions on this futuristic technology. Let's welcome and please put your hands together for Neeraj Ruparel, Creative Tech Lead at WPP and Group M India, Arvind Iyer, CMO of Piramal Finance, MVS Murthy, CMO of Federal Bank, and Sheetal Vanwari, CMO Office. And I'd like to call upon Shubhani to moderate this session.
MVS is a better left profile, so you should be there. Yeah.
Well, it's so hard to beat a conversation or follow a conversation that spoke about that spoke about the latest blockbuster campaign of Dream 11, where Amir Khan is calling Ranbir Kapoor Ranbir Singh. But we are talking about AI, the hottest topic for I think for the years to follow. And like, we have Neeraj in the house, so let's begin this conversation with you. You are at the heart of like all the experiments that are happening at WPP office in India when it comes to AI. What are some of the things that you are experimenting with right now, like, that has, your client interest?
All right, I guess I see the landscape from a very different lens altogether. Yeah. Like, while you were visiting us at the Experience Center, and I was talking about a narrative which we kind of decode in our Experience Center as empowering 1 billion Indians. And if I were to just slice it and give you a perspective, we are saying India has 1 billion guys who are connected on mobility. And India has these bunch of kids, Zen Alpha kids as we call it, our kids who are latching onto gaming platforms like Roblox and Minecraft, right? Eventually, whether these are 350 million guys who are on bottom of the pyramid, on baseline dumb phones or feature phones as we call it, or the Zen Alpha kids, they are latching onto some level of bandwidth to make a connect to the larger world, where brand needs to move in with a lot of creativity and technology and make a play out there, right? Now, in that space, I kind of divide India into many Indias, and I talk about a segment wherein what role would AI play for an audience which is not connected on internet? And how can you build the next level of most inclusive tech stack? For example, Ajay was speaking sometime back, and when Ajay was with Godrej, we had created a platform called Godrej Fast Card Ki Pathshala for those 1 rupee cards, like for baseline phones. And the insight there was people in Bihar, they get super excited about learning English. So we're teaching them small statements where you need to dial up and say, Suprabhat ko English mein kehte hain good morning, beep ke baad aap bole good morning. Right? So guys used to say with some diction, my system used to rank them. This is 5 years back, right? Next day morning, they say, Sarpanji, good morning. And the guy says, Bhai, tune Angrezi kahan se sikhi? And that's why they say, right? Mujhe Godrej ne sikhaya, So even on a baseline phones, you can still create advocates. And now with AI, you can pretty much do mind-blowing stuff through the telephony AI interfaces which I am building. If you see my recent campaign, which is Parvarish ki baat, Pankaj nahi, Papa Tripathi ke saath. Right? It was a campaign which was taken to baseline phones guys who are not using internet for Milk Bikis, Britannia, right? But it gave the power to the consumers out there to come on a live audio dialogue bridge with Pankaj's AI avatar and have a live dialogue around Parvarish ki baat. So even if it's a baseline phone, you can pretty much call up 22 languages, and we are now moving towards dialect. It's no more like having conversations on 22 languages out there, but 780 dialects is what we are all chasing, right? So our models are such that we just not create the AI avatars of celebs, but we do voice to voice. So we get the dialects recorded by an ace voiceover artist and we mash it with the AI model. So suddenly Pankaj starts sounding like Pankaj with so many dialects, biscuit, biscuit, blah, blah, right? And he's inviting people to have a live dialogue with him on a very purposeful subject out there, right? So I see that if you take AI to the bottom of the pyramid, which is these 350 million user, and you build for inclusion, and most of the growth now is coming in from rural India, right? A lot of brands are focusing on that. And you've got to make these smart solutions for dumb phones, as I call it, right? And AI is going to help you do that. It's monumental for us. And then I talk about this space where 200 million people who are clocking 200 Mbps better than European markets, who are moving on to super highways of 5G. So 5G is not here to watch videos, right? We've done it a lot at 10 Mbps on 4G regular highways. With 5G, we will lean back on computing. So in our experience center, we talk about the next level of computing, immersion. How do we get characters to pop in? We were just listening to some amazing talks on celebrities and how can you get them rolling. You saw that, right? Yeah. They can come in 3D and they're having a live dialogue with you. So stuff like that. So whether it's guys at the bottom of the pyramid or at the elitist of Indian, you can still go out there, blend these tech trends with creativity and create solutions which resonate with audiences out there.
Yeah, and with a larger audience
absolutely,
as well.
scale.
Not just, you know, those powered with A18 Bionic on with Apple Intelligence or, you know, the latest chipset on the smartphones. But having said that, Murthy, you're someone, you know, which has that kind of scale to tap into, like the consumers of the Bharat, so to speak. So how in the banking sector you balance AI-powered automation to reach out to these consumers along with, you know, let's say human empathy in customer experience from Bombay, a city like Mumbai, to let's say an area like Palakkad or, you know, even Muzaffarpur for that matter?
So I want to open this saying that Ghibli ke piche kya hai? We've been thinking about it and talking about it so much. At the end of the day, it's a human face which looks far more attractive today. So the future of AI or future of technology is still going to be human. Coming down to what you're saying, I also want to tell you one more statistic. Today, we are a very, very proud 5 lakh crore bank. We touched 5 lakh crores today. It only means that we are closer at a sniffing distance to become among the top 5. A lot of this journey has happened in the absence of AI. AI has come up now, or technology which came up 20 years back. But the fact of the matter is that the progress that we have had as an organization is because of our people, because of the service orientation, and we are a service business, and they have gone and adapted AI. So these are the two background points I wanted to give you when you look at Federal Bank in context. How do we go out and use it? It is exciting for us because today, as we become a universal bank, it allows me to use multiple languages. It allows me to use multiple dialects. Are we using AI? Phenomenally, we are using AI. We are using AI to track our ATMs. We are using AI in risk. We are using AI in compliance. Marketing is really high speed now because a lot of creatives come out. Newsletters are coming on AI. The search is happening on AI. And I'm very proud to tell you that we are perhaps the only brand globally which explicitly says that imagined by human, created by AI. Because for a bank, trust is the most fundamental thing, and we want our audiences to know. So that's how we are bridging various generations of people. We are bridging geographies and also hopefully delivering value to our shareholders in the market.
Yeah, and you know, how does, Arvind, my next question to you is, for financial institutions like Piramal Finance, how do you provide, you know, this hyper-personalized experiences without, you know, crossing the ethical boundaries? Because ethics and AI is like the larger question that people are asking across the world. Not so much in India so far, but, you know, in regions like EU, in US, it's already been discussed at length. So how do you do that?
So maybe I'll start with an analogy. So, you know, when we have an AI model, we look at the AI model much like how you would see a fresh management graduate. Except that that management graduate has probably had so much of width of knowledge, but doesn't really know how to apply it. So really, you got to be able to channel, harness, you know, really put them through the same growth path that you would do for any other sort of management trainee. So with that analogy, you know, and look, we're a regulated entity. I mean, we come under the RBI, where like everything that we do is pretty much prescribed. You know, Murthy can second that. So a lot of the governance, you know, is automatically there. But also, I think the stand that we took, because we want to be able to serve a set of people who are really unbanked. I mean, who don't have. I mean, the traditional financial system, you know, doesn't really underwrite them. So we kind of started, you know, when we were in the drawing board, we pretty much started as a cloud company. So pretty much everything and anything that we do had like traditional AI models built in it. So whether it's risk, whether it's compliance, whether it's underwriting to policy, and it's kind of now infused using CX. So a lot of the personalization happens because we are talking about, this whole Bharat wala phenomenon with dialects, with languages and all of that. So then we figured that, look, we need to be able to build muscle on voice. Voice as a, as an overall capability, which really is today, is not there yet. Really one could claim, but we've often found that it's tougher to build. So we're trying to build it in-house. We're using some of the Bharat API stack to do that. But really take that and see how we can infuse it. So a lot of conversational analytics, personalization, and a lot of that comes from, how the agent or rather the bot interacts with customers. So very.
And, Sheetal, over to you. For a co-working space like office, how are you redefining the customer experience using AI for space management and also for personalized offerings to, the people who take that space?
So I'm glad that co-working has brought workspace into the focus because I think we spend 10, 12 hours at work, but we don't really discuss it enough. So I'm going to address your question with space management first. With space management, the simple stuff is energy efficiency, underutilized spaces. How do you work in your space vis-a-vis how someone else works based on their geography, the generation, the locality, the micro market that they're going to. So AI really helps us analyze all that so that the experience that we are creating, along with the space that we are creating, is quite personalized. So we have a concept of me and we spaces where how much time am I spending alone, isolated, focused work, vis-a-vis how much am I spending collaborating. AI helps me understand usage of that space because space design is not just the aesthetics, it's about how it functions, how it helps you function. So, it really helps us, even our layouts, we're using AI to create those layouts and customize layouts. And the second part to your question, in terms of personalization, especially for co-working, we curate a lot of employee engagement activities and, we do a lot for our clients. Now, we try to create a whole wealth of experience for them, so you have food fests, you have retail pop-ups, you have knowledge sessions like this. But what we are trying to do is personalize that experience, almost like how Netflix recommends something. That's exactly what we are trying to curate with AI. And AI helps us with that at a macro level in terms of different regions work differently, and also at a micro level where BKC works very differently from a Thane micro market.
Okay. When it comes to all of these experiments, Neeraj, that you do with AI, how do you ensure that there is no loss in human connection while you are doing it? What are some of the challenges in including that, as the technology keeps on rapidly evolving with each passing day?
You got to just constantly prototype. If I were to just give you a quick perspective on evolution of AI at my end, I think in the pre-GPT era, me and the CCO of VML, we were jamming on insurance comms. And me and Mukund, we were discussing, and Mukund says, I don't want to create the same insurance comms where I would go on the TV and tell people that buy insurance, if you die, what happens to your family? I want to build something progressive, and I've got Sachin with me. I said, that's brilliant. We can recreate a younger Sachin, 11-year-old, who would go on TV and would say, I never got scared of my future. I prepped for it, and that's what Aegis Federal does for you, right? We spent so much time engineering that character because there were no synthetic AI models available, right? I personally used to spend about 10 hours reading the script and create my clones. So that was never possible for Sachin out there. But things evolved, and you saw work which we did with Ritik on the Raksha Bandhan campaign, and then the Super Maverick campaign on Shah Rukh Khan, not just a Cadbury ad, right? So a lot of campaigns evolved, and even the lead time kept coming down. And today when I speak about the Shah Rukh Khan campaign, we spent about 30 minutes of celebrity time to Pankaj Tripathi and Britannia, or we cloned the characters of Bumrah and Sky recently for ITC. No time spent at all, right? It was constantly data crawling and mastering it to perfection on the dialect side of it. And now we are talking about multimodal AI stack where AI gets voice and eyes. And one of the first use case when you came over, I was saying that I need to really crack something for the visually impaired community in India, which is like, sits at about 5 million, right? And that's how you connected me to this genius, Amar Jain, and you really helped me shape a solution which we just are piloting today with the community. It's a retail shopping experience we have built along with Britannia, WPP and Google for visually impaired community. So they could pretty much scan a QR code, move into a retail store, and place their phone anywhere on the retail stack. And AI has now got eyes as well as voice. It's going to talk back at you, right? And we are really trying to solve for real life problems out there, right? And getting the community as part of it. I mean, the reason I spend time with you or so many media folks or even MVS is invited now to our center, and we get to learn from so many leaders, and we get to constantly prototype it through our partnership. And that results in campaigns like these, right? And it's constantly evolving. So you obviously need a partner who is super agile, constantly spotting trends and shaping it for you. You cannot do that. I mean, you have your own business to take care of. And that's where partners or clients lean back on us, and we are able to do these brilliant, mind-blowing prototypes.
Yeah, and we have two marketers from financial services sector. So I want to ask you, if there is a problem that you guys want to solve for, for anything, any probably enhance customer experience with AI, what would that be? MVS, let me begin by asking you, what would that solution, what would that problem be that you want to solve?
So a large part of what we experience in banks is that customers want speed, they want efficiency. So if there is the mundane stuff, which is standard, I don't mind it pushing it to AI and to agentic bots and stuff like that and let them manage it. But there are many reasons and many occasions why the customers would want to come and meet somebody in person.
Yeah.
So I'd want to have it. And I just want to sort of land this point here saying that for me as a marketer in BFSI, and when I look at a large part of the service industry itself, it is not artificial, it's actually accentuated intelligence. So it works in parallel to the human intelligence which is there and creates aha moments for the brands. Because there are some times when customers don't want, DIY mode pe hu, so just leave me at that. But I will have to go out and build both. The other thing is that, and the point which you were asking her and she mentioned is that there is going to be a possibility that AI will often be wrong, but never in doubt. And we will have to keep overseeing it, because at the end of the day, and since you pegged it on banking and financial services, if we go wrong or if a customer gets a wrong kind of an advice, then the trust is eroded. So we have to be very, very careful. So from a creator's econ perspective, it's a very exciting time to be. But maybe some marketers will be a little calibrated because our businesses are like that. It's not that we are not excited about it. And hence, to conclude, what I'm trying to say is that you'll have two tracks which are running. One is for the DIY, which it can go out and do. And the other one is, I will still need a human touch.
But isn't it ironic, because banking as a sector, embraced AI with open arms right at the beginning when other sectors were grappling with it?
No, but technology, always you will have the BFSI and banking taking it, head on or taking it with full gusto, because there is a lot of broadside which is there. At the same time, because we are a regulated kind of an industry, more than the regulator regulating us, we need to regulate ourselves and curb our enthusiasm. It is exciting to play that shot outside the off stump. Yeah. But if you 7 bar out ho rahe ho, then maybe you need to just hold.
Hold back, correct. Arvind, your thoughts on this?
So again, very similar. So I won't add, I won't repeat what Murthy said, but I think where, we found a lot of joy is in being able to, give each of our frontline employees, let's say, an administrative assistant who's a little intelligent, right? So whether it's by suggesting, let's say, a next best action, or let's say, taking out some of the mundane things. So can a statement request that is coming over email be serviced over email, hands on the wheel? Lo and behold, they were about 50 when we began. Now it is over 10,000. Obviously, there is somebody, looking at it all the time. But yeah, like you rightly said, it's about making sure that we're constantly monitoring what's going on. And at the same time, we need to kind of be measured in some way of the kind of bets. But we're constantly cooking something. So the fact that, there is this agentic structure that's there, we do have some MVPs. It's not like we're going to put it out there, but we're going to keep it sandboxed. We're going to keep it in a place where we know that, here is a use case. Let's throw it in there. Let's experiment with it. And I think in that sense, banking and financial services, you have such a vast, ability of use cases to put, and it doesn't have to necessarily face the customer.
Add to what he's saying, and you mentioned about this, but look at SEBI. They are using AI to help us go out and create IPO filing. That's the topmost end of use of AI. Somebody like me is now pushing a resume to the AI and saying that tell me if he's suitable for this job or no. And at a level of navel gazing, I am also checking what is my next level of growth going to be. So AI comes back and tells me, okay, you've done these kind of roles, but you're not still suitable for that. But it is clearly happening across the spectrum, the highest level, which is SEBI in this case, and
what can you, Sheetal, over to you, what can you attain with help of AI when it comes to personalizing, your space in your sector?
So I think the thing with AI is that it's making every industry a service industry to some extent. You mentioned it for banking also. What it's really doing is creating an experience where we're becoming more humane with the help of AI support. So just a simple example, like in our centers, for people who come in, we have, people who come in, freelancers, on a day-to-day basis. So they could come in once a week or once a month. So when they come in, you have a seamless experience. You could be going to any center where, AI helps us identify who the person is, authenticates his Aadhaar, which you need for Wi-Fi, and he's left with all that time for him to connect with the human, center managers on other things. So, how it's really helping is that the mundane, tedious, have to be done things, which are a checklist, like your KYC, is becoming very seamless. However, the interaction that you really want to have with your people is about other things, even if it's the weather. And AI is bringing that about by making it simpler for us to get access to things.
Yeah. Final thoughts, Neeraj, before we wrap, on what are some of the innovations that you are most excited about in this space going forward? Agentic AI was spoken about and you touched upon it, right from the start of the year. But apart from that, what else do we look forward to? And what are some of the solutions that you're driving for?
All right. So this year at WPP Stream, every year I go on the stage and demonstrate the next level which is coming up, and then we also talk about what we presented last year and what we delivered this year. This year was all about creating super duper hyper realistic digidoubles, right? If I scan you using a dome cam setup, and that's
your digital twin.
Exactly looking like you, fully expressive, and it can also, again, I said 5G is about computing. So when you are invoking a digital person and you are creating a mental health helpline, for all you know, a brand decides to create, it can read expressions in runtime from the front camera. That's what computing does for you, right? So when a person is crying, the character is reading the expressions and it goes mellow. It's being coded to go empathetic, right? So characters that look like you and characters which will also have emotions in it, and they will be able to solve a lot of real life problems out there, right? So the consumer CX or the look and feel of characters is going to get super duper elevated with language models, dialects kicking in. Your automation AI is going to get replaced. AI agents are going to move into workforce, as we all know. How effective they're going to be, we have to chase prototypes, use cases, and constantly work towards more deployments. Basically, that's how you will learn out of it. But right now, the super exciting thing is the ability to render this in the finest quality out of India. The setup which I use to render my DigiDouble is a Oscar-winning setup which is at FinCity. I got myself scanned through a dome cam setup. Then I rendered it using Unreal Engine. Then I gave it an ASR, the audio speech platform, so they can speak and my character starts talking. The promo which I recorded for this particular event, which I messaged you, I also posted on LinkedIn, that's not me. That's my DigiDouble, but no one can make out. So all what I'm trying to say, the novelty value of AI is faded, which means the real value is here to get realized. So all the characters are going to be called out saying that this is an AI-powered character, but the content, the prompt engineering or the brand brains which Daniel spoke about, right? The content is going to be sheer fun, so that the consumer is going to fall in love with the content which is getting disseminated, right? What we did with Ravi Shastri and the kind of content which got disseminated on the cricket season, it was being coded to perfection, right? It cracks up people on the fly, create advocates, and people start sharing it. Look at this. Britannia mein Ravi Shastri ne mere ye question ka ye jawab diya. That's the era we are moving towards. It's not going to be one comms, it's going to be multi-comms, and the celebs are going to be everywhere in the household, taking that comms to the next level. You getting what I'm saying? Are you guys sharing my passion? Can we clap for this?
No, I'm just wanting to, we are actually in a matrix moment. Yeah. There are so many Neos out there who are doing so many multiple things, but there is one Neo. Yeah. who's at the back of the whole thing. And in this case, he is the one who's creating all of that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So the one who feeds the prompts rules the world. Yes. Isn't that so?
Meaningfully, I was just talking to you about it. Like,
Yeah.
India has so many problems, and with AI, you can really create solutions out there. Right? Every time I jam with Daniel, our global leader, he keeps telling me that you've got so much scope to deliver. I was taking him around on a drive, and he was making a note on his notebook. I said, what are you doing? I said, for you, this is regular life. For me, these are problems. I'm going to give an assignment back to my team back home and even to you. Start working on it. You can work on solves, and so many of them.
All right. Thank you so much. We are out of time, but thank you so much. Thanks for joining us today. It was wonderful having all of you on the panel.
Thank you, panelists, for that stimulating session, and thank you, Shubhani. Moving on to the last panel of the evening. Gaming in India isn't just entertainment, it's a cultural revolution, an economic powerhouse, and a marketing goldmine. With millions of engaged players, thriving communities, and brands vying for attention, the gaming industry is evolving at a breakneck speed. But what does the next level look like? How can creativity, community building, and brand partnerships shape the future of gaming in India? To crack the code, we have Srinjoy Das, Associate Director of Marketing at Krafton India, and joining him on stage is Rahul Matthew, Chief Creative Officer at DDB Mudra Group, a creative mastermind who understands the power of storytelling, brand integration, and immersive experiences in gaming marketing. Srinjoy, let me start with you and straight away dive in. You know, India's gaming industry has witnessed explosive growth, particularly in mobile gaming. How do you now see brands and marketers tapping into this big space to engage meaningfully with, of course, India's ever-expanding gaming community?
This is very fascinating, in a lot of ways, this was bound to happen. We are now almost a $4 billion industry in India. We have around 750 million odd internet users in India.
Yes.
So gaming was supposed to anyways become center stage. Now that it has, BGMI being one of the early adopters at exactly the point where the internet revolution took place, gave us a tremendous amount of community and brand love that we could do. Now, when brands engage with us, there are many examples I can take you through. I'll probably take you through 2-3 examples. Like a recent auto company launched one of their games, one of their cars inside our game, right? So that's a very cutting edge example of what all is possible, which is incredible, right? Because when you think of something as quintessential as driving, and when you think of gaming, where gaming is extremely high involvement because you're very emotional, you're in a heightened sense of emotions in general, and imagine doing that while you are in a car inside the game in general, that creates a sense of attachment to your brand like no other.
Yeah.
So that is really the starting point where we are looking at things. The many other examples we'll take you through as the conversation sort of progresses. And Rahul will also take you through some amazing examples and campaigns that we are thinking of.
Absolutely. And going across to Rahul. Rahul, gaming has evolved beyond entertainment. It's into a cultural and social phenomenon from a creative standpoint. What are the most effective ways for brands to integrate into gaming ecosystems without feeling intrusive or disrupting user experience?
So I think the most amazing thing about gaming is that it's so immersive. So when you've got a gamer, you've actually got 100% attention of the gamer. But which also puts the other part, the other responsibility, which is authenticity. I mean, we see this a lot with communities where brands want to ride on it because it's popular.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you have to always, at some point in time when the community becomes very confident, they will reject you if you don't feel like you're authentic to who they are and what they're about. So I think the thing which we need to do right now it's a ride and everyone's loving it and gaming is growing and brands want to be associated. But at some point in time, we'll have to ask the question, what is my right to actually talk to you? Do I really get you as a community? I mean, we saw this trend play out when LGBTQI communities were getting bigger. A lot of brands are getting onto it because, it felt like the right thing. It's everyone's talking about it. I'm going to be on it. But then after a while, the community started saying, but why are you talking to me? Are you really into it? What are you doing for me to improve me as a community? I think at some point in time, the brands are going to hit that wall. So the sooner we respect the community and understand them better, I think we'll be able to be having a longer ride with the community.
All right. So, a follow-up question, Rahul. As a creative leader, how do you see storytelling evolving in gaming-based marketing? Do you believe in deep narrative integration, or is it more about short, high-impact brand placements within the gaming world? What is the right way?
I don't think there's any right or wrong way. It's about you got to be interesting, and you got to be something that the community is interested in. I think what's also beautiful about something like the gaming thing is the amount of insights you get, the amount of stories you get, the amount of data you get to play with. You can customize a story to be more impactful for you specifically based on what is your behavior in the game. I think that's the most beautiful thing about being in something where someone is so committed. I'll be very honest. When I did my first campaign for BGMI, it was like 3 years back? Maybe 3 years back, right? To now, my eyes only go wider. Okay. Every time I talk to Shinjoy, I talk to the team. Because you realize, holy fuck, I'm sorry. But you realize that, holy cow, this is an amazing world out there, and the way people are engaging with it. The commitment of the community is insane. We just have to drop something and step back. It takes its own life. So, in fact, one of the things we were talking about, in fact, came from conversations that we were having. And it's a campaign we're working on at this point in time, is we've heard so much about the game, but there's also so much more than the game that happens. It's the community. For the community, it's a network as well as a connections platform. Yeah. Right? It's more than just going and playing a game. They're talking to people. It's a social platform for them as well. And these kind of things escalate a lot more after COVID, right? So a lot of people found that as the best way of kind of connecting with people when they were in isolation. So we found actually a couple who fell in love on the game. It's not just, now we're not just talking about emotions like bros and friendships. We're talking love. Yeah. In a game like BGMI, where what people talk about is very far from love, right?
It's hard to believe that people are falling in love over BGMI.
So yeah, we would like to show something which probably will just go into the, so if you just play that video. So this is something we're going to be doing now, if it plays, hopefully does play.
So,
yeah, go ahead.
So I'll put some context to it, to be honest. So when you're playing a video game, you have heightened sense of emotions to it. And you have to believe in teamwork. You have to do things together a lot, right? So there are a bunch of mechanics inside the game in which what you do reflects what the other person does. And you need to play together as a team. Correct. So beautiful friendships came out of it. Like, in fact, we had scored very, very good films and ad films and full-fledged 15-minuters on that very premise. The beautiful friendships, people from different parts of the country come together and play a game together and become friends for life, right? But this was super unique. We never thought that there would be couples who would come out of a video game, right? Yeah. But when you think about it, it's quite natural, right? You spend so many hours getting to know each other. Yeah. And then this is one of the most beautiful things. He was talking about the social aspect of the game. When you're playing a game, what do you think? Yaar, kaise jeetna hai? How do I want to win this game? When I play the game and I do raw market research, so I switch on voice chat and listen to what others are saying. You can do that in a team, right? I see they are not talking about the game. They're talking about, hey, canteen mein kya hua aaj?
So are you going to add that vertical, giving Tinder a run for its money?
Well, we already are probably without even knowing that. So anyways, what we're doing is we're doing a game, a wedding in the game. So Tanupreet and Jaspreet, who met in the game, we're getting them married in the game for real. So that's going to be their marriage.
So if you do that, then the idea germed here at this forum, right?
No, we're doing that. It's happening on the 10th. Okay. Yeah. What I showed you was literally the wedding invitation that we have for them. So that's what we are doing. We're getting a lot of, you'll start hearing a lot of gaming influencers talking about it. We are getting some of their friends from the game invited to the wedding. It's going to be an offline and online wedding where it's going to be like the whole Sangeet, Mehndi, Bharat. Wow. We're redoing the maps. Working with people from the community and redoing the maps to make it like a full, Shadi ka ghar.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
so-
who would
so-
have thought?
No, so there are millions of users inside the game, right? So when they have the actual wedding inside the game, imagine there's going to be millions of people watching their wedding. So this is not a wedding which is happening on YouTube or Instagram or a live streaming platform. This is a platform on which there are millions of players on a daily basis coming in. And it's like sometimes I find it very difficult to explain the scale of how big BGMI is right now.
Yeah.
But all of these folks are watching two of their player mates or playmates like sort of getting and getting married and all, right? So this is a very, very unique experience for everyone involved, even the people who are on the sidelines cheering on for the lovely couple.
And it's a story, that's a real story from the game.
Absolutely.
And it's an immersive story from that end,
Yeah.
right? So that's what is beautiful about a game like BGMI. There's so much that we don't know about, which every time we talk, we realize, "Arey yaar, ye bhi hai."
Okay.
Ye karke dekhte hain.
Sure. So there's lots in store, clearly. But Srinja, I want to shift focus to the business aspect of it. Localization is crucial for success in any market. Tell us, how is Krafton, tailoring games to resonate with cultural nuances, cultural preferences, and what challenges do you currently face in expanding Krafton's reach in India? It's a diverse market.
So we don't think of localization as just changing the language and just bringing the language. We go very, very deep. For example, in our game, there's something called voice commands you can give. For example, aage dekho and all of those things. We have used those voice commands and created voice commands in multiple languages. For example, you can speak in Gujarati, you can speak in Bengali, you can speak in many other languages inside. So that's one aspect of localization. The other is content inside the game. Now, what do you think of content is not really what content means in gaming industry.
Yeah.
In gaming industry, you don't spend the entire time just playing the game. You spend a lot of time in the menus, like if you understand what menus is, and then roaming around here and there, right? So we have a ton of Indian brands with whom we have collaborated to bring these unique experiences, like be it the automotive brand we spoke about, or be it a very popular QSR brand that we spoke that we've done recently. So these are some beautiful localizations. The other way to do it is also bringing Indian dresses. So we celebrate our culture. So you can wear a sherwani inside the game.
Okay.
You can wear like tremendous dresses inside the game and play the game as it is, right? The final part is we've also put celebrities and they're full-on avatars inside the game. So you can play, like Ranveer Singh used to be one of our celebrity brand ambassadors. You can play literally as Ranveer Singh. So everybody, जैसे हर एक के अंदर होता है ना, hero बनना है मेरे को. So आप hero बन सकते हो. So these are things which is happening at a game which is global standards of production, global standards of development, with Indian nuances to it, which I find tremendously interesting. Apart from that, even outside the game, when you go on YouTube, if you search some of the content that we made full-fledged shows on this game. This is not placements inside a show. This full-fledged shows, raking in millions of views. One of those shows was 8.8 rated on IMDb, which is incredible. So these are things which is happening not core to our industry. Our core industry, we are not in the business, show business, right?
Yeah.
We are in the gaming business, right? And when we created, the fans came in hordes, right? This is something that we've not seen before. And another very, very small example. For example, last Diwali, we thought we'll pay a tribute to another relationship which comes out of video games, which is friendships. So these are 4 friends which we formed out of 4 different parts of India who came together, who know each other only by the video game. We made a story out of it, and we shot an entire film, 15-minute, very short film, and we posted it on YouTube. It's got around 10 million views, and look at the amount of comments which is there. So I always judge a quality of content by the amount of comments that you get, right? So, which is incredible. And coincidentally, it also got shortlisted in Spikes Asia for an award. So I'm just telling you the amount of quality that comes through that we put in shows us that for us, localization is more than just changing the language and then giving you a local flavor to it. We go full Indian. So the name is there in our game. BGMI, the I stands for India, right? So that's what.
And also the play is more than just regional. It's plain culture. It's not a plain region. It's a plain culture. And I think there's as much as you hear about what the brand is doing to participate in culture, there's also gamification of culture as well. Now, there are words that we picked up from games that now become part of how you talk.
Yes.
Right? I mean, especially in games which are so widely embraced, you will find that you'll find words used in the game is going to be the way in which people are going to talk, and that's being part of pop culture.
That brings to my next question, Rahul. Gaming culture, like you said, extends far beyond the game itself. It influences fashion, music, memes, social media trends. So tell us, how can brands really leverage this cultural moments for making like a game or a gaming platform? How do they make the most of it?
I think first and foremost, if you're not a gamer, don't do it. Because and for us also, a lot of times, like even this thing we are doing right now, the people driving in our teams are the people who live on the game. It's not driven by us. We actually literally present, there are youngsters in my team, we're presenting to them and they're telling us this won't work. Okay? So I think that whole thing about acknowledging that that comes back to the thing we spoke about right at the top, the authenticity of it. Are you just trying to ride on a wave, or are you genuinely trying to be part of that community, understand the community, and do something for the community, right? So yeah, the authenticity is going to be the most important thing to get right for brands.
Okay.
Getting the language is very, very important. I've seen a lot of streams of CNBC 18 in general. I've seen people write a word called OP, which they refer to as something good. If I say something like CNBC TV 18 OP, it means CNBC TV 18 is doing a good job. Where that came from? That came from BGMI.
Oh.
Yeah, it means the full form of that is overpowered, right? So to an audience who doesn't know video games, it doesn't make sense, but to that crowd, it makes all the sense.
Yes.
Which is a very deep insight I found out, that these Gen Zs, when they come in swarms, when they come in hordes, really, they have their own language, they have their own way of communicating, and they do it inside the game, which tells me the respect that they have for this as a platform. Like now it's become more than a game, more than a cultural phenomenon, it's become literally a platform, right? Now when you have that amount of respect, then the integrations that you can do with brands in general can be more authentic, can be more genuine, instead of giveaways or rewards or whatever it is. And that's something that we have been doing, and we'll look forward to doing more of these. Yeah.
Sanjoy, you mentioned Battlegrounds Mobile India. It's been a cornerstone of Indian gaming landscape. What does the future hold? What's in the pipeline? How are you ensuring its long-term success? Spill the beans.
So in sales, you say always be closing, ABC. We have a thing in gaming called ABS, which means always be surprising. Right. So yeah, you've got to do that because they have extremely short attention spans, and you are competing with hundreds of thousands of games which are launched in this country on a very, very daily basis. So to stay, if I can use that word, viral over a very long amount of time, it takes a lot of effort. So what you have to do is you have to break a lot of rules, right? So one of the basic rules of marketing that we break is that we do a lot of campaigns in a year instead of the 2-3 that you usually do in a year. We do close to around 20 and 30 because unfortunately that's how this industry sort of works. It moves from one part to another very, very fast, right? In this year, we've got a host of really cool surprises for our fans, including what is possibly an anime series that we are thinking of.
An anime series.
Yes.
Okay.
We've done some research and we found out that it's on the rise, and we've had great results when we have these sort of content integrations in the past.
So how soon will it launch?
Let's see how this turns up in general. We've got a ton of features and new updates coming for them. These are full-fledged maps and features with which the audience will understand. And also some campaigns which will involve engagement. So we are moving away from creating videos and releasing it on YouTube, because that's even though that's giving us still great results. Okay. But if you look at the future, it means that you have to do something on social media and you have to do something inside the game, and then it links together for you to get a reward. So it becomes so engagement-led that you have almost a symbiotic relationship between what happens inside the game and what is happening on YouTube and Instagram. Okay. So that is where we think advertising is sort of headed in gaming.
Sure, I would have loved to go on, but our time is up and I'll have to wrap up our conversation on this note. But thank you so much for being so candid and sharing some beautiful stories, and wish you the very best. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Well, moving on now to the last session of our inaugural Storyboard18 Global Pioneers Summit that will surely challenge our conventions, spark curiosity, and redefine the boundaries of creativity. Let's explore the fascinating intersection of human ingenuity and artificial intelligence in the world of advertising in our next session, interestingly titled Misfits and the Machine, the Role of AI in Creative Advertising, with a global leader in creative excellence, a visionary who has redefined how brands connect with audiences in an increasingly digital world. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sean Dix-Ipsis, global leader in creative excellence.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Namaste, Mumbai. Very happy to be in this vibrant and awesome city in incredible India. I actually live in Hamburg, Germany, And as you can probably hear from my accent, I'm not very German. I come from South Africa, but for my sins, I live in Hamburg now. And so it's really awesome to be back in the city and to explore and just, be part of this culture and vibrancy here. I'm not going to talk about that, don't worry. My name is Sean Dix. You've introduced me. I lead creative excellence at Ipsos. We're in 90 countries, but our focus is really on creativity and advertising and how we can help brands be more successful. So the title of my speech today is Misfits and the Machine. I'll let the word misfits hang for a while. I'll come back to it. But really what I'm going to talk about is why AI alone cannot crack creative effectiveness. And I'll let you have a little bit of a journey through the story now, and we'll see what you think at the end of it. Just a few data points. The first data point, I think we've heard a lot about that probably today, is that a lot of corporate leaders, we did a survey in 23 countries with corporate leaders around the world, and what we saw basically is that most corporate leaders say that AI will fundamentally transform the way that business operates today. We've heard that on the panels. People have agreed to that. But in the advertising ecosystem, that impact is quite large. And from the McKinsey report, we can see them estimating as much as $500 billion of savings in efficiencies. And just last month, P&G announced that they think they can save between $500 and $700 million by using AI and changing the media model and the advertising model. And they're going to reinvest that money back into reach, effectiveness, and advertising. So things are changing radically, okay? But let's start, because you can't have a presentation titled Creativity or Advertising without some advertising. So I'm going to show you two ads. The first ad, I'm just going to let it play, and then we'll come back to it later. So let's
Pietro always had a flexible neck, just like his father and his very curious grandfather. All the men from the Pisanos had this gift. This talent earned them fame in the village, even if it might not have been completely true. At 18, Pietro became a tennis judge, which was at least safer than his cousin doing neck tricks at the local circus, and less tiring than his nephew. Well, never mind. Older women were just laughing about it. Younger women were curious, naive, and idolizing. Many people argued about how the Pisanos did it. Some suspected special exercises. Some talked about genetics. But what no one knew is that the street in front of the Pisanos led to the home of Herr Weber, who in his adventurous years made his fortune by importing alpacas to Germany. But this would be an entirely different story. After retiring in Italy, through all the decades, he kept buying the best sports cars available from Gianni, who became a friend until the very end. When Weber went for a spirited ride, he did it right in front of the Pisano's house. Porsche, turning heads for generations.
So has anybody seen that ad before? No? Okay, so we'll come back to it. We'll come back to it for sure. Let's look at one more. So some of you have probably seen that ad. Maybe some of you were part of the LinkedIn frenzy that went on, and you can see our sad polar bear here, generated by AI, of course. Was very sad at one point, because what happened when that ad was released in early November last year is that the LinkedIn machine got very, very busy with basically saying, is that really the real thing? Or we had comments like, this is huge controversy of two worlds coming together, creativity and AI. Is this really good? The new culture war is brewing, and this ad is at the center of it. Well, of this one, the backlash against Coca-Cola, what went wrong, and many, many more. This one is probably the worst one, the creepy dystopian nightmare. And so, you know, a lot of comments from LinkedIn, a lot of, you know, sofa professionals giving their opinions about this ad because Coca-Cola were upfront about it and said, hey, this ad was generated by AI. But here's the thing about that ad, is that we wrote an article in the Wall Street Journal. We were asked our opinion about it. Of course, we're researchers, so we use data to back up our opinion and our point of view in this. And we said, well, you know, everyday people actually don't care whether it's made with AI or not. Because, of course, Coca-Cola have been using AI-generated polar bears since 1995. So those distinctive brand assets people already recognize. They recognize the music, they recognize the trucks, and it works. It works really, really well. In fact, we tested it, and we can see here from this creative effective potential score, we get 142, which is way above average in our database in the US, which is a really, really good score. So it just proves that actually in this case, you know, Coca-Cola were actually smart, and they were definitely slaying it in this instance here. The million-dollar question is, though, can machines really produce effective advertising? And I think that's the question in the room and definitely being debated in the advertising industry today. I'm going to show you one example here. Just before I show you this example has been created not by Oreo, the company that represents Oreo. It's actually created by a YouTuber who wanted to see if he used Gen AI, how would that ad come out? And so this is the result of this little experiment.
What if the universe baked a cookie and sent it hurtling through the cosmos? What if that cookie turned into a symphony of shooting stars, lighting up our world? And what if those stars turned into your favorite treat, falling like sweet snowflakes? What if each bite could hold a universe of flavors? What if we told you this isn't just a dream?
So I guess you know the results of that. Some of you may think it's good. I think you're probably in the minority. But you can see his experiment was just to see, you know, if I just use AI with no human intelligence, little human direction, what would I get from that commercial? So we did some research on that one as well. And you can see what we call our misfits mindset. I'll come back to that later. That, yes, the ad itself was seen as original, maybe surprising in a way, but lacked a lot of things. You can see the red circles, you probably can't read that, but it says it's not really relevant, has no empathy, doesn't say anything good about the brand or anything new. And so what happens is there's a high level of confusion. You could see some of the characters, if you were paying attention, had more than 5 fingers. You know? And so things like that were going on. Pretty bad production quality, if you ask me, so not very good. And of course, the creative effect score that you saw earlier is like at 62, which means it's really, really weak versus our norms. So, you know, an example of if we just use AI without any human intelligence or direction, we can end up with results like this, and I think that's a good example of it. So what are the opportunities and risks for artificial intelligence in creative development? I think what we've done at Ipsos is we understand, first of all, that advertising is very complex. It's difficult to get right. And that's because the way our brains work, right? We're wired to basically ignore things. And we live in this attention economy that's very difficult to cut through. So what we've done is we've written a book in 2022 called The Misfits. It basically describes how creativity and advertising can spark brand growth or make your brand successful. And why misfits? And you may think that word has a negative connotation. It means non-stereotypical. that's true, because what we see from our learnings is that non-conforming advertising performs significantly better than conforming advertising. So all those car ads that you see that show a car driving down a winding road or show some beautiful people in it, some features, are all just wallpaper, because our brains are basically wired to ignore those codes that we've learned over time. So the data actually tells us that ads that do something different create good story arcs. And there are many examples. Volvo is a brilliant example of a company that does great story arcs. Actually, ads that produce non-conforming ads are on average 21% better in terms of getting into people's minds for the brand. So there's evidence that really shows that being a misfit is something really good. We wrote this book because we wanted to have, as researchers, a point of view on creativity in advertising. I'm sure many of you work with different ad agencies. Each agency has their own opinion on what the definition of creativity in advertising is. If you talk to a Wyden and Kennedy, they will tell you it's all about chaos, breaking things. You talk to a company like Leo Burnett, they will talk to you about sincerity, relevance. So they're the different schools of thought. We wanted to put our point of view forward. We've done that in the book, but we went a bit further. We looked at popular culture as a source of inspiration, but then also looked at our data and looked and saw, okay, which variables would group together? And we saw, okay, we've got 3 different buckets: creative experiences that explain what's important for people when it comes to getting into people's minds, things like originality, surprise, emotion; popular culture, will people talk about it or share it? Things like creative ideas, is it informative, say something new about the brand or different? And then the sweet spot, which is not related to creativity, but is empathy and fitting in. And we heard the CEO of Ogilvy speaking about those human connections, how important that was for the Dove ad, or for some of the other campaigns she was speaking about. I loved that. It's music to my ears. Because empathy and fitting in, which is about credibility, showing something that's relevant to me, that fits for the way I feel about the brand, is very important. And if we just look in the pages of the book for a moment to look at the findings, one of the findings we have that we found is that when we look at a high level of creativity and a high level of empathy, we can see that the effect in market, this creative effectiveness, is around 20% higher than average for linear video, for online video, so TV and online video, which basically says it's not just about entertaining people, but it's having empathy too. So what is the human insight? So that Dove example was a perfect example of that. We did the same thing for social media. You guys are speaking a lot about social media today, and that's where the investment is going. The eyeballs are in India. We did the same exercise for Facebook and Instagram. The power of empathy on social ad memorability in social platforms is 20% higher than linear video. So what it means is that if you want to get advertising right in Instagram and Facebook, you have to have a high level of empathy in that advertising if you want to be memorable. It's not just about entertainment. And that's because the state of mind of people is very different when they go to one platform versus another. So super interesting findings and super relevant. So this is important for AI because AI struggles to get this right at the moment, to really understand how do we crack empathy, how do we crack originality. It's one of the weak points that we see in the data that we look at. I want to show you one more example. I think this is a really great example where there's more human intelligence injected into this. So this was an example from Kraft Heinz, where they had the idea to, when ChatGPT came out, to ask generative AI, what does ketchup look like? And this was the result of that. I think we don't have the volume. We need the sound. Can you put the sound up? So we'll try again. I think the guys in the back, I can tell the technicians, you need to just push this thing up here, volume thing. I don't have a computer here, so I can't do it, but if I had it, I could do it. Otherwise, I'll walk to the back and quickly do it. You know where it is already? Okay, so we'll wait to see if we get it right. You need the sound, otherwise you can't understand it. So we'll just wait and see if we've got it right. She's going to do it. That's my colleague knows how to do it. We're working with PowerPoints a lot, so let's see if she gets it right. I can't sing, so I'm not going to sing. Okay? No? Okay. So, well, the deck's gone now, so... Anyway, it's a great example of, I'll just carry on talking because that's no good if we don't have the slides. So what Kraft Heinz basically did is they asked Gen AI what would ketchup look like. And what they've done is produced an ad, which I wanted to show you, actually showing the outputs of Gen AI in this ad. So they created this 60-second ad just showing basically what Gen AI spat back to them and created this ad. It's a very fun ad and a very clever ad. And we did test that, and it worked really, really well. But it's an idea, using AI, but with more human intelligence, kind of making fun a little bit of ChatGPT and Gen AI, but worked really, really well. Okay, so we're missing the deck now, guys. So we've got a lot of people working on the deck now. Yeah, okay, good. Well, it's not on the screen, so. Okay, there we go. So the perfect example of, thank you, Aurelie. So the perfect example, we play it again and again and again. The perfect example of blending human intelligence with AI. And again, looking at the data, doing the research, what we can see here is very strong in terms of memory encoding. So all of the things that are important for getting into the mind, for brand attention, surprise, entertaining, originality, shareability, certainly showing that the brand is different. Of course, it's Kraft Heinz, that's their distinctive asset. And then, of course, hitting the sweet spot in terms of empathy, saying for people like me, and fits the way I feel about the brand. And you can see here from the data, really, really strong results of the 180 creative effect index, which is really strong, and it makes me want to have some fries and dip them in Heinz ketchup, which is obviously a cool verbatim. So just to summarize what I've been talking about here, today, and we've got 2 papers that are available here for you to collect if you want. We've written a paper on Misfits in the Machine. It's here, it's this little booklet, free for you to take and read, and then one AI in advertising as well, just our point of view on this. It's a really cool read and thought-provoking, so please take a copy. And if you want, we've also got a QR code. If you want digital, we've got that as well, so you can look at the papers. But what we basically talk about is that it's not about one or the other. We talk about being more human, and that ladders up to more connections, more relevance, more originality. But AI is really the enabler. It's a tool we have in our toolbox that can make us even be better, more efficient, as we saw. And the future really is about blending the two together. I think we've heard that as a theme today as well. But I thought that's not the end, and I know I'm supposed to finish now. But this ad here, if you haven't seen it, I showed you just the ad. go to YouTube later when you've got some time and look at the director's cut of this ad. The guy who created this ad only used AI. It's his idea, so it's his brain. He's a creator. It's nothing to do with Porsche. He created that on his own time. He used a tool called VO2. It's a new video tool, much better than Runway. And we decided, okay, let's test that. You can actually see, sorry, before I get to the results, you can see the director's cut he created with AI. So he's talking about how he created this AI, this ad, and he has shots of the cameramen in that little town in Italy, the models and the makeup. It's all AI generated. It's not real, but have a look at it. It is brilliant, really, really good. So that's where we're heading. And of course, you know, we had to test the ad in our own AI tool. It's called Creator Spark AI. And we got a good result, actually, 134, which is not bad for this ad. So it shows that it's effective. So thank you very much, everybody, for staying. I know it's late. That's the end of my presentation. Hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, thanks a lot. That's yours.
Thank you so much, Sean, for your fantastic insights, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, give it up for Sean Ipsas. And with that, we conclude the prestigious Storyboard18 Global Pioneers Summit. We reflect on the inspiring day filled with deep insights and intellectual exchange with pioneers of our times. A heartfelt thank you to all our esteemed panelists for sharing their invaluable insights, experiences, and expertise. And special thanks to our partners powered by SMFG. A heartfelt thank you. And of course, partnered by Integral Ad Science. Once again, thank you so much for your unwavering support. Our insurance partner, Kotak Life, our gaming partner, Krafton India, snacking partner, Lay's, beverage partner, Pepsi, sustainability partner, PepsiCo, and associate partner, Reliance Industries Limited. This summit wouldn't have been possible without your unwavering support. And finally, a big thank you to each one of you for joining us today. Your engagement and enthusiasm fuel meaningful dialogue and progress. Please join us for networking dinner. Until next time, please take care and thank you so much.